5 years have passed since Goku and his friends thwarted the evil King Piccolo's plans for global conquest. Thanks to their heroic efforts, the shadow of doom was lifted from the world, and a new day of hope has dawned. For in the years since Piccolo's defeat, it has been a time of rebuilding, healing, prosperity, and peace for the citizens of Earth. But, unknown to them, at this very moment, a new threat to humankind is hurtling through the solar system. And as the mysterious invader makes its final approach to Earth, one thing is certain. The peaceful era the human race has enjoyed for the last 5 years is about to come crashing to an end. Who is this mysterious Saiyan warrior that now darkens the skies with his presence? His search for the one named Kakarot has already led him to Piccolo, one of the most powerful fighters on Earth. Could it lead him to Goku as well? The answers to these burning questions will soon be revealed. And Goku will discover the secrets of his past, next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z. With no more battles to fight, Goku had settled into a peaceful life with Chi-Chi and his new son.
I'm Gohan.
But peaceful though it may be, life in the countryside is anything but quiet. The woods can be a dangerous place for a young boy alone. Fortunately for Gohan, his father is one of the strongest men in the world, and Goku was there in the nick of time to pull his son from harm's way. But even as father and son braved the perils of the woods, little did they know, a far greater threat was descending upon the Earth. An alien spacecraft fell from the skies carrying aboard an unexpected and most unwelcome visitor. Piccolo was the first to meet this mysterious invader face to face, and the extent of the alien's power was revealed. Despite being one of the mightiest fighters on Earth, Piccolo's awesome energy attack had little effect.
You actually managed to singe one of my leg hairs. Impressive.
Though powerless to defend himself against this foe, Piccolo's life was spared when the alien sped away to continue his search. A search for a man named Kakarot. The unthinkable has happened. Gohan has fallen into the clutches of the evil Raditz. And against his older brother's incredible strength, is there anything Goku can do to rescue his son? The outlook is grim in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, an uninvited guest crashed the party on Master Roshi's island. It was Raditz, an evil warrior from outer space who claimed to be Goku's older brother. But Raditz proved he had little regard for family, as he dealt Goku a devastating kick that left the Earth's most powerful fighter crumpled in the sand. And the worst was yet to come.
Like I said, I'm taking your son. If you want to see him alive again, I suggest you listen closely.
That's right. Raditz has captured Gohan, and with his young nephew now firmly in his clutches, the sinister alien has issued Goku his demands. Join him, or suffer the consequences. Goku is obviously no match for his brother's awesome power. Is there any hope for rescuing his son? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z! What sort of monstrous foe is this that now stands like a giant between Goku and his son? And what are the true limits of his already unbelievable power? Even with their forces combined, it seems Goku and Piccolo have little hope of toppling this mighty villain. But will they overcome the odds and find a way to take him down? Find out as the battle continues. Next, Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, tragedy struck when Goku's evil older brother Raditz kidnapped Gohan.
Daddy, help me!
Goku raced after the Sinister Saiyan to take back his son. But with little hope of overpowering Raditz alone, he had no choice but to accept the help of a most unlikely ally. Goku has joined forces with one of his most dangerous enemies, Piccolo.
Well, look who's decided to drop in. It's little brother. Oh, and he's brought the Green Man with him. I was wondering who that second insignificant blip on my scouter might be.
Raditz was far from intimidated when confronted by the Earth's two greatest fighters. In a flash, he gave them a demonstration of his own power that proved, even together, Goku and Piccolo had little chance for victory. Raditz's otherworldly strength and speed already make him the most powerful opponent Goku or Piccolo has ever faced. But this, it seems, is only the tip of the iceberg.
If you think I'm strong now, wait until I catch my stride. The truth is, I'm just getting warmed up.
Is there any hope of defeating this deadly foe? Find out today. Unable to bear his father's torture any longer, Gohan has erupted from Raditz's space pod in a sudden explosion of anger. But what is the source of the boy's newfound strength? And will it be enough to help Goku? Find out when Gohan attacks on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku and Piccolo launched a combined assault against the evil Raditz. But in spite of their fierce efforts, Raditz easily deflected their every attack and countered with an energy blast that sent Goku and Piccolo reeling. Having firmly seized the upper hand, Raditz proceeded to deal out a series of punishing blows, and the mighty Goku was rendered helpless as his older brother cruelly ground him into the dust.
My brother, time to die!
That's right, it's Gohan! What awesome new powers have been awakened within Goku's son? The answer, today. Although Goku has left the world of the living, it seems thanks to Kami, a bold new adventure awaits him in the world beyond. But as Goku begins his incredible journey into the unknown, the friends he leaves behind must find a way to carry on. For the time being, the Earth is without its greatest champion. And a terrible new threat is on its way. In 1 year, 2 even more powerful Saiyans will land on Earth. Who will be there to stop them? The countdown begins next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. In order to stop the evil Raditz and save the life of his son, Goku made the ultimate sacrifice. And in the battle's shocking climax, both villain and hero alike fell before the might of Piccolo's special beam cannon. Though the battle has been won, a dark threat still looms over the Earth. With his final breath, Raditz revealed that 2 more Saiyans, even more powerful, were now on their way. And for the time being, the world has lost its greatest defender.
Take care of Gohan. Okay?
I'll wish you back, Goku. You already have 3 Dragon Balls.
See you soon.
Goku? Goku!
But hope is not lost. Though Goku has left this world for now, Kami, the Guardian of the Earth, has plans for him in the next. A new adventure begins today. As Gohan prepares to undergo Piccolo's severe training back on Earth, Goku struggles to overcome his own trial in the next world. But can our hero survive the perils of the seemingly endless Snake Way long enough to reach the legendary King Kai? The clock is ticking. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z.
For this reason, we humbly ask that you allow Goku to seek training from King Kai himself.
With the help of Kami, Goku was given permission to receive King Kai's special training. But in order to reach this legendary fighting master, Goku must first travel the length of the treacherous Snake Way.
How long is it?
They say it's over 10,000 miles, but nobody really knows for sure.
As Goku boldly set out on this new adventure, little did he know, back on Earth, his son Gohan was about to begin an adventure of his own.
Your father and I barely managed to defeat the Saiyan who kidnapped you today, and we've learned that 2 more Saiyans, even stronger, are on their way to Earth. We won't be able to beat them alone. That's why you're going to train, so you can fight by our side.
After discovering Gohan's hidden powers, Piccolo has decided to give the boy a crash course in martial arts. If Gohan can endure Piccolo's severe training for 1 year, he could be a valuable ally in the fight against the Saiyans. But the more pressing question is, can he survive the first day? Gohan's first day of training was a difficult one, but this will seem all too easy when compared with the days ahead. The true hardship is yet to come. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, with only 1 year before 2 evil Saiyan warriors descend upon the Earth, the world's most powerful fighters have little time to prepare for their arrival. Now, in Otherworld, Goku has begun a 10,000-mile journey down the treacherous Snake Way in order to train with the legendary fighting master, King Kai. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Gohan's first day of training put him face to face with danger. Gohan has a long way to go before he can become a hero like his father. But even on his first day, glimpses of his true power shine through.
Wow, apples! Wow, these look good.
I hope you enjoyed it, kid. That's the one and only time I intend to help you. If you can't survive on your own after this, then it means I was wrong about you, and you're just a normal little brat.
Gohan's transformation continues today. The countdown to the Saiyans' arrival continues, and the Earth's fighters are one step closer to being prepared. But for son and father alike, a long, hard road still lies ahead on the next Dragon Ball Z.
I'd better get moving if I
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku was running down Snake Way, hoping to get some special martial arts training from the legendary King Kai. Meanwhile, Gohan was busy with his own survival training back on Earth. And the young Saiyan soon learned that it's not easy when you're out in the world all alone. Friends are hard to hold on to, especially when they're the main course on the menu for a hungry T-Rex. Careful, Gohan, or you could end up being his dessert. Luckily, Gohan's a natural-born fighter, just like his father, Goku. But he hasn't developed the fighting skills of his father yet. And with his dino buddy digested by the big T-Rex, Gohan soon found out only the strong survive. Speaking of strong, 2 sinister Saiyans are headed towards Earth right now. Every minute they get closer, and that means it won't be long before we all find out what the Big Bang Theory really is. Keep your eyes on the skies and get ready for Dragon Ball Z! The dangerous duo is on a mission, and they've got Earth in their sights. What the world needs now is a hero, someone to save the day. Someone like Goku, but he's still busy on Snake Way.
Doesn't this road ever end?
We'll find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, with the deadly Saiyan duo on the horizon, Earth's heroes had no choice but to put their training plans into overdrive. Goku continued his search for King Kai along Snake Way, while Tien and the others made their way up Korin's tower for a little one-on-one with the mythical master. All the time Gohan had spent alone got the better of him, and he was so homesick that he had felt the need for a family reunion. But it was not to be. Common sense took over, and he realized that he must complete his training and put the brakes on the incoming Saiyan invasion first. Without his mom or dad to support him, all the non-stop training has been tough on the little guy. Luckily, Piccolo showed up and took him under his wing. Now Gohan will learn what it takes to be a real warrior. But will it be enough to stop the Saiyans? The race against time is on. Now that Tien and the others have had a taste of what they'll be up against when the two Saiyans arrive, they know that they have a lot more work to do before they'll be in fighting shape. Goku still needs to find King Kai in order to complete his own martial arts training. And Gohan is being put through his paces by Piccolo. Will it all be enough to stop the Saiyan invasion? Or will the Z Warriors find out that they are up against an unstoppable force? To find out, don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the two Saiyans, the strongest fighters in the universe, continue their intergalactic journey towards Earth. Their goal, torment the population and wreak havoc on the planet. That is, unless Goku and the other Z Warriors can stop them. But they'll have to move fast because time is running out.
Oh man, how far does this road go on? It seems like there's no end to it at all. I've been running for days and days. I hope this is worth it because it's been almost a year now and I still haven't found King Kai.
Hang in there, Goku. Remember, you've got Gohan on your side, and right now he's being trained by Piccolo, who is a great martial artist in his own right. Piccolo's methods may seem a little rough, but compared to what the Saiyans will do, this training session is a walk in the park. If Gohan can master these new fighting skills in time, Earth still might have a chance. If he can't, then it's all over. Come on, Gohan, you can do it. It's in your hands now. 'Cause if you can't save the day, then who will? Could Goku have finally stumbled upon the real King Kai? Or has he been made a monkey of again? Will this mysterious character be the one to teach him his new martial arts skills? To find out, don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z. With the arrival of the Saiyans only weeks away, all of Earth's heroes were beginning to feel the pressure. Especially Goku. His epic journey to find King Kai was beginning to look like an epic waste of time. That is, until he summoned a final burst of energy and tackled the last mile of Snake Way. An unexpected turn caused him to slide right off the road, but at least it put him in the place where he wanted to be. Talk about your lucky breaks. Goku didn't know it at first, but he had just stumbled upon King Kai's planet. The intense gravity of the planet sucked him in, and he found himself face to face with King Kai. Or at least that's what he thought. Not wanting to offend the mythical martial arts master, he began to train with the banana-loving legend. But in the back of his mind, Goku knew something wasn't right. Could this hairy creature really be King Kai? By catching bubbles, Goku has gained the respect of King Kai. Now he can begin the next phase of his training that will hopefully give him the strength and skill to defeat the two sinister Saiyans who are headed towards Earth. Goku has every right to celebrate after conquering the extreme gravity of King Kai's planet, but there are far more serious challenges ahead. The days are rolling by, and it won't be long before Goku will have to come face to face with the two deadliest warriors in the universe. Will he be ready in time? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, as the two evil Saiyan warriors hurtled towards Earth in their space pods, the Z warriors were busy beefing up their martial arts skills. Goku had made it to King Kai's planet, but he was finding the gravity a little tough to take. And it didn't help matters when he mistook the king's pet ape Bubbles for the mythical martial master. Once the proper introductions were made, Goku was put to the test to see if he was worthy enough to train with the legendary King Kai. His first assignment, catch Bubbles, and then he would be permitted to move on to the next phase of his training. It all seemed easy enough at first, but it proved to be a lot harder than Goku imagined. That little monkey sure could move. And don't forget the intense gravity of King Kai's planet. It can really bring a guy down. While King Kai watched with amusement from the sidelines, Goku did his best to grab the speedy little monkey. Time and time again, they traveled around the planet, and before long, they were going in circles. Then, Goku made one last leap of faith and managed to get a grip on Bubbles.
Gotcha.
It was then that King Kai realized that Goku could indeed be a worthy student. But things are only going to get harder from here on in. And one question remains. What kind of bizarre training does the king have in store for Goku now? While our heroes push themselves to the limit with their martial arts training, on the outer edge of the solar system, a great evil approaches. The Saiyans, who are intent on destroying Earth, are already passing by Jupiter. Only one day remains until their arrival. Have the Z Warriors properly prepared themselves to face their wrath? And will Goku make it back in time to fight side by side with his son Gohan? All these questions and more will be answered on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan endured his most severe training session yet, and though the young fighter showed vast improvement, Piccolo wasn't about to let up.
So you figured out how to dodge my punches and kicks. Now try this!
But Piccolo's seeming cruelty was not without purpose, for the veteran warrior understood all too well the enemy they were both preparing to face would employ tactics far more ruthless. It's a lesson the rest of the Z fighters had also taken to heart. To survive the battle against the Saiyans, they knew they would have to hone their fighting skills to their highest levels ever. And under the watchful eye of Kami, they did just that. Meanwhile, far away in Otherworld, Goku continued to sail through King Kai's test of strength with flying colors. And after months of difficult training, it seems the student has finally surpassed the teacher. Goku's strength and speed may have him running circles around King Kai, but the question is, will his newfound powers be enough to stop the Saiyans? The time to find out is drawing near. The two evil Saiyans are on their final approach to Earth. The invasion begins today. After a year of waiting, the countdown to Doomsday has finally expired. The Saiyans have landed, and unless Goku and his friends can stop them, they'll carve a path of destruction across the globe in their search for the 7 Dragon Balls. Don't miss the explosive confrontation next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, evil rained down upon an unsuspecting Earth, and the quiet of a peaceful morning in the city was shattered as 2 Saiyan space pods came crashing to the planet's surface. After a year-long journey through space, the dreaded Saiyan warriors have finally arrived, and the Earth's greatest defenders are ready to meet them. Goku's friends have already used the power of the Dragon Balls to restore the fallen hero back to life. And with his supercharged strength and speed, he has launched into the 2-day trip down Snake Way. Every second counts. Over a day still remains in Goku's journey. But the Saiyans attack today. Will these sprouted Saiyan spawn prove to be more than our heroes can handle? Or will they somehow be able to withstand the onslaught long enough for Goku to return? With the fate of the entire world in the balance, Goku's help can't come fast enough. On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Having completed their year-long journey to Earth, the two sinister Saiyans made their presence known with explosive style. The Earth's fighters could only look on in horror as the destruction began, for they had little hope of defeating the Saiyans without the help of their greatest champion, Goku, who was racing down Snake Way to join the battle. Unfortunately, the Saiyans weren't willing to wait for the hero's return. They sought out their targets with cruel precision, hoping to learn the secrets of the 7 Dragon Balls. Now, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan stand face to face with these Saiyan monsters and the diabolical henchmen they've brought with them.
This should be a pretty good matchup. These Cybermen seem spunky.
Can our heroes hold their ground long enough for Goku's help to arrive? Find out as the battle for the Earth begins today. The demented Cybermen have claimed their first victim on the battlefield. Now, fueled by rage, Krillin intends to ensure they do not claim a second. Can Krillin avenge his fallen friend and put an end to the Saiyans' twisted game? Don't miss the action when Krillin strikes, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Yamcha stepped up to fight, and he convinced Krillin to stand aside until the next round in the Saiyans' Twisted Cyberman tournament. The battle was intense, but in the end, Yamcha proved that his fighting skills were far superior to those of the maniacal green monster. His opponent seemingly vanquished, Yamcha was ready to claim victory in the bout. But with his guard relaxed, the Cyberman was able to summon his remaining strength and surprise Yamcha with a final diabolical attack. And in a single horrifying flash, Yamcha was dead.
Now, why did you have to go and play the hero, you big stupid jerk? It was my turn to fight. It should have been me in there. Do you hear me? You can't die. It should have been me. It should have been me.
Yet another of the Earth's defenders has given his life in the struggle against the Saiyans. And with their numbers dwindling, the odds of survival grow slimmer by the minute. Can these few remaining fighters withstand the Saiyan onslaught long enough for Goku to arrive? Or will they fall before the seemingly unstoppable Nappa? Find out as the life and death battle for the Earth continues, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the battle for the Earth claimed its first casualty as Yamcha fell at the hands of the mindless Cybermen. The two evil Saiyans, Nappa and Vegeta, looked on with cold amusement as our heroes mourned the loss of their friend, eager to see who the Cybermen would take as their next victim in the gruesome game of life and death. But our heroes stood firm, banded together, and fueled by rage, they were able to eliminate the Cyberman threat and put an end to the Saiyans' cruel contest. And that's when the horror truly began. Nappa attacked. Tien was the first to receive the Saiyans' ruthless attention. But before Nappa could close in for the kill, Chaozu took drastic action.
I'm not afraid, and if I can save you, that's worth dying for.
Chaozu! No!
Another of the Earth's special forces has given his life in defense of the planet. Meanwhile, the greatest hope of all, Goku, is still on his way to the battlefield. Hurry, Goku. Time is running out. The Saiyans have granted our heroes a brief 3-hour reprieve while they await Goku's arrival. But with miles still left to travel down the winding Snake Way, can Goku make it back to Earth before the fighting resumes? Or will his friends be forced to continue their losing battle against the Saiyans alone? The clock is ticking, and the time for the ultimate showdown between good and evil is drawing near on the next explosive episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the battle against the Saiyans was not going well for the Earth's heroes. Yamcha was defeated by the maniacal Cybermen, and Chaozu made the ultimate sacrifice in a desperate attempt to stop the evil Nappa. Refusing to go down quietly, Tien summoned his last remaining strength to fire a mighty blast at the Saiyan. But when the smoke cleared, it seemed that even Tien's finest efforts were not enough.
No, I failed.
Tien fell as the battle claimed yet another casualty, and with Goku still nowhere to be found, the remaining fighters' hopes for survival were fading fast. Nevertheless, Krillin and Piccolo were determined to stand their ground to the bitter end.
I'll crush you!
But then, as Nappa closed in for the finishing blow,
Nappa!
the Saiyan Vegeta called a surprise halt to the fighting to await Goku's return.
You think Kakarot can beat us? The battle resumes in 3 hours, whether Kakarot is here or not.
Goku's back, but is he already too late to save his friends? Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the struggle against the Saiyans took a devastating turn as Yamcha was bested by the evil Cybermen. And the horror only intensified as the Saiyans themselves entered the fray. In a desperate attempt to save Tien from the rampaging Nappa, Chaozu made the ultimate sacrifice. Tien would not let his friend's final effort be in vain. Tien channeled all of his rage and fury into a powerful energy blast aimed at Nappa, but it was no use. Having spent the last of his strength in the attack, Tien collapsed while the Saiyan remained standing.
I failed.
And though things looked increasingly bleak for our heroes, a glimmer of hope remained. Goku completed his journey down Snake Way and was transported back to Earth by Kami, where he quickly raced to aid his friends. But even with all his speed, Goku is still miles away from the battlefield. Can he get there before more of his friends succumb to the Saiyans? Find out today. Has Piccolo made the ultimate sacrifice for Gohan by throwing himself in the path of Nappa's furious attack? Will Goku arrive in time to save his remaining friends from the diabolical Saiyans? And even if he does, what chance does he have of saving the rest of the planet? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, after returning from Otherworld, Goku raced away from the lookout on the Flying Nimbus to join his friends on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin put their training and skills to the test as they fought desperately against Nappa and Vegeta, 2 Saiyans bent on conquering the Earth. But their combined strength was no match for the evil pair.
We need you!
While the others watched in vain for news of the battle, the Saiyans continued their ruthless conquest as Nappa unleashed the full force of his rage on Gohan.
You! I'll kill you!
Is this the end for Gohan? Find out next on Dragon Ball Z! Will Goku's increased level of power be enough to stop the Saiyans? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z!
Kaioken.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, after the defeat of Piccolo, Chaozu, Tien, and Yamcha, it seemed no one could stop the Saiyan onslaught from destroying the Earth. But that was before Goku returned from his training with King Kai and began to demonstrate his newfound skills.
I'm gonna rip you apart!
Now it appears as if the brutal Nappa has finally met his match. But overpowering the awesome strength of Vegeta will not be an easy task. And with Nappa far from finished, will Goku's strength hold out to the very end? Will Goku have enough tricks up his sleeve to avenge his fallen friends and help repel these Saiyan attackers once and for all? Find out today.
That's for my friends. All 4 of them.
And so it is down to 2, as Goku and Vegeta prepare to engage in the ultimate showdown between good and evil. Can our heroes stand up to the evil Saiyan and thwart his plans to take over the Earth? Don't miss the explosive action on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Nappa and Vegeta continued their conquest of the planet, much to the terror and dismay of Krillin and Gohan. But Goku, having finally returned to Earth with the new skills taught to him by King Kai, put a sudden halt to the Saiyans' sinister plans.
Thanks a lot, Vegeta.
Not to be outdone, Vegeta took the shame of his comrade's failure into his own hands and brought their partnership to an end.
Die!
Permanently. Vegeta seems confident of victory, but Goku still has a few surprises in store for the evil Saiyan when the battle continues today. What new level of power has Goku reached? And is this new power enough to stop Vegeta's path of destruction? Goku is determined to see this through to the end. But with the unpredictability of Vegeta, what else might be in store for him? Find out on the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z,
Kaioken, time 2!
Goku and Vegeta went head-to-head in a contest of strength and skill, increasing their levels of power with every attack. But as the battle raged on, it was clear that Vegeta still had the upper hand. Goku soon realized his only hope for defeating the evil Saiyan was to push himself beyond the limits of his training to a level King Kai had warned him never to attempt. And though Vegeta, with his seemingly unstoppable power, loomed over him like a predator toying with its prey, Goku stood his ground as he prepared to launch himself back into the fight.
Time to see what I'm made of.
Can Goku find the strength to stop the ruthless Vegeta?
All right, here goes nothing. Kaioken attack times 3!
Stay tuned. Consumed with rage and fury, Vegeta has summoned forth the ultimate power from within and plans to use it to destroy not only Goku, but the entire planet. Will he succeed in his apocalyptic plans? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the battle against Vegeta had become a pure test of will for Goku as he desperately sought to match the ever-increasing power of his Saiyan foe. Struggling under the weight of Vegeta's Gallic Gun attack, Goku was forced to take his Kaioken attack up one more level, sending the dumbfounded Vegeta hurtling toward the edge of the atmosphere. Battered, but not broken, Vegeta returned, vowing to show Goku the ultimate power of the Saiyans. a transformation of unbelievable proportions. As Vegeta's transformation nears completion, Goku can only stand by and watch. His strength all but gone. Will Goku have anything left to fend off this Supreme Saiyan monster? Don't miss the action today. Unable to defend himself, Goku is now caught in the paralyzing grip of a monster Vegeta. Is there anything that can save our hero from certain doom? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Fine, here we go. The rivers, the trees, the wind, and all living things in nature. I ask of you, please offer me the power of your fighting spirit.
Goku called upon the forces of nature to help him form the only weapon capable of stopping the rampaging Vegeta, the Spirit Bomb. But before Goku could deliver the finishing blow, Vegeta unleashed a devastating counterattack that brought our hero to his knees. Without the Spirit Bomb, Goku had little chance of defeating the monstrous Vegeta. But even though all hope seemed lost, Goku was determined to fight to the bitter end.
I have no more power to defend myself against this monster. I hope it buys me more time.
Having exhausted the last of his strength, Goku's life is in the hands of the merciless Vegeta. And the evil Saiyan will not be satisfied until he has squeezed every last breath from our hero's body. Will this be the end for Goku? The pressure's on. Today on Dragon Ball Z. A glimmer of hope has returned to the battlefield. With the Spirit Bomb, Krillin and Gohan now have one final chance to defeat the evil Vegeta. Can they succeed? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Having spent the last of his strength, Goku was powerless to free himself from the clutches of Vegeta's death grip. But help was on the way.
It's just up ahead.
Gohan and Krillin return to the battlefield in the hopes of saving Goku from this crushing defeat.
Goku's in pretty bad shape. Come on. We have to move fast.
Put my dad down right now!
While Gohan distracted the giant ape, Krillin ready to surprise attack.
Destructo Disc!
But despite Krillin's heroic effort, the blast intended to slice off Vegeta's tail and end his monstrous transformation missed its mark. Suddenly, an unexpected hero burst onto the scene with a surprise attack of his own. In one fell swoop, Vegeta's tail was gone, and so was his grip on Goku. Now, as Vegeta returns to normal once more, his powers drastically reduced. Goku has one final plan to defeat the evil Saiyan. He has passed the remaining energy from the Spirit Bomb to Krillin. The question is, can Krillin hit his target? Another miss spells disaster. Today on Dragon Ball Z. What startling new development is this? Gohan's tail has suddenly grown back, and its appearance has sent a wave of terror through the otherwise unshakable Vegeta. All eyes are on the evil Saiyan warrior as he towers over the unconscious Gohan. For with Vegeta's next move, the fate of the world will be decided. Tune in next time as the epic battle reaches its earth-shaking conclusion on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku, beaten and weary, gave Krillin all of his remaining energy to fuel an attack on the evil Vegeta. But instead of defeating him, it only sent the Saiyan into a furious rage. around him. Vegeta's power seemed unstoppable. His victory was certain until he made an unsettling discovery about the young Gohan.
It can't be. He has a tail.
After a long and grueling battle, Vegeta has finally been defeated. But the price of victory was high, paid with the lives of Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, and Piccolo. Thus, one chapter in the great adventure has ended, and another is about to begin, as Goku and the others must find a way to bring their friends back to life. New dangers and powerful new villains await, as the story continues, next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Wait!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan's transformation brought the battle with Vegeta to its crushing conclusion. With his body and his pride seriously wounded, the evil Saiyan had no choice but to retreat, and Krillin had little choice but to watch him go.
When I come back to this planet, you're all going to suffer. And when you beg me for mercy, I'll stare into your eyes as I crush the life out of you.
Krillin proved himself the bigger man by showing Vegeta mercy. But will this decision come back to haunt him? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned for more Dragon Ball Z. A day of sorrow has become a bright day of hope as our heroes prepare to embark on a bold new adventure. It's Planet Namek or bust, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z.
Think again!
After a long and grueling battle, Vegeta was finally defeated. But at Goku's request, he was allowed to escape. The Saiyan Prince promised that one day he would return for his revenge. Though the day had been won, it wasn't without its casualties. As his fallen friends were gathered from the battlefield, Krillin thought of a way to wish them back. The Namekian Dragon Balls.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And if Piccolo comes back, then so will Kami. And that means we'll have all the Dragon Balls on Earth back here again, too.
Oh, it's that easy. Well, I've got news for you. I've done all the calculations, and the numbers don't lie. Your little cruise to Planet Namek is going to take 4,339 years.
Okay, but hypothetically speaking, what would happen if we use, say, a Saiyan spaceship?
So now, with a new plan and restored hope, Bulma, Krillin, and the others prepare for the voyage to the planet Namek. The quest begins today on Dragon Ball Z. Now that Bulma and Mr. Popo have discovered Kami's long-lost spaceship, a universe of possibility has opened up. The search for Planet Namek continues. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Mr. Popo led Bulma into the barren reaches of Yunzabit Heights in search of an ancient spacecraft that had once belonged to Kami.
When their home planet was in danger, Kami's parents must have put him on board the ship and sent him here to save his life.
It must run by voice command, but that means all the commands are in Namekian. Let's try it. See if you can tell it to fly us to Jupiter.
Topura Kupa Jupe.
Look, we're here! We're already at Jupiter! All right! Now we can fly this thing to Namek!
The adventure continues today. Everyone is counting on the young group of adventurers to return safely from their mission. But they have a vast distance to cross before they reach their destination, and many unknown dangers to face along the way. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I can't give up!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta completed his recovery and sped away to planet Namek, where he learned the evil Frieza and his henchmen were already searching for the magic Dragon Balls and the secret to immortality. Meanwhile, Bulma and the gang found themselves at the mercy of Rady and Zakro as they began to discover that things were not what they seemed. It appears our heroes have been caught in a web of deceit, and this unexpected snag in their search for the Namekian Dragon Balls could cost them dearly. With Vegeta on his way to Namek, our heroes have no time to lose. Can they escape these mysterious aliens? Stay tuned. What's this? The evil tyrant Frieza and his ruthless henchmen have already gathered 4 of the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls, and it seems there is nothing to stand in the villain's way of collecting the rest. Even the mighty Vegeta, with all of his Saiyan strength, is afraid to face this foe head-on. Gohan and Krillin have a monumental task set before them. Even if they can get to the remaining Dragon Balls before Frieza or Vegeta, they'll have to stay alive for 2 months before Bulma and Goku can return. The race is on, and the fate of planet Namek hangs in the balance. Next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, more visitors arrived on planet Namek.
It looks like a Saiyan ship! It's Vegeta! It's gotta be!
Vegeta landed on Namek with only one thing on his mind: revenge.
My time has finally come. I'm about to remove the only obstacle standing in my way.
Was that Vegeta's ship again?
The young adventurers have no idea that the mighty Frieza is also on the planet and in possession of 4 of the Dragon Balls. Now, their simple mission is moving quickly into messy territory. Stay tuned for Dragon Ball Z! Once again, our heroes find themselves standing directly in danger's path. But for now, they are still in the dark as to the identity of the approaching foe. Could it be Vegeta, or is it someone far more sinister? Find out next Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan reached Piccolo's homeworld of Namek in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Little did they know, the forces of evil were also converging on this once peaceful planet. The worst among them, the sinister Lord Frieza, who, with his merciless band of henchmen, had already managed to sweep 4 of the 7 Dragon Balls into his clutches.
Lord Frieza, we've detected a group of Nameks not far in that direction.
Well, that's good news. And with any luck, they'll have the 5th Dragon Ball in their possession.
As these villains scoured the planet, it was all our 3 young heroes could do to stay out of harm's way.
They'll catch us if we don't find a place to hide! I found a cave! It should be a great spot to lie low!
Unfortunately, trouble has come looking for them, and they're about to come face to face with the greatest evil they have ever known. Today, on Dragon Ball Z! Goku speeds toward the planet Namek in an effort to join his friends, but with only 6 days in which to train, can he possibly prepare himself for the terrible new foe he will face once he arrives? The shadow of Frieza looms large. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
A gift from Korn, 1 bag of Senzu beans.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z. No more hospital food for Goku. Thanks to a magic Senzu bean, our hero was finally able to cast off his casts.
All you have to do is push the button, and you're off!
That's great! I'll definitely get there in time to help them out.
And after months of lying in bed, Goku was all too eager to start his next great adventure. Within moments, he was rocketing through outer space on his way to planet Namek, where his friends had already begun their search for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin were quickly realizing they weren't the only interested party.
Check it out! Look what those guys have tucked under their arms! It's the Dragon Balls!
Who are these mysterious invaders? And what does their presence bode for the kindly citizens of Namek? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned for more Dragon Ball Z! It seems the forces of evil are about to claim yet another victim. Is there nothing Gohan and Krillin can do to save the Namex from Frieza and his powerful minions? Only one thing is certain. The showdown with this deadly foe continues next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Faced with the terror of Frieza and his evil henchmen, 3 brave Namekian warriors stepped up to meet the challenge. Though heavily outnumbered, the Namex launched into battle with all their might, stunning Frieza's men with their unexpected show of power. The Namex moved with lightning speed, and with their superior strength and agility, their enemies found themselves chasing shadows, unable to land a single blow. And for a time, it seemed the forces of good would win the day. But the scene took a sudden turn for the worse, as Frieza ordered his Lieutenant Dodoria to put an end to the Namek resistance.
So do you just want me to kill one as an example?
Kill them all.
That's when the Namek Elder made a bold and desperate move.
The Scouters! I should have known. That's what he's aiming for.
That crafty old dog.
Wait a second. Why is he just destroying the Scouters?
Think about it. Without the Scouters, Frieza and his men won't be able to find the Namex or the Dragon Balls. Even if Frieza gets the Dragon Ball he's looking for here, he's gonna have a heck of a time tracking down the next one. You gotta admire him. He's risking everything to protect his people.
Unfortunately, the Elder's bravery in the face of danger only served to incur Dodoria's wrath.
You think you're pretty smart, don't you? But you're not. I'll kill all you Namex! Then I'm gonna start with you.
Dodoria attacks today on Dragon Ball Z. Have Krillin's surprise escape tactics actually succeeded in throwing Dodoria off their trail? For now, he can only hope, for as he has seen too many times already, the brunt of Dodoria's anger can be deadly. The tension mounts for our heroes as Dodoria circles high above, and the slightest sound, the smallest false step, could bring the full weight of his wrath crashing down upon them. Don't look up. There's danger in the skies. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the evil Dodoria made his presence felt on planet Namek. With ruthless precision, he unleashed his wrath on all who dared oppose him. And as the rampage continued, one thing became painfully clear. Old or young, none would be spared. Gohan watched the gruesome events unfold until finally he could watch no more.
Stop it!
The young warrior sprang into action and brought Dodoria's spree of terror crashing to a halt.
If you want him, you're gonna have to get through me!
Come on, Gohan! We gotta get out of here! Right
But
now!
unfortunately, this was only the beginning of our hero's troubles.
I must find out who those little rodents are.
Soon, Dodoria was in hot pursuit. And Krillin had to risk it all in an effort to slow him down.
All right, big guy, watch the birdie! Solar flare!
My eyes! My eyes!
Has the gamble truly paid off?
What do you know? It actually worked!
Stay tuned. Goku's intensive training is beginning to bear results, but in just a few days' time, his journey will take him to planet Namek, where he must once again face the ruthless might of Vegeta. Will our hero be ready to meet the challenge? Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Here. Now you have what you came for. Take it and leave.
Having successfully acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, Frieza ordered Dodoria to eliminate the remaining Namex. It was a task the ruthless henchman was only too happy to carry out.
Play dead!
Stop it!
Not willing to sit idly by, Gohan and Krillin charged to the rescue. But our heroes soon found themselves in a race for their lives. Fortunately for them, the chase was cut short, as Dodoria had some deep troubles of his own. Having watched and waited for the perfect moment to strike, Vegeta made his move. And the Saiyan Prince gave Dodoria a lesson in ruthlessness he would not forget.
It's the true might of a Saiyan warrior!
In yet another stunning display of strength, Vegeta's power has soared to even greater heights. It seems none can oppose him. Meanwhile, even Goku, with all of his might, stands little chance against this villain. But in less than 6 days, he will have no choice but to face him. Untold dangers await today on Dragon Ball Z. After the day's harrowing adventures, Goku has resumed his intensive training regimen, but he still has a long way to go. He'll have to train at more than 20 times gravity before he's ready to face Vegeta. Tune in next time as our hero's quest for the Namekian Dragon Balls continues on the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Now what do I do?
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku took a very wrong turn on his journey to planet Namek. But as he plummeted into the fiery heart of a giant star, it was our hero who turned up the heat. With the help of a powerful Kamehameha wave, the ship blasted free of the star's gravity and resumed its course to Namek. It would seem Goku's intense training has begun to pay off, and he'll need every ounce of strength he can get if he hopes to face Vegeta. The evil Saiyan has become even more powerful since their last meeting, and he's only too happy to show it. Bang. Can nothing stand in Vegeta's way? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. Goku is certainly relieved to learn of his friend's safe arrival on King Kai's planet. However, still more of his friends are in danger on planet Namek. Can they escape the watchful eyes of Vegeta and Frieza? Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta unleashed his terror upon an unsuspecting Namekian village, and his conquest has brought him one step closer to achieving his ultimate goal. By taking one of the Dragon Balls and hiding it in the watery depths, Vegeta ensured that Frieza and his men would not be able to gather all 7. Now, there is only one Dragon Ball left to find, and then Vegeta can focus on stealing the 5 already in Frieza's possession. Meanwhile, as events unfolded on Namek, Goku raced through space to meet these deadly foes, but his intensive training session was unexpectedly interrupted.
Goku, can you hear me?
It was King Kai with exciting news.
You gotta be kidding me! Everyone made it? They all reached you together? That's great, King Kai!
You guessed it. They're here and they want me to train them even harder than I trained you.
The adventure continues today. Even with all of his might, it seems Vegeta's attacks have had little effect on the terrifying Zarbon. Has the Saiyan Prince finally met his match? Find out in the next explosive episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku continued his rigorous training in preparation for his arrival on planet Namek. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Chiaotzu, and Tien earned the right to learn King Kai's teachings by passing his difficult laugh test. But Piccolo had no patience for such foolish games, and he quickly proved he could make child's play out of King Kai's training techniques.
Hang on tight, kid.
Now, Krillin and Dende race to find the eldest Namek, while their potential pursuers are distracted by more pressing matters. Vegeta and Zarbon are locked in a life-or-death struggle, and it would seem Vegeta has the upper hand. But how long can the Saiyan Prince hold the advantage?
Your fighting skills have come a long way since the last time we met, but not quite far.
Will Vegeta's overconfidence be his undoing? What new terrors does Zarbon have in store? Find out today. Vegeta has survived, and his near-death experience may give him the power he needs to challenge Frieza and Zarbon for the Dragon Balls. There is only one left to find. Can Krillin and Dende recover it from the eldest Namek before it falls into the evil hands of their enemies? And can Goku make it to planet Namek in time to help his friends? The dangers are mounting, and his enemies are only growing stronger. Goku has nearly mastered his fighting skills at 50 times gravity, but our hero will have to push himself to still greater heights if he hopes to overcome the challenges ahead. You won't want to miss a single heart-racing moment as the adventure continues in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Zarbon underwent a shocking transformation. Along with his horrific new appearance, Zarbon gained an equally terrifying level of power. And in this monstrous form, he quickly took control of the battle with Vegeta, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that brought the high and mighty Saiyan Prince crashing down.
I'm through toying with you. It's time to end this little game right now.
With Vegeta utterly powerless to defend himself, Zarbon was determined to finish him off once and for all.
Oh, how perfect. If he was still breathing after that impact, he won't be for long.
Meanwhile, Krillin and Dende completed their dangerous journey to the home of the eldest Namek.
Welcome.
Will he be able to aid them in their quest for the Dragon Balls? Find out today. With Gohan and Krillin speeding across Namek and Vegeta in Frieza's custody, the race for the Dragon Balls is heating up. But who will win the ultimate prize? The forces of good? Or the forces of evil? Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Krillin paid a visit to the eldest Namek, where he received a Dragon Ball and another unexpected reward.
Power! A lot of power!
With his hidden potential released, Krillin raced off with his prize. Meanwhile,
now go find Vegeta. I want that Dragon Ball.
Frieza sent his henchman Zarbon to search for Vegeta in order to discover the location of the Dragon Ball that the Saiyan had hidden.
Well, so you are still alive after all. I guess that's lucky for me. Not so lucky for you.
Krillin has one Dragon Ball. Can Gohan find the last one before Vegeta is forced to reveal its whereabouts to Frieza? If not, the race for the Dragon Balls may be decided before Goku even arrives. Stay tuned.
You lose, Frieza!
Vegeta is back from the brink of death, and 5 of the magic Dragon Balls are now within his grasp. Can anything stop him from fulfilling his sinister wish? Find out next Dragon Ball Z.
Ready? And go!
Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the training on King Kai's planet intensified as an impatient Piccolo challenged Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu to a grueling 3-on-1 sparring match. And Goku did some training of his own, pushing himself to the limits by increasing the gravity level inside his ship as he raced to join his friends on Namek.
You have proved.
Meanwhile, Krillin received a Dragon Ball from Guru, the eldest Namek, while Gohan searched for another with the help of the Dragon Radar. Though weak from battle, Vegeta was far from finished, as he not only escaped from Frieza's minions, he also put into motion a plan to take the Dragon Balls for himself.
He's gone.
Go now! Do you hear me, Zarbon?
I'll find him.
The adventure continues. Zarbon has finally caught up with Vegeta, and one more Dragon Ball to add to Frieza's collection. And before the showdown between these two villains has even begun, Bulma and Krillin are already caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Goku struggles to survive the lethal levels of gravity caused by a magnetic storm. Will our hero ever make it to planet Namek alive? Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z!
Well, 5 Dragon Balls.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta found the Dragon Balls Frieza had collected and threw them into hiding. Then the sinister Saiyan made his own daring escape.
There now, that ought to do it.
My Dragon Balls! Where are my Dragon Balls?
Oh, Vegeta!
Meanwhile, on the other side of planet Namek, Krillin returned with the Dragon Ball bestowed on him by Guru. But it wasn't long before others were able to track it down.
It's Vegeta!
And Zarbon, sent to bring Vegeta and the Dragon Balls back to Frieza.
And with his brawny good looks, he's here to rescue us!
Not even close.
Elsewhere, Goku had problems of his own, as a magnetic storm played havoc with the gravity inside his ship, leaving him helpless and weak, trapped on a training chain. Can our hero withstand this interstellar onslaught? Find out today! With the lone Dragon Ball he recovered from the Namekian village in his possession, Gohan holds the fragile hopes of the planet in his hands. But how long can the young hero keep the ball from Vegeta's evil clutches? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta and Zarbon went head-to-head in a no-holds-barred battle to the finish, where Vegeta proved once and for all that he had the upper hand. Krillin, realizing that he was no match for Vegeta, gave up the Dragon Ball given to him by Guru.
Dragon Ball is finally in my possession. Now all that remains is calling forth the dragon. Then I'll make my wish for immortality and become the supreme ruler of the universe. And Frieza will die.
I don't think so, Vegeta. You'll never get to make that wish.
That's because Gohan has recovered the last Dragon Ball. But will he make it back before Vegeta finds him? Find out today. The Special Assault Team, known as the Ginyu Force, has answered Frieza's call and is on its way to planet Namek. Once these mercenaries arrive, Frieza will be unstoppable. But they're not the only ones headed for Namek. Goku is also en route to the planet, training hard and pushing his strength further and further. And while Vegeta searches in vain for the Dragon Balls, Krillin is taking Gohan to meet Guru, who will unlock the secret powers lying within him. It's a race against time, but who will win and who will be too late? The fate of our heroes hangs in the balance. Don't miss the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, having lost all of his scouters as well as his top lieutenants, Frieza called for reinforcements, and within moments the diabolical band of mercenaries known as the Ginyu Force was rocketing off toward Namek. Meanwhile, despite his painful encounter with Vegeta, Gohan managed to keep the location of the final Dragon Ball a secret, a fact that infuriated the evil Saiyan to no end.
Where are you, boy? I want that Dragon Ball!
Fueled by his rage, Vegeta carved a path of destruction across the planet's surface.
You are dead!
His only goal, to seek out Gohan and his friends and destroy them.
Why would anyone look for us in such a horrible place?
Faced with this threat, Krillin came through with a daring plan.
To do what?
Now he and Gohan are on their way to ask Guru to awaken Gohan's hidden powers. But will they be enough? Now in the clutches of Frieza's ruthless henchmen, the situation looks bleak for Bulma, with Goku still days away, and Krillin and Gohan still en route to see Guru, the eldest Namek. Is there anyone who can save her from the wrath of Frieza? The tension mounts as the race for the Dragon Balls continues. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, when a violent aftershock sent her Dragon Ball tumbling into the sea, Bulma had no choice but to confront the dangers of the deep. And with monstrous creatures lurking at every turn, Bulma quickly found herself in deep trouble. But the ever-resourceful girl would not be sunk so easily. Thanks to some quick thinking and some equally impressive piloting skills, Bulma was able to outmaneuver her fishy foes and reclaim her prize. But no sooner had she reached the safety of the beach than her troubles really began. Where are the rest of the Dragon Balls? Where's Vegeta?
Okay, if you don't want to talk to us, you can talk to Lord Frieza instead.
Frieza!
The adventure continues today. With the fearsome Ginyu Force only moments away from planet Namek, it seems Frieza is but one small step away from achieving his ultimate goal. But if Gohan and Krillin can somehow elude Vegeta long enough to reach Guru, the eldest Namek, a sliver of hope may still remain. It's do or die. Next, Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza's elite fighters, the Ginyu Force, raced across the galaxy toward planet Namek, equipped with new scouters to speed their evil master's search for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan continued their journey to see Guru.
I guess we can risk picking up the pace a bit. We should be far enough away from Vegeta now that he won't be able to sense us.
Yeah, and not only that, my dad should be getting here any minute now. He'll need our help.
Let's go! Unfortunately for our heroes, Vegeta was much closer than they realized.
I found them at last.
And with 6 Dragon Balls already in his possession, the Saiyan Prince was determined to have the 7th at any cost.
They'll get no mercy from me. They're dead!
Now, with Vegeta hot on their trail, Krillin and Gohan need Guru's help more than ever. But even if Guru can unlock Gohan's hidden power, are any of these warriors ready to face the Ginyu Force? With the Ginyu Force by his side, is Frieza on the verge of taking over the universe? Or will Vegeta's new alliance with Gohan and Krillin prove to be a sufficient deterrence? It's a race for survival, and every second counts. Can our heroes get to the remaining Dragon Balls in time to summon the dragon and make their wish? There's only one way to find out. Tune in for the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, evil descended from the skies as the Ginyu Force made their explosive landing on planet Namek. With no time to spare, Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan raced to gather the 7 Dragon Balls in order to combat these deadly foes.
Sorry, no time.
time to explain, Bulma. I need the Dragon Ball.
Quickly now, follow me to the others.
Hey, hang on a second. Come back. Huh? What's going on? You could at least fill me in. Come back here. You. Why those? What was Krillin doing with Vegeta?
As startling as it seemed, allowing Vegeta to wish for immortality was our hero's only hope for surviving the onslaught of Frieza's unstoppable henchmen.
I'm Recoome!
Better. I'm Jace! Goldo!
Captain Ginyu! Now
You see?
power! Of the Ginyu Force!
The battle against the Ginyu Force has begun, and as Gohan and Krillin launch the first powerful volley, it appears they've caught their opponent off guard. But Vegeta knows victory will not come so easily. Our heroes will have to use every ounce of their strength and courage if they hope to win this fight on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, time ran out for our heroes as Frieza's diabolical Ginyu Force descended from the skies. Even the mighty Vegeta could only watch helplessly as his hopes for using the 7 magic Dragon Balls to make a wish vanished into thin air.
Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have to deliver these Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza.
We are the Ginyu Force!
Captain Ginyu made a hasty departure with his prize, but he left behind his 4 lieutenants with orders to eradicate Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta. Now these unlikely allies must stand together if they hope to survive the battle ahead.
Say there, why don't you go ahead and take your turn first, Gordo?
Yeah, why don't I?
Gohan and Krillin fight for their lives today. After his long and perilous journey through space, Goku is now on the final approach to planet Namek. But even after all of his training at 100 times gravity, is he prepared to face the evil might of Frieza, the most powerful villain the galaxy has ever known? And more importantly, will he be able to put a stop to the remaining members of the Ginyu Force? Berter, Jace, Recoome, and Captain Ginyu himself, before they put a permanent end to all of his friends. A showdown of epic proportions is about to begin, and it all starts in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, with Krillin and Gohan closing in fast, the outmatched Goldo had no choice but to launch his attack of last resort, the paralyzing Mind Bind technique. Once snared in Goldo's psychic web, Gohan and Krillin were forced to endure every cruel and unusual punishment the evil Green Mutant could think to dish out.
What's wrong? You don't like me pulling on your cheeks? So how about I try pounding instead?
And just as it began to seem Goldo had covered every possible method of torment, he found yet another way to stick it to our heroes. This time, permanently.
That's no use! I still can't move a muscle!
Ready or not, time to die! Ah!
Though Krillin and Gohan struggled with all their might, there was no escape. Krillin prepared himself for the worst, when suddenly, like a bolt out of the blue, a savior appeared. It was Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince burst in from the sidelines to head off Goldo's attack, and in one bold stroke, the villain was defeated.
I had my own reasons for wanting to destroy that freak. I saw my moment to strike and I acted on it, that's all. It had nothing to do with saving your lives.
But Guldo was the weakest of the Ginyu Force. 3 powerful members still remain on the battlefield. Do Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta have any hope of surviving the onslaught to come?
Hope is a luxury none of us can afford.
These 3 unlikely allies continue the fight for their lives today. With Krillin and Vegeta no longer able to fight, young Gohan is left to face the towering Raccoon alone. Can the pint-sized Saiyan warrior stand up to this monstrous foe? Find out in the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta launched an all-out attack against the brutish Raccoon. But the Saiyan Prince's strength was no match for the might of the Ginyu Force. Fortunately, Krillin and Gohan were standing by at the ready. But even though Vegeta was spared the brunt of Raccoon's blast, Krillin's counterattack had little effect.
Hey, Jace! Murder, can I kill this one too?
And then the unthinkable. Krillin fell.
It's all right. It's time to face the facts. The Dragon Balls are gone.
Now, with Krillin and Vegeta out of commission, only one fighter remains to challenge the evil Raccoon.
Stay away! I'm not gonna let you hurt my friend anymore!
At long last, Goku has arrived on planet Namek, and after his extensive training in 100 times gravity, he's ready to face the challenges ahead. But even with all of his awesome strength, will he be able to save his friends, or is he already too late? Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Now Dragon Balls grant me my wish.
With all 7 Dragon Balls in his possession, Frieza's victory seems certain. However, making a wish proved to be more difficult than expected.
Maybe it already came true.
No! There must be some secret to unlocking their power!
As Frieza raced off in search of the information he needed, elsewhere, Gohan was fighting for his life and the lives of his friends against the sinister Raccoon.
No, it's not over yet. I'm not gonna let you win!
Now, here's your doom!
But despite his most valiant efforts, the young warrior proved no match for the towering Raccoon. With Gohan down for the count, it looked like our hero's chances for survival had finally run out. When suddenly, a lone spaceship appeared in the skies and came rocketing down to the planet's surface. But if the new arrival wasn't one of Frieza's henchmen, who else could it be?
Maybe some Nameks. Poor dopes. They should have stayed gone.
No, this was no Namek. The Ginyu Force will have to contend with the might of Goku today.
Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan!
What is this Super Saiyan that even the mighty Vegeta fears it? And has Goku truly achieved this legendary status? Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, things looked bad for Gohan and Krillin as they fell before the Ginyu Force's first wave of attack. But then, at their darkest moment, a light arrived to bring hope to the young warriors. A light that has traveled across the galaxy from Earth, bringing with it a warrior determined to defend his friends and family at any cost. A hero that has trained himself in extreme conditions and overcome impossible opposition to bring himself to this very place, ready to face the most difficult challenge he has ever encountered. This Saiyan fighter's strength and power are matched only by his determination and will to stand up and face the evil that threatens to put an end to everything he believes in. The last line of defense for his friends, his family, and the planet Earth. A warrior named Goku. Armed with training in 100 times gravity and a bag of sensu beans, Goku would soon find out whether or not all of his efforts had been in vain. The proud father and friend took a few moments to revive Gohan and Krillin before engaging in battle.
Your mom would kill me if she saw how dirty you are.
Yeah, right. You've got to be kidding me. Don't sweat it. His power level's only 5,000.
Raccoon stood ready to defeat this unknown intruder, but Goku was not intimidated.
You'll never even touch me. Not one finger.
No! Is he... Could he be...
'Cause I'm about to send all you little wimps straight to hell! Does this, punk? Here it comes! Full power! Eraser gun!
One swift attack was all Goku needed to put an end to the rampaging Raccoon. But the members of the Ginyu Force weren't the only ones awestruck by this unprecedented show of strength. Vegeta's worst fears may be coming true. Has Goku really become the legendary Super Saiyan?
No! Is he... You do not deceive my eyes!
The battle continues today. Goku certainly seems to have the upper hand, but the battle has only just begun. Could Vegeta be right? Has Goku, through training and sheer will, become a thing of legend? A Super Saiyan? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Ginyu Force members Burger and Jace launched a tag team assault on Goku. Together, they fired the purple spiral flash attack, but to their surprise, it was a move easily defended by our newly arrived hero.
What's happening?
As the smoke cleared, Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin watched in awe as Jace prepared to fire a second attack.
Crusher!
But this too was deflected with little effort. Goku looks unstoppable, which is bad news for Burger and Jace. Do two of the strongest warriors of Frieza's fighting force even stand a chance against the Saiyan's new power? Find out today!
Prepare to die!
With Vegeta leaving our hero to fend for himself, will Goku have the power to defeat the fierce Captain Ginyu? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Yeah! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, two of the elite Ginyu Force members launched their attack on Goku. The tables were turned, however, as Burger was no match for our hero's new power. Upon hearing the news of his team's failure from Jace, Captain Ginyu decided to take matters into his own hands, and the pair returned to the battlefield. A showdown between two of the strongest fighters in the universe was about to take place. Meanwhile, Frieza sped toward Guru's house, with his sights set on wishing for immortality.
I'll be like a god.
The Dragon Balls weren't working for him, and he wanted to know why. As Ginyu was assessing Goku's potential power, Krillin and Gohan were assigned a mission to get the Dragon Balls back.
And then go get the Dragon Balls.
And Goku formed an alliance with Vegeta.
If that's okay with you. I was hoping that we could join forces and work together against those guys. Well, how does that sound to you, Vegeta? Will you do it?
Yeah, sure, why not?
We're on it.
You got it, Goku! Well, I guess it's now or never.
What a magnificent opportunity to showcase my fabulous strength.
The battle begins today. To the amazement of Captain Ginyu, Goku continues to turn up the heat. But will it be enough? Tune in to the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the battle between Captain Ginyu, leader of the Ginyu Force, and Goku began. In an effort to test his own strength, Captain Ginyu tried to get Goku to reveal his true power, but the Saiyan would not play Ginyu's game at first.
Now let's go!
But as Goku increased his power level, Ginyu began to reconsider his strategy.
No way.
Does the captain of the Ginyu Force stand a chance against Goku? Find out today. Has Captain Ginyu exposed Goku's only weakness? Does the Saiyan from Earth have what it takes to defeat the Ginyu Force? Tune in next time for Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the Ginyu Force faces up to Goku in a mighty showdown, and Goku turns up the heat, revealing his true strength to the ruthless warriors. An astonished Captain Ginyu realizes that he has come face to face with the power Frieza fears most, that of a Super Saiyan. Elsewhere on the planet Namek, Frieza pays a visit to the aging guru to uncover the password needed to call forth the dragon and grant his wish. Namek warriors try to intervene, but Frieza launches into an attack and easily disposes of them. Now, with the Namekian warriors out of the way, only Nail can defend Guru and keep Frieza from getting his password. Can this brave fighter hold off the evil tyrant? Find out today. Now that Captain Ginyu possesses Goku's body, will he be able to convince Krillin and Gohan that he is who he appears to be? Will he be able to trick them into giving him the Dragon Balls? And can Goku get his body back? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Captain Ginyu managed to switch bodies with Goku. Now, with Goku's stronger, less damaged body, Ginyu seemed to have the upper hand.
Why you? Hey, what kind of powers did you use?
The power to metamorph into your body and fool your men.
It's impossible. No, it can't be.
Good. Now let's head back to the ship. Hey, this new body is pretty quick.
Meanwhile, Vegeta, Gohan and Krillin, And Chase and Captain Ginyu are headed for Frieza's spaceship. Can Goku muster up enough strength to follow Frieza and steal back the Dragon Balls? Find out today. Is Captain Ginyu right? Is his fighting power really at 180,000? And do Krillin, Gohan, and Goku even stand a chance? Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Captain Ginyu had used his amazing metamorphosing power to switch bodies with Goku. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan uncovered all 7 Dragon Balls, and with Vegeta lurking in the shadows, they began to call the Namekian Dragon.
I command you now, hear my howl to make my wish come true!
But their hopes were dashed as they realized they didn't possess the necessary password. To make matters worse, Chase and the disguised Captain Ginyu arrived at the scene. And when Captain Ginyu realized Gohan and Krillin weren't fooled, he attempted to take them out. Will Goku's arrival make a difference? Find out today. Will Captain Ginyu be able to change bodies in time to avoid the final blow from Vegeta? And if so, will this be the accidental end to our hero? Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Captain Ginyu, who had switched bodies with Goku, took on Krillin and Gohan. And with Goku's superior strength, the fighting was extreme. Meanwhile, Vegeta, thinking he was Super Saiyan, battled the Ginyu warriors, Chase and Captain Ginyu. And with incredible power, Vegeta sent Captain Ginyu plummeting to the ground with one bone-crushing blow. Now, as Vegeta attacks, Captain Ginyu is attempting to metamorph into Vegeta's body. If he succeeds, will it be the end of Vegeta and Goku? Find out today. It looks like Goku will be back to his old self in no time. But will Krillin make it to Guru and back without Frieza honing in on him? And what about Dende? Will he make it in time to help out? As for Vegeta, is he afraid of Frieza, or is something else bothering him? Will Frieza finish off Nail, or can Nail hold off the evil warrior? And what will become of the 7 Dragon Balls? Will the password be deciphered? There are more clues coming up in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Goku mixed up Captain Ginyu's plans to swap bodies with Vegeta. As a result, Goku got his body back.
The beaten and battered Captain Ginyu wasn't ready to give up yet. He knew he had one more chance to switch bodies with Vegeta. But as he tried, Goku foiled his plans once more. And as a result, Captain Ginyu ended up in the body of a frog.
I've got my body back!
Battling had taken its toll on Goku's body, and he was put into a special recuperating capsule by Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta to restore his Super Saiyan powers.
Strength back.
At the spaceship, Vegeta showed signs that something may be bothering him. But what?
I might run into Frieza, but I guess I'm gonna have to take that chance. Besides, Gohan, without the correct password, we're never going to get our wish from the Dragon Balls.
I'll go with you.
No, you stay here and look after Goku.
As Goku recuperated, Krillin left to try and get the password from Guru. Will Krillin return safely with the Dragon Ball password? Or does the evil Frieza have other plans for our heroic friends? Find out today. The dragon has been summoned, and our heroes now have 3 wishes to make. But what will those wishes be used for? Will our heroes accomplish what they set out to do? Will Vegeta or Frieza arrive in time to change their plans? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Gohan and Krillin successfully summoned the dragon with the help of their Namekian friend, Dende. Meanwhile, the enraged Frieza was rushing to the scene in his bid for immortality. With danger approaching, will they make their wishes in time? Find out today! The dark hour has finally arrived. Is it lights out for this unlikely foursome? Or can Piccolo lend a hand? Is his training with King Kai enough? Will Goku wake up in time to help his friends? On the next Dragon Ball Z!
Sri
On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Gohan and Krillin used their first wish to bring Piccolo back from the dead.
Hey, cool, you're alive!
Piccolo was back in action, and he asked Gohan to use the second wish to transport him to the planet Namek. This wish, too, was granted by the great dragon of Namek.
Piccolo will be brought to Namek now.
Vegeta was infuriated when he awoke and thought he missed his golden opportunity to wish for eternal life.
Well, you can kiss each other goodbye.
But then he found out there was one wish left, and it looked like eternal life would be his for the taking.
Don't you get it? I'm the only one who can stop him!
But when Guru passed away, Porunga did too, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. And with Frieza on the scene, the situation could not have been worse.
So you are the one, naughty.
The dreaded moment had finally arrived. An all-out battle with Frieza. Today, on Dragon Ball Z! Frieza has finally begun his horrible transformation. Can Vegeta manage to stave off this evil superpower until help arrives? Does Piccolo have the power to save the day now that he has fused with Nail? And can Goku, the Saiyan from Earth, heal in time to make a difference? On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo and Nail fused into one being. And while Goku was still trying to heal, the battle between Frieza and the warriors from the planet Earth began. Luckily, Vegeta became their ally once again, and was taking most of the heat from the evil superpower. With Vegeta's increased strength, it seemed like an even match between the two warriors.
He uses this form to conserve energy.
But Vegeta knew that Frieza was holding back, and he began to talk Frieza into transforming and revealing his true power. But look out! Perhaps pushing for the transformation wasn't the wisest decision after all. What danger awaits Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta now? Find out today! Darkness has descended, and the valiant Krillin has met his end. Can the monstrous Frieza be stopped before any more blood is shed?
No, how could you?
On the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. His patience at an end, Frieza prepared to finish off the Z Fighters once and for all. As Vegeta and the others looked on in horror, the evil tyrant at last revealed the true depths of his power. With a mighty roar, Frieza summoned his energy and began a monstrous transformation. His body bulged and strained as the tyrant unleashed the sleeping terror within. And as his size swelled to enormous new proportions, so did his strength and speed. Having taken this hideous shape, Frieza's already nightmarish powers were increased tenfold. At last, his transformation complete, Frieza set his sights on the Z Fighters once more.
Well, this is it. I hope you're not disappointed.
Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta gaped in awe at the monster before them. But little did they know, the real horror was still to come. As Frieza settled into his new body, he prepared to demonstrate his might by eliminating the Z Fighters one by one. What? Helpless to defend himself, Krillin has become the first of Frieza's targets. Impaled on the monster's horns, the hero's demise now seems certain. Can Gohan save his friend before it's too late? Or is this but a taste of what's in store for all of our heroes? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z! Can Gohan survive until help arrives? Will Vegeta come to our hero's aid? Or is Gohan's fate at the mercy of the relentless Frieza? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Krillin met with a terrible fate, much to the horror of his companions. Krillin was then flung mercilessly below to a watery grave by the evil supergiant. While Gohan was left alone to defend his friend's honor, Dende recovered Krillin from the depths of the sea.
Kid, no, move! Look out!
The young Gohan made an incredible stand against Frieza. But his valiant efforts would eventually crumble under the weight of Frieza's enormous power.
Bye-bye, brat.
Is there any hope left for the courageous little warrior when even Vegeta seems too scared to lend a hand? Find out today. Perhaps his challenge will buy Goku the precious time that he needs to regain his strength. Next time on Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the evil Frieza had Gohan in the palm of his hand, but Krillin wasn't about to take this lying down. Cutting off Frieza's tail with his Destructo Disc attack, Krillin escaped with a solar flare technique. Even so, as the Earthlings gathered to launch their assault against Frieza, their odds didn't look good. Will Gohan and his gang's combined power be enough to topple the tyrannical Frieza? Or can Piccolo's new persona take Frieza on all by himself? Find out Frieza's fate today. Good to see you, Even with their combined strength, Piccolo and Nail still can't defeat Frieza. It looks like there's only one hope left for our heroes. Can Goku make it in time? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo took on the ruthless Frieza in a one-on-one battle. With Piccolo and Nail becoming one, it appeared the fight against the all-powerful Frieza had finally turned around. Was the Namek pair strong enough? At least for a while, it appeared so.
All we have to do is fight as one.
As Frieza learned of the Namekian trick, he upped his efforts, launching an incredible blast. But the new Piccolo reflected it, sending it straight back to the evil Frieza. However, it would take more than that to stop this villain. Piccolo gathered his strength for another massive assault against Frieza. But when the smoke cleared, Frieza was still standing. The battle continues today. Will Gohan arrive in time to save Piccolo? Or is Frieza too powerful to defeat since his second transformation? And how will Krillin handle a battle with Vegeta? Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo and Nail have become one, and at first it seemed like they stood a chance against Frieza. But since his transformation, Frieza has become unstoppable.
Now you'll see I wasn't bluffing because I'll be transforming before your very eyes. Watch carefully now, and keep in mind it's not my ultimate form. I still have one more transformation.
You're full of it.
So, are you ready to get this over with or what? Yeah!
After his transformation, Frieza's superior speed and strength have rendered Piccolo totally powerless and in dire straits. Can Gohan save Piccolo from certain death? Find out today. Now that Frieza has completed his final transformation, the stage is set for the ultimate showdown. Find out who will survive in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
I hate to interrupt a spirited conversation such as yours, but I'm running on a bit of a tight schedule. Now prepare yourself for my final transformation!
The hideous Frieza took everything our heroes could dish out and retaliated by transforming once more into an even stronger form.
Now that I've become a Super Saiyan, it's time to let my fist do the talking!
Vegeta and Piccolo were restored to full strength thanks to Dende's healing abilities. But will their collective powers be enough to stop this ultimate transformation of Frieza? Find out today! Is Vegeta truly a Super Saiyan? Or will this be his sayonara battle against the superior speed and strength of Frieza? Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z!
Bang!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza fired an attack that seemed to pass by everyone. Everyone except the one person who couldn't be healed by Dende. Dende himself. Enraged by the loss of their friend, Gohan. Krillin.
All I can take from you!
And Piccolo. Go 3-on-1 with the evil Frieza. A move that almost lands Gohan in trouble. Surprisingly, Vegeta stepped in and saved the young boy. Then launched an attack of his own.
You're making me mad!
Fueled by the idea of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta tried his hand at defeating the maniacal Frieza. Things were looking good, but Frieza's immense power and speed were too much to handle, and left Vegeta puzzled over his inability to strike his nemesis.
Possible?
I guess you're not a Super Saiyan, are you?
Does Vegeta have the power to destroy Frieza? Find out today. Is Goku truly strong enough to stop Frieza, the ultimate fighting machine? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the battle between Frieza and Vegeta raged on, though it was clear who had the upper hand in this fight. Grasping him with his tail, Frieza took full advantage of his counterpart's vulnerable state and pummeled the Saiyan Prince mercilessly. While Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin watched the horror unfold, Goku sensed the severity of the situation as well. Fortunately, Goku's healing process was complete, and he erupted from the spacecraft, determined to use his regenerated power to help his friends. But after the display Frieza has put on, will it be enough? Find out today. Many have suffered, and many have perished at the hands of Frieza. Can Goku rid the universe of this evil? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the merciless Frieza dealt the final blow to his longtime ally, Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince. Miraculously, the once cold-hearted warrior began to overflow with emotion as he related to Goku the cruel circumstances under which he became Frieza's ward.
Don't let him do this to anyone else. Whatever.
In a passionate plea, he begged his fellow Saiyan to exterminate the darkness of Frieza once and for all.
Goodbye, Vegeta. You're not as cold-hearted as you believed yourself to be. A heart of stone can't shed tears like you did. You must have been holding them back your whole life.
In an instant, Goku became the last surviving Saiyan in the universe. And with a fiery will, he promised to carry out Vegeta's last wish to the best of his ability. Full of a new compassion and understanding for Vegeta, the great warrior from Earth provided a proper burial for his former rival.
You never had a chance to be anything else. I see that it wasn't all your fault.
Though saddened by Vegeta's passing, Goku was more determined than ever to take down Frieza. The battle begins today.
I'll do my best to carry out your wish.
The battle between Goku and Frieza continues on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Huh?
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it was a narrow escape for Goku on the planet Namek after a dreadful attack from Frieza. Behind the veil of a smokescreen, Goku made an important discovery. He learned that Frieza was unable to feel his whereabouts by sensing his power signal. It wasn't much of a weakness, but against an opponent like Frieza, opportunities of advantage are rare. Once again, Frieza fired with amazing power, and this time, it looked like he was going to hit his target. But with sheer determination and true grit, Goku held on to the immense force of the attack. As he struggled to contain the energy pushing against him, the entire planet began to come apart. After seeing his attack thwarted by Goku, Frieza continued his relentless assault.
Hey, Goku, look out!
Huh? Hey, just what's your deal anyway, Frieza?
The battle continues today. It seems that the two superpowers were merely toying with each other. But now, Goku and Frieza have agreed to lay all their cards on the table, and an all-out battle between the two warriors is imminent on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza decided to test Goku's agility and speed by bombarding him with boulders.
Now, it's my
Goku
turn!
proved to be up to the challenge, though, and he easily vaporized the remainder of Frieza's projectiles. But after a sneak attack, Goku found himself trapped in a ball of energy. Then Frieza launched him like a Saiyan warhead, set to explode on impact. Just when it was looking like Goku wouldn't make it out alive, the Saiyan emerged from behind the smoke.
Huh?
Not only had Goku survived, but he appeared unharmed.
They're monsters. One good, one evil.
It was then that Frieza proposed they stop pulling their punches and use their true power.
No more sandbagging, what do you say?
Sounds good, sure.
The fight rages on. Today! All bets are off as Frieza decides to stop playing games. And with each fighter knowing it's going to take everything he's got to win, the action intensifies on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Supremely confident in his power, Frieza vowed to defeat Goku without using his hands. But in issuing himself this challenge, it soon became clear that Frieza had bitten off more than he could chew. Goku continued to surprise the evil tyrant with his incredible strength and blinding speed. Until finally, hard-pressed by the Saiyan's flurry of attacks, Frieza was left with one recourse.
So, I guess you had to use your hands after all.
Okay, from now on, the deal's off.
Yeah, well, I sort of gathered that much already.
Oh my, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, don't go losing any sleep over it. Shoot, I'm sure that it was an honest mistake.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Now, the time for games at an end, the two mighty warriors square off, ready to begin the battle anew. The epic struggle for the fate of the universe continues, today on Dragon Ball Z. The situation has become desperate for Goku. With the Kaioken attack rendered useless by Frieza, where does the mighty Saiyan from Earth go from here? It seems that only a miracle can save him. And what does the shameless body snatcher Captain Ginyu have in store for Piccolo and the others? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza kept dishing out blows against our hero, Goku. And Goku got all choked up when Frieza revealed he'd only been using 1% of his actual strength. In other words, Frieza still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
You should strike. Why not? My back's turned. What's wrong? Don't tell me that the great Super Saiyan is throwing in the towel already. What a disappointment.
Meanwhile, back at King Kai's place, Tien said not to sweat it because Goku had a surprise of his own, the awesome Kaioken attack.
Straight when he does.
Unfortunately, only King Kai knew the disastrous truth. Goku had been using the Kaioken all along, and Frieza was still batting him away like a pesky little fly.
And even if he was 100 times stronger, he still would be no match for Frieza.
Can anything stop the evil Frieza? Find out today. Was that Goku's final attack? And if so, what will happen to him now? Not to mention the rest of our heroes. Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku had mounted what looked like a final assault against Frieza.
Frieza, mark my words, I'm going to win this fight! So get ready, Frieza, because this time you're going down!
Firing up his 20 times Kaioken, Goku turned into a Saiyan cannonball, aimed directly at Frieza. A quick jab with the left, a mean hook with the right. And Goku threw Frieza against the ropes with his powerful Kamehameha. Frieza tried his hardest to stop the blast, but not even he could keep this bomb from going off. At last, the evil lizard had a taste of his own medicine. For a moment, it looked as if Goku had actually destroyed Frieza, once and for all. The universe was safe again. But when the smoke cleared, Frieza was still standing, virtually untouched. Another round between Goku and Frieza begins today. Is Goku truly strong enough to stop Frieza, the ultimate fighting machine? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza was still taking shots at Goku. And though it seemed Goku was throwing his arms up in defeat, he was actually powering up for the ultimate attack. Taught by King Kai, this attack called on the entire Namek solar system for help, drawing its energy from every living organism around.
I know I shouldn't use the Spirit Bomb. Its force could wipe out this entire planet.
Pity, he tries so hard. The little Saiyan is trying to scare.
But in all of his arrogance, Frieza hasn't realized the danger of the incoming assault, thinking the weakened Goku is merely trying to delay his own demise.
There! In the sky!
That's the Spirit Bomb!
With the fate of the universe on the line, could it be the last hope? Find out today! Is there time for Goku to gather enough energy for his Spirit Bomb attack? Or will Frieza stop our hero in his tracks? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza spoiled the surprise when he noticed Goku's secret weapon, the Spirit Bomb.
Giant ball, but where did he get so much power?
Of course, Frieza wasn't about to let Goku have the upper hand, deciding to stop the Spirit Bomb dead in its tracks. And as Frieza well knows, the best way to solve a problem is to go directly to the source. Bad news for Goku.
Kaboom!
But suddenly, Piccolo came charging to the rescue.
Piccolo?
Goku, you must hurry and finish collecting energy for your bomb.
Now, can Piccolo keep Frieza busy long enough for Goku to complete his Spirit Bomb? Stay tuned and find out. Finally, Goku's Spirit Bomb has done its job. Or has it? Has Frieza been totally destroyed? And did the explosion take out Piccolo and Goku? Find out who survives in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, things were looking up. With Piccolo keeping Frieza busy, Goku was able to complete his ultimate weapon, the Spirit Bomb. drawing energy from all living things. It was an attack not even Frieza could ignore.
No, that's impossible!
The awesome power of the Spirit Bomb seemed too much for him to handle as he struggled to hold it back. It was a tense moment indeed on planet Namek as the hopes of our heroes were riding on this one attack. Has Goku finally conquered the vicious tyrant of space? Will the universe once again be safe from Frieza's greedy claws? Stay tuned to find out today. Has Frieza pushed Goku's rage to new heights? And can Goku avenge the life of his close friend Krillin? The only way to find out is to watch the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z!
Yeah!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it seemed like a time for celebration. Old friends rejoiced together.
Are you okay? Hey, Piccolo.
And new friends were reunited.
Nothing.
However, the nightmare wasn't over yet. And Frieza renewed his attack on the battle-weary Goku. But an incredible sacrifice from the lion-hearted Piccolo saved Goku from certain destruction. Few men have the courage for such a noble act. Piccolo had truly transformed into a being of greatness.
This time you won't come back.
The next man on Frieza's hit list, Goku's best friend, Krillin.
Help me!
It was a tough day indeed for the virtuous warriors from planet Earth. Beaten, battered, but not defeated. The loss of his friends and their radical acts of unselfishness caused a transformation in Goku that he had never experienced before.
Gohan, listen very carefully. You must leave this planet now and take Piccolo with you. Got it? Just do as I say, Gohan! Leave me now! Can't you see I need to be alone?
Right.
What does this golden transformation mean? Has the legendary Super Saiyan emerged at last? Find out today. How will Frieza be able to stand up to Goku now that the legendary power of the Super Saiyan has awakened within him? Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku's hidden powers had at last awakened as he transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan. Faced with this new threat, Frieza launched a desperate volley of attacks, but to no avail. For all of his might, it seemed the once invincible Frieza had finally met his match.
You... What are you?
I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am truth.
Now, with planet Namek set to explode at any minute, the final decisive round of this epic battle is about to begin. Today, on Dragon Ball Z.
Ally to good, nightmare to you!
In just a few minutes' time, planet Namek is going to explode. Hurry up, Gohan. There's no time to lose. You've got to find Bulma and bring her back to the ship. That's right. Keep a keen lookout, guys. The decisive moment has finally arrived. On the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza set his destructive sights on planet Namek itself.
Die, planet, die!
It was a strategy born of desperation. Overwhelmed by Goku's new power, Frieza was attempting to destroy Goku by taking away the very air that he breathed. Miraculously, planet Namek didn't explode, but it was only hanging on by a thread, due to blow up in just 5 short minutes.
5 minutes is all that I need. It won't even take me that long to beat you and leave with my friends on my spaceship.
You underestimate me. The true depth of my power escapes you. Well, it's time you experience the ultimate Frieza.
This battle ends right now!
The battle between Goku and Frieza continues. But with each passing minute, planet Namek gets closer to destruction. Does Goku have time to beat Frieza and escape before the explosion? The clock is ticking on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the kettle was boiling over on the planet Namek. The Namek's home planet had been severely damaged by a blast from Frieza, and it was due to explode any minute. Meanwhile, Frieza was struggling to gather enough energy to achieve his maximum power level, 100% of his true potential.
Frieza, let's do this while we're still young.
And the final battle began. The ultimate Frieza against Goku, the mighty Super Saiyan. But it appeared that Frieza had regained the upper hand over Goku, now that he had attained his maximum power level. It was beginning to seem as if King Kai was right. That Goku had made a terrible mistake by allowing Frieza the time that he needed to fully energize himself. Things were looking grim indeed for the mighty Saiyan.
Well, fancy that. One shot and he's throwing in the towel. Strike up a dirge.
But Goku wasn't done just yet.
Don't get too excited, Frieza. Because this battle is far from over.
As the Eternal Dragon tries to fulfill Mr. Popo's wish, Goku and Frieza are on a collision course with one another. Who will emerge victorious from this battle of good versus evil? Time is of the essence. The planet Namek is about to explode. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, a wish to the Eternal Dragon of Earth was used to revive all of Frieza's victims on the planet Namek. Even Guru brought back to life, which meant that Porunga, the eternal dragon of Namek, would also rise again, since it was interrupted before it was able to grant a third and final wish. Meanwhile, Goku and Frieza were going head-to-head in a vicious clash of energies. It seemed that the winner of this battle was going to win the whole war. Goku was holding his own when Frieza launched a sneak attack that buried the Super Saiyan in the rock and molten lava below. Has Frieza managed to defeat our hero? Find out today! With the planet Namek teetering on the edge of destruction, Goku and Frieza are poised to begin the final round. But will Goku be able to take down Frieza in time to make it off the planet? On the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, power levels were shooting off the charts as Frieza and Goku exchanged punches, kicks, and insults. While thanks to some clever wishing, Bulma and the gang found themselves safe and sound on planet Earth. But where is Goku? He's still battling it out with Frieza. Wanting to put an end to the evil tyrant once and for all, Goku chose to remain on Namek. A brave move indeed, because the damaged planet is set to explode any minute. And it seems Frieza has a plan of his own.
I don't know how to break this to you, but you only have about 1 minute to live.
Can Super Saiyan Goku finally defeat Frieza and escape from Namek in time? Find out today! Can Goku outsmart the diabolical Frieza and avoid this final attack? Tune in for the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z!
It would be meaningless.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku said his farewells to Frieza, deciding that the weakened tyrant was no longer a threat to the universe.
Goodbye, Frieza. May you live the rest of your life in peace.
Peace? But peace wasn't quite what Frieza had in mind. As Goku launched off toward his ship, Frieza unleashed his final attack.
Never! I will never!
An energy disc that can cut through anything and will follow Goku wherever he goes.
You truly are a helpless fool! I gave you one last chance to live! This is how you repay me?
And so, the epic battle between good and evil swings back to life, but with little time to spare. Can the enraged Goku avoid this last attack, put an end to Frieza, and escape from Namek before it blows? It's a time bomb the size of a planet on this explosive episode of Dragon Ball Z. At last, the mighty Frieza has been derailed, cut down by his own deadly attack. Could this truly be the end of Frieza? On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza Frieza got a bitter taste of his own attack. Despite Goku's attempts to warn him, the enraged Frieza was cut down by his own deadly energy disc. Sliced into pieces, it seemed like the end for the fallen tyrant.
Please have mercy.
How many people have begged for their lives at your feet, and you killed them anyway? Did you show me mercy when I asked you to spare my best friend Krillin?
But as Frieza pleaded for help, the pure-hearted Goku couldn't resist, giving up some of his last energy to save Frieza's life. As the epic match draws to a close, will the battle-worn Goku have time to escape Namek before it explodes? It's a race against the planet on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z! With one last blow, it seems that Frieza has finally been laid to rest. Indeed, Goku has saved the universe from Frieza's wicked reign. But with Namek's explosion only moments away, can Goku save himself? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Frieza's evil plan to dominate the universe finally fell apart. With the planet Namek teetering on the edge of destruction, it was time for Goku to bid Frieza farewell. But the half of Frieza that Goku left behind obviously wasn't his better half. Unable to accept defeat, the one-armed legless villain bitterly gathered his energy for a last-ditch effort to hit Goku from behind. The Super Saiyan had had enough, though. Having already spared Frieza's life twice, it was time to put an end to this shameless menace once and for all. But can Goku make it off Namek before it explodes? Find out today! The planet Namek finally exploded and has disappeared without a trace. And Goku is gone as well. Is the pure-hearted savior really just a memory now? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku was stranded on the planet Namek when it exploded and was blown to smithereens. But Bulma wasn't worried because she found out that the Dragon Balls from Namek possessed certain advantages that the Earth's Dragon Balls didn't have.
Goku, Krillin, and Chaozu can all be wished back!
King Kai, however, was less than enthusiastic.
Using the Namek's Dragon Balls is a great idea, but I'm afraid it won't help Goku and Krillin. He brings them back to the place where they died. Goku and Krillin died on Namek. They would materialize in space. Right where Namek used to be.
Is there any hope to bring our heroes back? Find out today. And so began a period of rest and recreation for the visitors from outer space. Mori became an expert putter. The Namek boys learned how to play poker. And a certain frog became the proud new ruler of the fish pond. 130 days seemed to pass by very quickly, and it was time to summon the Eternal Dragon once again. 130 days later, on a sunny afternoon, a peculiar darkness overtook the sky once again. The first wish was used to bring back the young emperor, Chaozu. With the next wish, Tien was brought back. And so the Star Voyagers from the planet Namek left the Earth to begin life anew somewhere deep in space. At long last, life returned to normal for Gohan and his family, except that every night they would go out and look at the stars together and wonder when the one they loved would finally return.
Gosh, Dad, what's the deal? Man, don't you think it's been long enough? Where in the world are you?
Unfortunately for Gohan, this time it's a game of life or death. Frieza has survived, and it looks like double trouble because his father, King Cold, is with him. On the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, a menacing force is rapidly approaching.
There it is. Planet Earth, dead ahead.
I feel it too. This isn't good.
A force that greatly concerned Gohan.
But who is it? Dad, where are you?
The power seemed to be felt by everyone on Earth.
Wait, how do you know? I know. I make it my business to know. Unlike you.
There's two of them, Chaozu. My gosh, I've never felt anything like it.
Dad, I'm scared.
Even King Kai sensed the malevolent presence.
I know, Bubbles, yes. I can feel it too.
It's time for our heroes to get ready, because this danger is worse than they think.
Oh no! Dad!
Frieza's back, and he's got his evil eye set on Earth. Who is this mysterious stranger? And does he really think he has what it takes to go head-to-head with Frieza? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Shocking as it seems, it looks as though everyone's worst nightmare has actually become a reality. And now the entire gang must prepare itself for a close encounter with the two most terrible forces of darkness that the universe has ever known. It's King Cold and Frieza. But even Piccolo knows, without Goku here, they'd all be crazy to take on these evil titans.
You really have no choice. So what say we put an end to all this pathetic whimpering?
Begin your search, and when you find them, show no mercy.
But just when you thought nothing could stand in Frieza's way... a mysterious young stranger lands on the scene.
So you must be Frieza.
Can it really be true? Has Frieza finally met his fate at the hands of this mysterious young stranger who claims to be a Super Saiyan? Find out all this and more on the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, two unwelcome guests, Frieza and his father, King Cold, descended upon the Earth, only to be confronted by a mysterious stranger, a young man determined to thwart their evil plans single-handedly. And when the strange young man vanquished Frieza's entire crew in a flash, his bold purpose seemed a little more plausible.
You're about to find out what it's like to fight a real Super Saiyan. And I'm not talking about Goku.
What?
And so the battle between the unknown Super Saiyan and Frieza, the warlord of evil, began. After a blazing attack at point-blank range, Frieza's father, the wicked giant King Cold, was convinced that the battle was already over, when in fact, it had just begun.
Hey, Frieza!
Who is this radical Super Saiyan, and where did he come from? Find out today. At long last, Goku is reunited with his family and friends. But how did this mysterious stranger know the exact time and place of his arrival? Is he friend or foe? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the unknown soldier efficiently disposed of the treacherous Frieza and his diabolical father, King Cold. Keeping his identity a secret, the stranger proceeded to predict the time and place of Goku's return to Earth, down to the second. And when a spacecraft landed right where the stranger had predicted, it looked like the star-voyaging hero had finally returned.
Hey, guys!
What took you so long, Dad?
Where did he get that outfit?
How did you guys know that I was coming?
The identity of the mystery man is unveiled today. As the young Super Saiyan named Trunks heads downstream in the River of Time, Goku and the others consider the fantastic prophecies that he left behind on the next Dragon Ball Z.
Be right back.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, a mysterious boy named Trunks arrived from the future with a warning. An unprecedented force of evil is on its way.
Morning of May 12th at 10 a.m., a horribly destructive duo will show up on an island 9 miles southwest of South City.
What's the deal? Are they aliens?
No, they're both androids created right here on Earth. There's no rhyme or reason to what they do. They're machines of destruction, man-eaters. It's mind-boggling how strong they are.
And while Trunks bid a final heartfelt farewell to his past...
Father, I'm glad I got to see you. Farewell, young mother. May the good spirits keep you safe.
The fate of the world once again rests on the shoulders of its greatest champion. But is even Goku's strength enough to change the course of history? Stay tuned. No pain, no gain. That's a lesson Gohan is learning the hard way from Goku and Piccolo. And he has 3 years to get it right.
Come on!
Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
They're all going to lose their lives.
Trunks' ominous warning left Goku and his friends to ponder a mind-bending question. What could they do to alter the course of a future that had already been written?
Man, I'm going to train you guys.
And soon after Trunks departed to face the dangers that awaited him in his own time, train they did. Because with only 3 short years to prepare themselves for the arrival of 2 deadly androids, there wasn't a minute to spare. Day in and day out, Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, and all of the others worked harder than ever to get their bodies into the kind of shape needed to take on these powerful new enemies. But in the blink of an eye, 3 years came and went.
How about a little lunch before you go?
Mom, we don't have time for that.
Thanks. Bye.
The day has finally come for Goku and his friends to put their training to the test. Can they put an end to the androids and save the world from the terrible fate that Trunks predicted? It's a date with destiny, today on Dragon Ball Z! The androids' reign of terror has just begun, and it looks like Yamcha is their first victim. But is there time to save him? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the androids have arrived, and these merciless machines are unleashing their fury upon a city of unsuspecting citizens. Their diabolical deeds locking this bustling metropolis in a stranglehold of terror. Yamcha's on the lookout, and he's more than ready to spring into action against these terrible new enemies. But watch out, Yamcha, because it looks like the androids have their evil eyes set on you.
Excellent. You two better be careful. There's a couple of androids on the loose, and they mean business. We are they. I found them!
Try as he might, Yamcha is no match for the android's awesome power. And all of his struggles can do nothing to prevent even greater destruction from raining down. Now, as the city crumbles around him, separated from his friends, Yamcha finds himself staring into the face of evil. Can anything free him from the android's sinister grasp? Will Goku and the others arrive to help their friend in time? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z! At long last, the battle for the future has finally begun. But can even Goku's Super Saiyan strength stand up to the awesome power of the androids? You won't want to miss a single second of the heart-stopping action in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, 2 androids, 19 and 20, appeared on an island 9 miles southwest of South City, just as Trunks had predicted. It was a violent arrival, marked by devastating destruction and the presence of a certain superhero who was there to stop them. But when a harsh blow from Goku did little more than knock the android's hat off, it was clear that the Saiyan was up against an enemy of incredible strength. In addition, the android revealed that their creator had already studied Goku's strength and technique, and had consequently equipped them with superior abilities. But Dr. Giro's research didn't span into far reaches of space, and there was one ability of Goku's that he hadn't accounted for. His ability to transform into a Super Saiyan.
Yes, it is a most impressive ability, but it is nothing we cannot handle. 19 will demonstrate this by himself.
Ha! All right, have it your way, but I wouldn't bank on it if I were you.
Goku's clash with the androids continues today. As the androids look on like vultures, the deadly virus attacks Goku from within. Trunks' prediction is finally coming true, but in a most unexpected and inopportune time. What will Goku do now? And how long does he have before the deadly virus runs its course? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! on Dragon Ball Z. The struggle between man and machine reached new heights as Goku battled Android 19, a radically advanced artificial life form designed by Dr. Gero to be the ultimate fighting machine. After controlling the entire fight, the table suddenly turned on Goku, and he found himself at the wrong end of several punishing blows. When the going gets tough, Goku gets going. But in this case, the Iron-Willed Saiyan was unable to respond. Most unexpectedly, Goku was paralyzed with pain and seemed incapable of continuing the fight.
It's that virus! It's attacking his heart right now! Father!
Yes, that's it! Trunks' prediction that Goku would contract a horrible disease has finally come true. But it couldn't have come at a worse time. As the radically powerful Android 19 charges down the warpath, Vegeta stands firm and confident in his newfound power. But is it enough? Next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku found himself in dire straits as a radical virus attacked his heart, leaving him crippled with pain.
Gohan!
Unable to respond to Android 19's offensive, the mighty Super Saiyan could only lie there and watch helplessly as the android robbed him of his energy. It was a theft that would have proved fatal for Goku if lightning hadn't struck in the form of Vegeta. After his dramatic entrance, the Saiyan Prince astonished everyone by transforming into a Super Saiyan right before their very eyes.
That's how I became a Super Saiyan. The sleeper has awakened. I am the Prince of all Saiyans once again.
You may have become a Super Saiyan, but your newfound powers are still no match for us. Please demonstrate, Android 19.
For the androids, there's one Super Saiyan down and only one to go. Android 20 has formulated a plan. Beware, Defenders of Earth. There's a thief in your midst. And what this thief steals, you can never get back. On the next Dragon Ball Z!
You're mine!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta reduced Android 19 to scrap metal. The advanced robotic humanoid with artificial intelligence was no match for the Super Saiyan Prince. Even the superior Android 20 model decided to run for cover rather than fight Vegeta head-on. Suddenly, it was no longer a battle of raw strength, but a tactical game of hide-and-seek.
Darn, how could I? A mistake like that is inexcusable.
Lurking just above, but unable to be sensed, was the crafty Android 20.
His frustration is apparent. He's no longer the cool, confident fighter that he was before.
Though outmatched in strength, the diabolical Android 20 decided to stalk the others and quietly take what he needed from them. Unaware that the deadly predator was watching them, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo continued their search. Little did they know, they were walking right into an ambush.
I will steal the energy from these pathetic fools one by one. Then Vegeta is mine.
Stay tuned. Once again, Trunks is the bearer of a startling revelation from the future. But what does it mean? How could it be possible that the horrible androids that Trunks has been battling in the future are completely different from the androids of today? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo went one-on-one with a diabolical Android 20. Brave as ever, Piccolo stood firm in the face of danger, even as the evil android unleashed a powerful attack. But Piccolo was ready with an attack of his own. Try as he might, Android 20 seemed incapable of penetrating Piccolo's defenses.
Your desire to kill is killing you.
Outnumbered and obviously outmatched, Android 20's chances for survival were growing slim. His only option, a hasty retreat.
It would be wise for me to return to the lab at once.
Meanwhile, Trunks raced to the scene, and when he arrived, the young Saiyan made a startling revelation.
Yeah, even though I've never seen him before, I can tell that he's one of Dr. Giro's creations.
Vegeta couldn't believe his ears, and neither could anyone else.
Yeah, no doubt.
Incredible as it may seem, the two androids that Vegeta and Piccolo have fought so hard to defeat are not the same androids that plagued Trunks' future world. But if this mechanical menace isn't one of the androids Trunks had warned about, who is he? Find out on today's exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. While Gohan struggles with his heavy load, the rest of our heroes are headed straight for Dr. Giro's lab. But what new evils await them there? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Bulma made a shocking discovery. The maniacal Android 20 is none other than Dr. Giro himself, and he's not about to surrender without a fight. In a final desperate attempt to escape, the diabolical Doctor unleashed a powerful energy blast that sent Bulma into a tailspin. Much to the relief of Tien, Gohan, and Krillin, however, Trunks, the boy from the future, was on the scene to perform a daring rescue.
Wow, I'm still alive. Ah, where's my baby?
But unlike Bulma, Vegeta was none too happy to see Trunks again, for it seemed that the young Saiyan's predictions had been less than accurate.
The timeline as I know it must have shifted.
Vegeta flew off to challenge the androids on his own, but Trunks was determined to stop him. For although history may have been slightly altered, terrible danger still lay ahead.
We're really going to have to move fast.
Right! Dr. Giro races to his laboratory to activate the fearsome androids 17 and 18. And unless our heroes can stop him, it could mean the end of the world. Our heroes have finally come face to face with the androids of Trunks' predictions. But can they really be as terrible as the young Saiyan claims? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the demented Dr. Giro escaped to his mountain hideout to carry out the final phase of his evil plan. The Doctor, now an android himself, activated 2 more of his mechanical monsters. The first to awaken was 17, a black-haired boy with super strength and intelligence. Next out was 18, a computer-driven diva with blonde hair and a bad attitude. Don't let their looks fool you. They may appear harmless, but these two are programmed to pulverize planet Earth. And while Krillin and the others force their way into the secret lab, Dr. Giro's about to find out that his menacing machines have minds of their own.
Huh? Android 17, what are you doing?
Then let's try another idea.
What? What have you done? You dare to defy me? I created you!
You're not going to put us to sleep again, old man.
Android 18 looks like she's one tough customer, but is she strong enough to go one-on-one with a Super Saiyan? Whatever the outcome, Vegeta has got his hands full with these three bionic brutes. Is he ready to battle these mechanical monsters all by himself? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the diabolical Dr. Gero's evil plans were short-circuited by one of his own killer creations. Trunks, the boy from the future, had predicted the Doctor's demise, but this bizarre turn of events sent everyone's head spinning, especially the Doctor's. The black-haired Android 17 took control, and with the help of the blonde beauty Android 18, the digital duo unleashed a third android, perhaps the most dangerous of them all. This new high-tech Titan revealed that the recently disconnected Doctor had programmed him for one purpose only: to destroy Goku. But Vegeta, fueled by his extra-large ego and his new Super Saiyan powers, caught up with a fearsome threesome on the highway. Now it's up to Vegeta to pull the plug on this high-tech triple threat. But can he do it alone? Find out today. This looks like the beginning of the end for Vegeta. Even with his Super Saiyan strength, he was still no match against the unlimited power of Android 18. Now Trunks has jumped into the fray, but what chance does he have? Is he about to make the ultimate sacrifice for Vegeta? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. The deranged Dr. Gero, driven by his desire to destroy Goku, created 3 killer androids to carry out his vengeful plan. Activated first was Android 17, a real microchip off the O block, whose own passion for power led to the demented Doctor's demise. Android 17 was joined by his synthetic sister, Android 18, batteries and bad attitude included. The two conspired and pulled the plug on the diabolical Doctor and took control of his evil operation. Then they awoke the mechanized monster Android 16, a bionic behemoth whose few words spoken revealed that he was programmed to pursue Goku and pulverize him. Bedridden, battling a mysterious virus, Goku makes an easy target for these high-tech horrors. Vegeta, ignoring Trunks' warning, decided to face the androids alone. What ensued was an earth-shaking showdown between Android and Saiyan. Vegeta's overinflated ego and newly acquired Super Saiyan powers served him well, but it was obvious that Android 18 was the superior fighter. It looked as though Vegeta would be down for the count, but that's when the good guys arrived to offer their support. But once again, Vegeta's foolish pride got the best of him, and he refused their help.
Hey, are you okay?
Of course I am. I told you I don't need your help, and I don't want it either.
It was then that Android 17 made a deal with Vegeta.
I'm willing to stand aside and let you fight, as long as you fight alone. But if any one of these friends of yours tries to assist you in any way, I'll be forced to step in.
Bring it on!
As you wish.
Vegeta and Android 18 traded blow for blow. But as the Saiyan avoided a move by 18, she struck him with a bone-crushing kick.
Father!
The android's search and destroy mission has begun. It's only a matter of time before the synthetic psychos find their target. Although Krillin tried to persuade them to end their pursuit, they are driven by a prime directive to hunt down and destroy Goku, who lies helpless and unaware of the danger headed his way. Now Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, and Tien are out of commission, and Krillin is on his own. Can he conquer his fear and stop the three computerized crazies from reaching Goku? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the androids had invaded Earth, went head-to-head and fist-to-fist with Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, and Trunks, and left them bruised, battered, and broken. Frozen with fear, Krillin watched in horror as his friends took it on the chin. And Goku continued to battle the illness that has him in its clutches.
Stop! You leave Goku alone!
No. I am programmed to destroy Goku.
There you go. 16 has been programmed to destroy Goku. So that's what we're going to do.
What is this? Some kind of game?
That's right, friend. And finding Goku is part of the game.
Good luck. Bye.
The good guys are down for the count, and the androids seem to be getting stronger. Now that Krillin is on his own, can he revive his friends and intercept the androids before they reach Goku? While the three killer androids carry out their search and destroy mission, Piccolo is determined to unite with Kami in a last-ditch effort to stop the three mechanical monsters. But is he too late? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Krillin was spared a three-fisted facelift when the trio of evil androids decided to go after a larger prey, Goku. And it looks like Vegeta's ego will take a long time to heal.
No one makes a fool of me. They'll pay for this. They should have finished me off when they had the chance, because I will show them no mercy.
It seems Piccolo has turned his back on his friends, just when they need his help the most.
I'm leaving, and anyone who tries to follow me will be sorry.
Don't worry, guys. Piccolo just has a lot on his mind. He's still one of the good guys. Piccolo has gone to Kami's place to join with him again. Together, they'll be an unstoppable force, a super Namek.
The androids must be stopped before it's too late. But can Piccolo convince Kami to make the ultimate sacrifice? Find out today. Goku is on his way to a safer hiding place, but his trail is warm, and the androids are in hot pursuit. Krillin and the others can only hide him for so long before they are discovered. And if that's not enough, Bulma is about to get a telephone call that will add a whole new dimension to this crisis. On the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z. The androids have picked themselves up a new van, and they're getting ready to go for a little drive. Their final destination, Goku's house. And if they have their way, they'll see to it that Goku is dead on their arrival. However, Piccolo might have something to say about that. He's returned to Kami's lookout in the hopes of merging with the aging Guardian of the Earth. Once reunited, these two powerful forces will form a single Super Namek, strong enough to stop the androids in their tracks. Meanwhile, the gang is moving Goku to a safer location.
He was packed on a few pounds.
Give him a break. He hasn't been himself lately.
Can they keep the ailing Goku hidden from the androids? Find out today. Is this in fact the time capsule Trunks arrived in? Or is someone playing a cruel joke on our heroes? There's only one way to find out. Tune in next time for another exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Mountain Village, Police District 430.
Android 16 knows the exact location of Goku's house. And now that Android 17 has been pointed in the right direction, it won't be long before the mischievous machine parks his van on the ailing hero's doorstep. Well aware of the approaching android threat, Goku's friends race to move him to the safety of Master Roshi's island. Meanwhile, back at Capsule Corporation, Bulma had some puzzling news. She's discovered what appears to be a second time machine abandoned in the countryside.
Through the facts. Trunks, I want you to take a good look at it.
Here, check it out.
Could it be that there's really another time machine out there? And if so, where and when did it come from? Find out today. Things are getting interesting for our heroes. While a monstrous creature has mysteriously come from the future in Trunks' time machine, 3 unstoppable androids are preparing to bear down on a sickly Goku. If Kami's hunch is correct, the world faces a danger unlike any it has ever faced before. Is there anyone who can oppose this terrible threat? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan stumbled upon the discarded shell of a mysterious creature, the likes of which he had never seen before. But where in the world did it come from?
Might be what hatched out of the shell we found in the time capsule.
Right. It grew up and then molted out of its skin, you think?
It's still wet. This thing must be somewhere close.
This vile monstrosity is on the loose, lurking about the countryside. But did it really come from the future? And for what sinister purpose? While Trunks and the others contemplate the answers to these questions, elsewhere, trouble is afoot. It's the androids, and their quest to find Goku is almost complete. Meanwhile, Kami looked on in horror as the tensions built on the earth below. A terrible new evil is about to be unleashed. Is there anyone who can stop it? Find out today! Piccolo stares into the face of evil. Are the mighty Namek's new powers enough to hold this formidable foe at bay? So far, this sinister creature has wiped out an entire city, and he has no intention of stopping there. On the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Kami finally agreed to unite with Piccolo. No, Kami, don't! It was a difficult decision, to say the least, but in his wisdom, and in spite of the great personal cost, Kami chose to do what he felt was best for the Earth. His fusion with Piccolo would be a noble sacrifice, after which Kami would no longer exist, and Piccolo would be changed forever. Their union complete, Piccolo stood reborn. Now that Kami's vast knowledge and power had been added to his own, Piccolo was no longer his former self. He had become a Super Namek.
I'll miss you. Goodbye, Kami. Oh, please be careful.
No longer am I Kami or Piccolo. I am the Namek who has long since forgotten his name.
While Mr. Popo bade a final reluctant farewell to his old friend, the new and improved Piccolo made his way down to the Earth, where beneath a seemingly tranquil surface, a sinister evil laid in wait. His newfound Super Namek powers still untested, Piccolo has come face to face with the most diabolical creature ever to walk the Earth. The fate of the planet rests on Piccolo's mighty shoulders. But is the noble Namek warrior prepared for what this hideous monster has in store? The new face of evil has arrived, today on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z. As Goku recovered from his illness, a dark shadow loomed over the fallen hero. The androids have not forgotten their quest to destroy Earth's mighty champion, and each moment finds them closer to their goal. Meanwhile, in the West City suburb of Gingertown, once busy streets stood desolate as Piccolo was forced to deal with a far more immediate dilemma. A terrible evil is preying upon the city's unsuspecting citizens.
You gotta help me. I beg of you. Please, please. You have to help me.
Horrific as it seems, this monstrous life form claims its victims by absorbing their life energy through its deadly spiked tail. Unwilling to allow this creature's spree of terror to continue, Piccolo attacked full force, assaulting the sinister behemoth with a dizzying flurry of kicks and punches. In fact, it seemed Piccolo's newfound super Namek powers would easily overwhelm the evil monster. But the treacherous beast proved to be far more resilient than it first appeared. As it stood in defiance of a mighty Piccolo, the mysterious invader prepared to unleash a special attack of its own. And it looked like the Kamehameha Wave. Can it really be? Find out today. With Piccolo's power fully restored, the Super Namek is prepared to continue his epic battle against the most terrible evil ever to set foot upon the Earth. And it seems the valiant warrior is about to get some help. But even with fresh troops to aid him in his struggle, will Piccolo be able to stop the treacherous Cell? Or is the key to winning the ultimate battle still missing? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell displayed a most uncanny ability. It's hard to believe, but Cell can use the special attack moves of all the other fighters. Yes, even Goku's mighty Kamehameha Wave is a part of the android's deadly arsenal. A fact Piccolo found out the hard way. With this incredible ability unleashed, it seemed that the injured Namek had no choice but to raise the white flag. But Piccolo had a plan.
I am Cell. I am an android created by the great Dr. Gero.
Counting on Cell's unbridled arrogance, Piccolo persuaded the mysterious android to divulge the story of his origins. It seems Cell has traveled here from 24 years in the future, in search of a very specific energy source.
I now require the energy of androids 17 and 18. Once I have absorbed them, I will be the most powerful being who has ever lived.
But while Cell was busy telling all, Piccolo had enough time to regenerate his injured arm. Back in one piece, Piccolo stands ready to fight the android once again. But will his powers be enough? Find out today.
Wait for me, androids 17 and 18. I'll be ready for you soon enough.
Terror has descended upon Nikki Town. Can anything save its citizens from being sucked away by Cell's deadly tail? Next time on Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo squared off against the diabolical Cell in an effort to prevent the evil android from absorbing any more innocent victims. Cell is Dr. Gero's most fiendish creation, designed by a computer and created from the cells of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and all the other great martial arts masters. His unquenchable thirst for power makes him the most dangerous foe the Z-Fighters have ever faced. His mission? To seek out and absorb androids 17 and 18 into his being, thereby transforming himself into the most powerful fighter who has ever lived. Piccolo stood firm, the only obstacle between Cell and his ultimate goal. But the cunning creature managed to easily evade the Super Namek's clutches.
Now I have a date with a couple of friends, and it would be rude of me to make them wait. But here's a parting gift before I go. Solar flare!
Disappearing behind the blinding flash of his solar flare, Cell fled the scene to begin his search for androids 17 and 18. Now it's up to Trunks and the others to reacquire the monstrous creature before he can absorb the other androids. If Cell succeeds in accomplishing his goal, all hope for the Earth is lost. Hurry, Z-Fighters! Failure is not an option! As the androids draw nearer to their target, the sinister Cell continues his rampage, attacking anyone who stands in his way and draining them of their life force. Victim by victim, he is getting stronger, and it's only a matter of time before he completes his evil plan. Cell is scheming to unite with androids 17 and 18, and if he succeeds, the fate of the world is sealed. But what's to become of the bedridden Goku? Will he ever break free of the virus that has him in its grasp? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, he's the ultimate evil. He's an android. He's unstoppable. His name is Cell, and he's loose in the city. Any unsuspecting citizens become snacks if they're unfortunate enough to cross his path.
No, please, no, no!
Trunks and Krillin descended into the depths of Dr. Gero's ruined lab to destroy the unfinished Cell, and came across something unexpected. The plans to Android 17.
Yes, this could be our lucky break. By studying this, we might be able to find Android 17's weak spot.
The boys blasted what was left of the evil doctor's lab and headed back to decipher Android 17's plans. But Cell has made plans of his own for the other androids, and he is intent on carrying them out. If Cell has his way, he will absorb the other androids and become a complete pure evil entity. And that's when the trouble will really begin. Has Goku lost his mind? Maybe he's still running a fever. He seems determined to take his Super Saiyan powers to the next level. But is it actually possible for him to become an Ascended Saiyan? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell continued his campaign of terror, carving a path of destruction by draining the life force from anyone who got in his way. Krillin found out firsthand Cell's awesome power when he went head-to-head with him and ended up trapped and helpless. Luckily, Piccolo and Tien showed up just in the nick of time to chase the android creature away. The whole experience left Krillin a little drained, but it could have been a lot worse.
Goku? What?
Chi-Chi was surprised to find Goku out of bed, and even more surprised to see that he was back to his old self again. That's right. Goku has made a full recovery, but there's no time to celebrate.
Hey, I'm all right. Just relax now. It's time for me to start my training once again. There is a level beyond that of a Super Saiyan.
Huh?
What?
Is Goku still running a fever? What is he talking about?
And I will rise to claim it.
It looks like Piccolo has thrown down the gauntlet. Since uniting with Kami, he's more powerful than he's ever been. But does he have the strength to beat Android 17? This could get messy, so don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, an evil android creature arrived from the future to take over the world. And mankind seems powerless to stop it. Fortunately, Goku is fully recovered from the devastating virus that had a grip on him for so long. And now he's ready to put his plan into action. Goku has to get into fighting shape, and he's taking Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan to Kami's place, where they can get a year of intense training in one day.
All right, I'll go.
The door is open. All they have to do is step through.
Good luck.
Is Trunks tough enough to survive being locked in a room with Vegeta? If Goku is right, this training will push all of their Saiyan powers to the next level, transforming them into Ascended Saiyans. This plan had better work, because those 3 devious androids are still hot on his trail.
Hi, can Goku come out and play? Where is Goku gone? If you don't tell us where he's hiding, I'll make you tell us.
All right, have it your way. Over there, that island, you and me.
Very well, if you really want to.
Piccolo's definitely got his hands full now. Locked into a deadly duel with Android 17. Since uniting with Kami, Piccolo has been pumped up with extra power. But does he have the strength to pull the plug on Android 17? Find out today. Things have taken a turn for the worse. Cell is on his way to absorb the androids, but Piccolo is completely unaware of the imminent danger. There's no room for error. Piccolo put up a good fight against Android 17, but even with the power of Kami surging through him, he couldn't recycle that renegade robot. Now more than ever, the help of Goku and the other Saiyans is needed to stop these machines of madness. With every second that ticks by, Cell is closing in. If he gets to the island before Goku and Gohan can finish their training, then all hope is lost. Could this be the beginning of the end? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku was fully recovered and was finally ready for action. Chi-Chi could only stand by helplessly and wonder if she would ever see her precious Goku again. Saving the world is a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Piccolo wasn't wasting any time doing his part. Marvelously strong after being reunited with Kame, the Super Namek found himself at the forefront of the battle against the androids.
Well done. Impressive light show.
Amazingly enough, a much greater threat than the androids was lurking in a city nearby.
Ah, yes, perfect. Piccolo must be fighting Android 17. I can feel his energy signal. Wonderful! This is going to be far less difficult than I had ever imagined.
It seems that Cell is not far from absorbing Android 17 and 18 and completing his evolution. Already a being of horrible strength, can anyone stop Cell from carrying out his deadly mission? Find out today. Cell has arrived to absorb Android 17 and 18 and complete his dreadful evolution. Does Android 16, the silent giant, have the power to stop him? And why is Piccolo the only one sweating bullets? Don't the androids realize who Cell is and what he intends to do? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it was Namek against Machine, as Piccolo spearheaded the battle against the androids. After reuniting with Kami and becoming a Super Namek, the mighty Piccolo was the only one on Earth with enough strength to challenge the androids. As Piccolo fought, Goku waited for Vegeta and Trunks to finish their task in the Pendulum Room so that he could take his turn.
And, son, I know how you feel.
Their mission, to go beyond the level of Super Saiyan and achieve a new and higher level of power. Meanwhile, Bulma wasn't wasting any time. Using her extensive knowledge of electronics, she invented a remote control that could cripple the android circuitry and render them helpless.
That's great! Now we can destroy them!
Back at the battlefield, Piccolo was proving himself to be an equal match for Android 17. But his bid for victory was cut short when a much more formidable adversary arrived. Cell, the android nemesis that was cloned from the cells of the greatest fighters in the galaxy. His purpose, to integrate androids 17 and 18 into his body and become the most powerful creature in the entire universe. With Cell in their midst, the androids now have much more on their minds than how to defeat Goku. It seems that the hunters have become the hunted. Is the combined strength of the androids enough to prevent Cell from absorbing them into his being? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Run, 17, now!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo was KO'd by Cell after bravely trying to prevent the monster from absorbing androids 17 and 18 into his being. Knowing that his friends would have little hope against Cell if his deadly evolution was completed, Piccolo sacrificed everything he had in a daring bid to stop him. In the face of great adversity, noble men must often do noble deeds. And so it was with the mighty Piccolo, who gave everything he had for the Earth and its people. But back at Kame's lookout, not being able to help Piccolo was more than Gohan could bear.
Piccolo needs me, let go!
Gohan, listen! You've got to listen to me! I know it's not fair, but we only have one chance to beat that monster, and we have to play to win. If we don't, Piccolo's sacrifice will be in vain.
But it hurts, Dad.
I know, son. I know.
It's a dark day indeed for anyone who hopes for a peaceful life on Earth. The ominously confident Cell continues his bid to assimilate androids 17 and 18 into his being. Can the strong, silent android 16 rescue his comrades from this ugly fate? And what about Tien? With all three eyes glued to the battlefield, does he have a special plan in mind? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell was about to absorb Android 17 into his being when Android 16 lodged a silent complaint. Like a raging bull, the strong, silent android charged into battle and attacked Cell with all he had. It was soon evident that Android 16 was every bit as strong as Cell. Leaving nothing to chance, the giant android proceeded to rip off Cell's tail, ensuring that the greedy monster could never absorb another life into his being again. But Cell had other plans, and he would not be deterred from completing his deadly evolution so easily. A little tail regeneration, and he was back in business.
Since some of Piccolo's cells comprise my cellular structure, I too have the ability to regenerate my body.
The epic battle continues today on Dragon Ball Z. Tien's going all out, but how much longer can he hold on? With Cell on the rampage, is there any hope left for the valiant warrior? Can Vegeta and Trunks complete their training in the Pendulum Room in time to lend a hand? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I can't die! I'm not ready! I'm not ready!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, our hero's worst fears were realized when Cell absorbed Android 17 into his being. Fueled by by this union, Cell underwent a mighty transformation, moving him one step closer to his final terrifying form.
Ah, yes, this is much nicer. How exhilarating!
The reformed Cell was certainly a sight to behold. But what sort of horrifying new power accompanied this shocking new appearance?
Our new look, much more comely than the last. Merging with 18 should have a similar effect. I can't wait.
Bulging in his new body, Cell was able to quickly overcome the Ox-like 16.
Look what you've done. You're a monster.
It seemed no one could stop Cell from absorbing Android 18 and reaching his completion.
My dear android, when will you understand that you belong to me?
Then, in a daredevil move, Tien ambushed Cell with a bold new attack. But how long can he keep it up? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. At long last, the moment of truth has arrived. After a year of unseen training, Trunks and Vegeta have emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. But do these hardened Saiyans possess the strength necessary to defeat the most terrible villain ever to threaten the Earth? Stay tuned for scenes from the next explosive episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Tien kept the monster Cell at bay with a barrage of high-powered energy attacks. No matter how hard Cell tried, he could not escape the power of Tien's ferocious blasts. But Tien's technique required an incredible amount of energy, and soon the courageous hero could fight no more. Furious at losing sight of the androids, Cell demanded that Tien pay for the interruption with his life. But Goku was not about to lose another friend on the battlefield. Employing his instant transmission technique, he arrived in the nick of time, rescuing his friend and challenging the android villain.
I'd really like to teach you a lesson, but I need one more day before I'm strong enough to go up against you. I'm gonna take you down, Cell! Your days of terrorizing the Earth will be over for good!
And after placing the near-dead Piccolo on his back, Goku was gone with a flash, leaving Cell with a mouthful of dust.
Well, they won't get away from me again. Now I must continue my search.
The hunt is on for the two remaining androids, and Cell won't rest until 18 is absorbed. Can Goku complete his training and stop Cell from carrying out his evil plan? Find out today. Goku and Gohan are about to face their greatest challenge together inside the hyperbolic time chamber. If they can endure the intense training, they will become Ascended Saiyans. But it's not going to be easy. Planet Earth is depending on them. They must succeed. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell continued his quest for Android 18. Hoping to flush her out from hiding, the vile android launched a series of blind attacks on the islands below, raining down terror on hundreds of unsuspecting civilians. He's a monster on a mission who won't stop until he gets what he's after. And now he's after Android 18. Because once he absorbs her, Cell will reach his final stage and become a pure entity of evil. And back at Kami's place, Vegeta and Trunks completed their intensive training. Eager to demonstrate his newfound abilities, Vegeta took off to face Cell on his own. Trunks followed close behind, ready at any moment to back up his father.
attacks have already started.
While Vegeta prepared for his confrontation with Cell, Goku and Gohan crossed the threshold into the hyperbolic time chamber. If they can endure it, they will get a year of training in a single day and become stronger than ever before. But is taking a day away from the pursuit of Cell a wise decision? Find out today! Vegeta puts his training to the test and delivers a power punch. But will it be the final blow that puts an end to Cell's deadly rampage? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell blasted a chain of islands into oblivion, hoping to uncover the hidden androids.
We are safe here.
The beautiful Android 18 and her battered buddy Android 16 soon realized their safe hiding place wasn't so safe anymore. With Cell closing in, they would either have to surrender to the synthetic serpent or they'd be reduced to scrap.
This is the last island. Last chance.
Cell was ready to unleash an earth-shaking energy blast that would expose the androids when suddenly two unexpected allies arrived and saved the digital duo from disaster.
Are you ready now to witness a power not seen for thousands of years?
Now that Vegeta has completed his training, he's got something to prove. His burning desire is to destroy Cell and prove once and for all that he is the strongest warrior in the universe. There's no doubt Vegeta is a pumped-up powerhouse, more than ready to put Cell's lights out permanently. Now that the self-centered Saiyan has ascended, is he just a flash in the pan? Or can he really bring the monster Cell to his knees? Vegeta is ready to make his Royal Saiyan ancestors proud by fulfilling his destiny. But if he wins this battle, will he become an even bigger monster than Cell? Find out next time. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan began his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, a room that defies the normal constraints of time and space. His mission, to achieve the level of Super Saiyan under the watchful guidance of his father.
Use the pain of loss.
Meanwhile, Vegeta began his assault on the evil superpower Cell, who was still one android short of completing his evolution. Even without absorbing Android 18, Cell had already gained an enormous amount of strength when he successfully integrated Android 17 into his body. And it seemed that he was now unstoppable.
That one was free. Now I'm going to show you what true power really is.
But has Vegeta actually surpassed him in strength?
Vegeta, you've changed. You've become something else. Yes, I am Super Vegeta.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell tested his might against Vegeta, the Super Saiyan Prince. Composed partly by cells from all of the greatest warriors in the universe, Cell already knew Vegeta's fighting techniques by heart. And suddenly, Vegeta found himself on the other end of a Gallic Gun blast, an attack that he had invented himself long ago. But when the dust settled, it was Vegeta who proved himself to be the stronger one. Having trained for a day in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had transcended the level of Super Saiyan and achieved a new level of speed and strength that not even Cell was any match for.
Do you understand how fruitless this is? I've been allowing you to deceive yourself, that's all. You never had a chance to win. If by some miracle you managed to get by me, Trunks would have finished you off. Face it, Cell, you took a gamble and you lost.
Could this really be the end of Cell? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z! Unaware that she has been discovered by Cell, Android 18 stands transfixed before Krillin, both wondering who will draw first in this emotional showdown. The pressure is on Krillin to put an end to this ordeal, but the real danger lies above, hovering ominously with the darkest of intentions and the blackest of desires.
No, this isn't happening! I am Cell!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it looked as though Vegeta had the upper hand on Cell. But don't count Cell out quite yet. Knowing of the Saiyan's thirst for battle, he lured Vegeta into a mind-boggling agreement.
Now go and absorb your android. Hopefully the next time I see you, you won't be in such a pitiful state. It's embarrassing.
But will allowing Cell to power up be Vegeta's fatal mistake? Not if Trunks has anything to say about it. Meanwhile, Krillin held the fate of the other androids in the palm of his hands. Literally. With one flick of the switch, Krillin could shut down Android 18 for good, preventing Cell from reaching his completion. But at the crucial moment of decision, Krillin opted to spare the beautiful android's life.
You shouldn't be here. Look, if Cell finds you, then we're all doomed. Please go.
Has Krillin's fit of compassion sealed the planet's fate? And as if things weren't bad enough, Cell has stumbled upon the alcove where the androids are hiding. The scales of victory are tipping in Cell's favor. Today on Dragon Ball Z. It looks like Cell has finally succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of his power. How will our heroes face up against this ultimate foe? Are the Namecs right? Is the entire universe at risk? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell had almost reached his final stage in becoming the ultimate indestructible android, and it looked like Krillin and Android 18 would be no match for his immense power.
You monster!
Android 18 has been absorbed, and now it looks like Cell has consumed the final piece of the puzzle to gain his full potential. Has all hope now vanished for the people of Earth?
It has begun.
Is there any warrior left who is strong enough to challenge the superiority of Cell? Or is the entire universe doomed? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z! Could this be the beginning of the end? Is there no stopping the all-powerful Cell? There's only one way to find out. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell was in the final stages of his evolution to become the ultimate android. It looked like all our heroes could do was stand back and watch in terror as he morphed into the most powerful machine in the universe. With haunting visions of the future plaguing his mind, Trunks tried desperately to stop the transformation. But it was too late. Nothing could stop Cell from changing. And so, with one earth-shaking blast, it finally happened. Cell was complete.
Vegeta, it's your fault.
While the other fighters trembled, Vegeta could only smile at this latest development. After all, he's the one who let it happen.
Anything to worry about.
But seeing the horrible monster who had absorbed Android 18 was too much for Krillin. And against all odds, the heartbroken hero lashed out at Cell with blow after angry blow.
Chew on this! Just fuck no disc!
But as much as Krillin wanted Cell to go down, the mighty android proved to be invincible to Krillin's every attempt.
Krillin, get out of there!
And with one dynamic kick, it appears that Cell has added Krillin to the long list of lives he has destroyed. Can anyone stop this heartless villain? Find out today. As Cell closes in, could this really be the end of Vegeta? Or will Trunks go against his father's wishes to save his life? The monster continues his warpath. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta powered up to face the monstrous Cell, who had finally reached his perfect form. It was a battle neither fighter could resist, as both Vegeta and Cell were anxious to test the extent of their newfound powers. But as the fight progressed, it quickly became clear that Cell was merely toying with the Saiyan, a realization that made Vegeta angrier than ever. But try as he might, Vegeta couldn't even make the android powerhouse flinch. Vegeta's attacks proved ineffective against Cell's awesome power, and our heroes couldn't help but ask themselves an important question. Who would be next? Has Vegeta's thirst for a challenge backfired? By allowing Cell to absorb Android 18, has the Super Saiyan sealed his own fate? Vegeta's pride is on the line. Will his gamble pay off? Find out today. With Vegeta down for the count, Trunks is finally ready to unleash his true power. But can the young Saiyan hold off Cell long enough to save his father's life? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta summoned all of his strength into one ultimate energy blast and fired it directly at Cell. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta saw that he had indeed hit his mark. and disarmed Cell. Literally. But Vegeta's celebration was soon cut short as Cell demonstrated his powers of regeneration. Sprouting a new arm, Cell was ready for battle once again. And Vegeta found himself in a very dangerous situation. Despite all of his new Saiyan powers, Vegeta could not make a dent in Cell's monstrous armor. But he definitely made an impact. With his father knocked unconscious, Trunks was ready at last to unveil his hidden power and take his turn at Cell. But can this young warrior find the strength to save Vegeta and battle Cell all by himself? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. Fueled by rage and ready to sacrifice it all, Trunks has squared off against Cell in one final bout. With his energy continuing to build, Trunks has surpassed the fighting powers of all the other heroes. Perhaps his intensive training in the hyperbolic time chamber was all he needed. But Cell is definitely not going to be defeated easily. Two fighters from the future throw down to decide the planet's fate. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Trunks jumped into a one-on-one brawl against Cell. With Vegeta beaten and Goku still in training, it was clear that Trunks was the planet's last hope.
Come on. Hang in there, Trunks. You have to beat Cell. You're the only one who can do it now.
Kicking into second gear, Trunks struggled to keep Cell at bay long enough for Vegeta to be rescued. Now, alone on the battlefield, Trunks is pushing his powers as far as he can.
Get me.
I will. But show me some of that wonderful power of yours first.
Cell, loaded with confidence after pummeling Vegeta, is actually encouraging Trunks to unleash his maximum power. The evil android is anxious for a good fight, and by the looks of it, that's exactly what he's going to get. Get ready. It's time for these two titans to engage in the fight for the future. Today on Dragon Ball Z. The battle between Trunks and Cell is well underway. And after a bone-breaking first round, the young Saiyan seems to have a slight upper hand. But what secret does Cell know? Why is he so relaxed? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Trunks and Cell push their powers to incredible new levels.
And you'll be the first to see the true power of the Saiyan race.
Trunks beefed up his body and ascended to a level never before seen on planet Earth. As his muscles bulged and raw power pumped through his veins, the sinister android watched silently. Trunks may have become stronger than Vegeta, but he hasn't won yet. The biggest challenge of Trunks' life stands before him, and the Saiyan from the future shows no signs of backing down. After a slew of well-delivered punches, Trunks proved that he was a force not to be ignored. With fierce determination, he hammered Cell into the ground. But still, Cell laughed.
Impressive. I must admit you have exceeded me, Trunks. At least in the area of brute strength. And yet, you have absolutely no chance of defeating me.
Listen to yourself. What kind of logic is that?
Oh, you'll see.
What could he mean? Find out today. Who would have imagined such a shocking turn of events? By reviving the World Martial Arts Tournament, Cell plans to humiliate his opponents in front of a live television audience. Talk about adding insult to injury. In only 10 short days, the tournament will begin. The prize for the winner? Control of the world. Our heroes had better train hard, because it's time to put their Super Saiyan abilities to the test. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Trunks pushed his strength to record-breaking levels, but the Saiyan's bulky muscles made him too slow to land a decent punch, giving Cell the advantage. Down, but not out, Trunks got back on his feet and was ready to go another round, but Cell had other plans in mind.
How did you get so strong? I can't believe you developed those fighting skills in such a short time. If I gave you more time, could you get stronger?
Maybe. Why do you want to know?
Because there is going to be a tournament. Each member of your team may challenge me. I will fight them one-on-one. It should be very entertaining.
Cell has allowed the young Saiyan to live, but now he must take part in a deadly tournament to decide the course of the future. The countdown begins today on Dragon Ball Z. The stage has been set. The tournament is about to begin. Soon the Z Warriors will learn where the next World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. Are they ready to take on a monster like Cell one by one? Will Cell play by the rules? Will there be any rules? Find out next time. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell left Trunks with an unusual announcement. The android plans to revive the World Martial Arts Tournament. With his body and ego badly bruised, the young Saiyan returned to his friends to bear the ominous message. Word of the tournament was greeted with shock and suspicion. Who could trust a seemingly unbeatable android that is bent on destroying the world?
Okay, but I am.
Only I can beat Cell.
There is little time to prepare, so the fighters better make it count. Because if Cell gets his way, these days just might be their last. The competition is set to begin in 10 days, but Cell has yet to reveal the location of his terrifying tournament. He's been busy carving up the landscape, building the perfect battleground to put his enemies to rest. Cell is ready to go public with the location of his tournament, but the question is, will he be playing by his own rules?
Yes, that will do just fine. It should be large enough. And now to get the word out.
Cell's evil extravaganza is well underway. The Cell games will no doubt captivate audiences all over the world, spreading fear and chaos just as the android wants. And with Cell's impressive fighting record, the odds seem heavily stacked in his favor. But as it is with any good competition, there's still plenty of room for an upset. Because up in Kami's lookout, behind the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan continue to train. If this father-son duo can harness the true potential of the Super Saiyan, there's no telling what could happen when the tournament day arrives. All eyes are on Goku, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell took to the airwaves to announce his malicious plan.
Martial arts tournament exactly 9 days from today. Bring me your best fighters and I will face them one by one. If I am not defeated, the Earth belongs to me.
Viewers worldwide could do little more than stare into their television screens, hoping to wake up from this horrible dream. But unfortunately, the nightmare is real. Today on Dragon Ball Z. The entire planet is in a state of chaos after Cell's televised doomsday message. In every city and every town, people are gathering up what they can and fleeing in terror. But with Cell on the watch, don't they realize that there's nowhere left to run? Goku wants to train in the outer world, but will it be enough for the final battle against Cell? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku and Gohan finally returned from their year of training, and Goku traveled to the tournament grounds to size up his competition. It was a tense moment on the soon-to-be battlefield as the two superpowers butted heads.
So leave everyone else out of this until we meet in the ring. Agreed?
And that fight is just 9 days away.
Well then, Goku. You've just made my little match even more interesting.
Well, if I were to fight him right now, I'm pretty confident that he would beat me into the ground.
He can still use the hyperbolic time chamber once more.
Gohan and I don't need a turn.
What?
There's still 9 days left, so I think we'll just train outside until then.
You're not serious!
Goku means business, but with just 9 days left until the tournament begins, he had better be ready to take on Cell. What could be the secret to his confidence? Find out today. Krillin may be onto something. This doesn't look anything like a training schedule for the hopeful savior of the planet. And with only 9 days left before the Cell Games begin, there isn't much room for error. The day is fast approaching. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku and Gohan struggled to adapt their incredible Super Saiyan strength to life at home.
You gotta control it, like me. Watch this, see?
But when you're used to holding planet-conquering tyrants in your grip, everyday life can be tricky. With Cell's deadly tournament only days away, Goku was determined to enjoy the simpler things in life. Family ties were strengthened as Chi-Chi held a party for Gohan's 11th birthday. It was a time to share laughs and memories. Dark days lie ahead, and Goku's family and friends are spending this precious time in the best possible way. Together. Now, can our heroes find the strength to beat Cell and restore the planet's peace? Find out today. Goku continues with his plan to bring Cell's victims back to life. But with the World Martial Arts Tournament only days away, shouldn't he be thinking about his training? The clock is ticking. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Royal Military set out to vanquish Cell with good old-fashioned firepower.
Guns ready!
But if there's anything the people of Earth should have learned by now, it's that you can't destroy supervillains with normal military muscle. And after letting the soldiers have their fun, the devilish android arranged for some amusement of his own.
Judging from your silence, I'd say it's my turn now.
And all the while, Goku listened helplessly through the radio.
Cell, no!
With quick, horrid precision, Cell turned the battlefield into a graveyard. It was a massacre that the soft-hearted Goku couldn't bear. Determined to bring Cell's victims back to life, Goku announced a wild plan: bring back the Dragon Balls. Hoping to recruit a new guardian from the survivors of Namek, Goku called on King Kai for help. Does this goofy teacher know the location of the Nameks? Find out today.
Goku?
Previously on Dragon Ball Z. As the new guardian of the Earth, Dende quickly created a new dragon, and thus brought back the shining powers of the Dragon Balls. As a result, our heroes could bring back all the people killed by Cell. But first, Goku had to zap around the world to collect all 7. And after a troublesome run-in with a goofy gangster and his hired killer, the robotically enhanced General Tao, Goku's journey was almost complete. He'd gathered up 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls and was on his way to find the last.
Yeah, go right ahead. Hey, all right! I've got all 7 Dragon Balls!
Meanwhile, back at Kami's lookout, a handful of the other fighters were spending their last few moments in preparation. Trunks continued to train his body, while much to Krillin's astonishment, Gohan and Dende chose instead to train their minds with homework. But time is quickly running out. Cell has been waiting days on end for his martial arts tournament, and it begins in less than 1 hour. The buzzer has sounded, and the time for waiting has come to a close. But who will be victorious? Will it be our hero, the strangely confident Goku? Or has Vegeta finally become the strongest of all? There's always Piccolo, now that he's reunited with Kami. Will Yamcha and Tien decide to fight? Or could Trunks fulfill his goal to save the future? Don't forget Gohan and Krillin. The biggest battle ever in the history of Dragon Ball Z is about to begin, so don't miss the next exciting episode. Non-stop action is guaranteed, and yet the question remains, will our heroes come out on top and destroy the mighty Cell? Or will it be the end of the Earth as we know it? The pressure is on Goku and the Z-Fighters to save mankind. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the fighters began to gather for the start of Cell's tournament. And who better to arrive first but world-famous champion of show, Mr. Satan. And he was quick to announce his plans. Cell was not amused.
Hey, Cell, get a load of this one!
While Mr. Satan and his announcer sidekick continued their moronic taunts, Vegeta appeared at ringside. And judging from his cold expression, he was determined to make up for his last defeat. Next to land was the newly rebuilt Android 16, and the others were soon to follow. Flying in close formation, it was an impressive entrance that had even Cell reacting, as he saw for the first time all the competition he would be up against. And as far as Cell was concerned, only one question remained. Who would fight him first? Goku seemed like a shoo-in, but the hard-headed Mr. Satan was quick to demonstrate that he would start things off. Goku and his friends were baffled, But a choice must quickly be made. Because, as Cell has made it clear, it's time. The fight begins today. After all the talk, all the training, all the idle threats, the hour has finally arrived. It's Goku versus Cell. Next time. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Misfit Cavalry arrived. Leaping from their bedazzled pink helicopter, Mr. Satan's top 2 students entered the Cell games to fight in their master's place. First came the graceful and self-proclaimed ladies' man, Karoni. He launched into the air with his signature Beautiful Flying Rose attack. And with a little boost from Cell's energy, it was indeed a finishing move. For Karoni. Next was Muscle Man Piroshki, who charged Cell with his prize move, the Megaton Bowl Crusher. But without lifting a finger, Cell bowled over the bulbous fighter with a mere exertion of his energy. That's 2 for Cell, none for planet Earth. Annoyed by his students' slip-ups, Mr. Satan stepped in to settle the score. It was time for the world champion of martial arts to show his stuff. With Mr. Satan's mouth finally shut, Cell could actually begin the tournament he'd intended.
Tournament underway. Who will be first? Will it be Goku to start things off?
Goku, who had been anxiously waiting for his chance to square off with Cell, had only one thing to say.
Let's do it.
At last, the main event has come. In one corner, the biological android created only to destroy. And in the other, the greatest hero the Earth has ever known. The fight begins today. The practice runs are over, and Goku is ready to exert his true power as a Super Saiyan. Will Goku finally reveal the secret to his confidence? Does he in fact have the power to defeat the evil Cell? What new powers did Goku discover in the hyperbolic time chamber? The answers are soon to come, as the deep strengths hidden inside our hero are rising to the top. Don't miss the boiling point next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, as the first competitor in the Cell game, Goku came out swinging, but everything he threw at the slippery serpent Cell, including the Kamehameha wave attack, had no effect. And a behind-the-back sneak attack only made Cell more psychotic. So much so that he nearly polished the Super Saiyan off with a series of power-packed punches. Still in the game and determined to beat the beast in battle, Goku carefully planned his next attack. But Cell's uncanny ability to anticipate every one of his moves stifled any chance of a strategy.
That was just their warm-up?
Well, it looks like they're gonna fight for real.
While a worldwide audience watched in horror, the 2 warriors stood their ground, stoned-faced and silent, making it impossible to know what was really on their minds. Now it's time for Goku to pull out all the stops. He's got to use his Super Saiyan powers to topple that Titan of Terror, Cell. They both possess incredible power, but it's going to take brains as well as brawn to win this competition. Cell's passion for inflicting pain makes him a fearsome force to fight against, and to him, defeating Goku would be the ultimate prize. When these 2 clash again, only one of them will be left standing. Which one will it be?
Advantage Cell. The crafty creature has done it again. His super speed means he can move around the ring undetected. Will Goku be knocked out of the Cell game permanently? Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Cell games continued, moving into the most furious fighting yet. Goku's Super Saiyan powers were put to the test, and he passed with flying colors. To everyone's surprise, his awesome power could barely be contained in Cell's tournament ring. Not to be outdone, Cell went into battle mode after a quick warm-up. The biomechanical menace was determined to show the whole world that he could finally crush Goku and all the other challengers. With unimaginable strength and an array of stolen fighting techniques at his disposal, Cell has become a truly fearsome foe. But Goku is no rookie, and he too was radiating with pure fighting energy. As the two figures squared off, one thing was certain: the Rumble would not be one to miss. After an intense exchange, Cell fired a Kamehameha wave big enough to destroy the planet. But Goku diverted the blast upward and used his instant transmission to save himself at the last moment, letting the attack fly safely into outer space. Back on the ground, Goku ended Cell's strong offensive with a kick, leaving the never-ending match at a standoff once again. And leaving the vicious Cell with a question he had to have answered.
I want you to tell me how you are able to disappear and reappear.
It's my new technique. Instant transmission.
Cell may not have instant transmission, but he does have incredible speed. And now, he's more determined than ever to prove his perfection.
Am I too fast for you, Goku?
The fight between Goku and Cell is approaching its final round. Today on Dragon Ball Z. Has Goku beaten Cell at his own game? Fighting at full power and using the killer combination of the Kamehameha wave with the instant transmission technique really blew Cell's mind. The sly Super Saiyan's maneuver put his friends in a panic, but the risk seemed to have paid off. Now the cruel monster is out of commission, and the threat to planet Earth is over. Or is it?
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Cell had a surprise for Goku.
You almost fell out of the ring. If you had, I would have been declared the winner of this little match of ours.
Huh?
Is the game too hard for you? Should I make it easier? Perhaps this will make things more interesting.
In a reckless move, the genetically engineered villain destroyed his own ring so that he could fight Goku without any boundaries. And so, across the desert landscape, the battle waged on. Cell's attack was relentless, but the valiant Super Saiyan matched the attack blow for blow. It seemed the fighters had been thrown into a stalemate, and the bout would last forever. But after dodging a string of lethal blasts, Goku unveiled a daring new strategy. Soaring high into the air, he gathered up tremendous energy for his most famous move, the Kamehameha wave, and aimed it directly at the Earth. Cell was quick to call Goku's bluff, knowing that he wouldn't risk firing the blast and exploding the entire planet. But Goku had something else in mind. No, he wouldn't. At the last moment, Goku used his instant transmission technique to appear below Cell and deliver the bang before the vile android could put up his guard. Goku has scored a direct hit. Is this the final blow that will win the tournament and rid the Earth of Cell? Find out today. Has
Has Goku lost his mind? If he gives up now, what will prevent Cell from terrorizing the Earth once again? Has Dr. Giro's cruel creation proved that he is even more powerful than our greatest hero? The answers are coming next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku demonstrated his might by unleashing a powerful attack that left Cell's body almost completely disintegrated. Unfortunately for our hero, the resilient Cell proved once again that, when dealing with him, almost just isn't good enough. Thanks to the regenerative powers that he inherited from Piccolo, Cell was able to restore his body and continue the fight. Cell closed in for the kill, but Goku still had more to give. And in an explosive outburst, he let loose a furious volley that stopped the android in his tracks. But Goku's advantage was fleeting, for with only a minimum of effort, Cell was able to reduce the Super Saiyan's massive onslaught to a harmless fireworks display. The situation was bleak. Clearly unable to put a dent in Cell's impenetrable armor, Goku, the Earth's last shining hope, was left with only one option.
You win, Cell. I give up.
Is this the end for the Earth? Has Goku really surrendered to the diabolical monster? Find out today. Goku has an unwavering faith in his son's abilities, but the rest of the Z-Fighters fear the worst, and not without good reason. Gohan's about to begin round 2 in a battle against the most fearsome villain ever to terrorize the Earth. And one thing is certain, the young Super Saiyan will need a lot more than his father's confidence if he's going to win this fight. The hopes of an entire planet rest on the shoulders of a child. Can Gohan muster the strength and courage he'll need to defeat the deadly android? Don't miss scenes from the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Goku's battle with Cell came to a stunning conclusion. But the Cell games were far from over. The fighters waited with bated breath as Goku prepared to name the next challenger, someone he claimed would put the evil android down for good. But who could it be?
That someone is you, son.
Gohan.
Ridiculous.
Has Goku lost his mind?
What do you say, son? Go out there and win this one for me, okay?
It seemed our hero was asking the impossible, but young Gohan was determined.
Okay, Dad. I'll do it.
With a dazzling display, the pint-sized Super Saiyan took the Cell games by storm, unleashing incredible energy that far surpassed anyone's expectations. Well, almost anyone. Frustrated by Gohan's extraordinary abilities, Cell's attacks appeared to grow increasingly out of control.
Well, I'm impressed. You're pretty fast, aren't you? What do you say we try speeding things up a notch?
But the vile creature quickly regained his handle on the situation, and soon had the rest of the Z-Fighters fearing the worst.
He's losing. Don't you even care? Huh? Goku, if you don't do something right now, Gohan is gonna die!
Does this brave young warrior really stand a chance against Cell? Get ready to find out today on Dragon Ball Z! While the others look on anxiously from above, down on the battlefield, the test of wills rages on. Cell has fixed his icy stare on Gohan, but the young Super Saiyan stands firm, his iron determination the only thing between the Earth and total annihilation. Will Gohan awaken his incredible hidden power and put an end to the evil android once and for all? There's only one way to find out. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the match between Cell and Gohan opened with a bang as Cell released a merciless assault on the 11-year-old powerhouse. And onlookers began to question if Goku's confidence in his son was well-deserved, as the young boy refused to fight back.
Goku, you fool! We told you this would happen, we told you! But you just wouldn't listen to us!
Not so fast, Piccolo. Can't you sense his energy? He's fine.
With an explosive re-entrance, Gohan showed that he'd endured the android's attack with only minor scrapes and bruises. Clearly, Gohan had the potential to defeat Cell, but the boy did not want to fight, afraid of what his own powers would do.
I've gotten much stronger, and if I were to lose control, there's really no telling how powerful I might become. And there's no telling what kind of damage a power like that might cause.
Well, your story didn't work, but you have given me something to work for. You see, Gohan, this hidden power of yours intrigues me, and now that I know about it, I'm determined to see it for myself!
Cell is thirsty for a fight, and his curiosity is aroused. Now that he knows about Gohan's power, Cell will not stop until this hidden beast is uncaged. Playing with Gohan is like playing with dynamite, but detonation is exactly what Cell wants. Just how far will he go? What vicious tactics will he employ to light this Saiyan's fuse?
Well then, it looks like I might actually get through to you yet.
The powers of Cell have no end? Anxious to unleash Gohan's hidden strength, Cell has let loose a small army of miniature androids on the Z Fighters. But what sort of powers do these creatures possess? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Cell became obsessed with a new goal. Having learned of Gohan's incredible dormant power, he was now determined to bring it out. It was a painful process of trial and error, as the mighty Cell made several varied attempts. Trapping Gohan in a powerful deathlock, Cell tried to lure the boy's power with a heavy treatment of pain.
Do it!
Goku had been confident of his son's ability ever since they stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber. But as the Saiyan hero watched his son being tortured on the battlefield, he realized he had made a mistake. He would have to step in and stop Cell himself. But beating Goku to the punch was the silent giant Android 16, whose attempt to stop Cell was quickly shattered, along with his metal body. And seeing Gohan's reaction to the android's death gave Cell a new strategy.
So, Gohan, we still haven't gotten you mad. Let's try some friendly persuasion.
And then the unthinkable happened. Cell spawned from his tail 7 miniature versions of himself to attack the Z Fighters, with the hopes that watching his friends in pain would cause Gohan to unleash his hidden strength.
Now, my dear children, those 7 on the cliff are your enemies. Give them pain. Kill them if it makes you happy. Up to it!
How will Goku and the others fare against these frightening creatures? Will this be the key to triggering Gohan's power? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z! It
It is a secret we have known before Gohan could even form words in his mouth. Through fights with Raditz, Garlic Jr., the Ginyu Force, and even Frieza, we've caught glimpses of the child's explosive power. But like an explosion, it always vanished with the moment. It couldn't be controlled. Until now. At last, the beastly power has been harnessed. Gohan has awoken. Now Cell will battle a warrior 11 years in the making on the next Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the wicked Cell Juniors drove our heroes straight into the dirt. Enduring hit after brutal hit, the powerful Z fighters were beaten and broken, left to die in the lonely desert ring. Not even Piccolo or the Super Saiyans could turn back the dreadful attackers. With a painful gasp of realization, Goku began to think he'd been wrong about his son. And through all the horror, Gohan watched.
Now take your anger and feed off of it before it's too late for your friends.
Meanwhile, Mr. Satan showed a sliver of courage as he answered the bodiless 16's plea and threw him into the battle. For the exploded android had one last message for the young boy.
Gohan, let it go. I do know how you feel, Gohan, but it is not a sin to fight for the right cause, for there are those who words alone will not reach. Let it go.
And then, with a swift and fatal step, 16's head was crushed before Gohan's eyes. And the light of the gentle android faded.
Yet another fighter you could have saved.
Before his death, 16 asked Gohan to protect all the life he loved, to let go of his restraints and fight. And now he will. If there was a button to press, Cell has pressed it. If there was a final wall, Cell has torn it down. For the gentleness in Gohan has flown away, and the power has awoken. Today on Dragon Ball Z. And so, the demonstration has been made. After releasing his incredible hidden power, Gohan has erased all 7 of the vicious Cell Juniors without the slightest difficulty. Now, he moves to a bigger and better enemy, the mighty Cell himself. Are the predictions of Goku correct? Can Gohan indeed put an end to Cell and all of his tormenting games? Has the role of the planet's protector been passed on from father to son? The climactic battle begins next time on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, finally pushed to his limit by Cell's evil antics, Gohan was able to restrain himself no longer. In an awesome explosion of energy, Gohan's power raged to the surface and left the other Z fighters gasping in its wake. Even the impish Cell Juniors were frozen in fear as they witnessed the event Goku had predicted from the start. That's right. At long last, the sleeper had awakened. Gohan was reborn.
Cell, I can never forgive you for what you've done.
At last, you've come out of hiding. Now the game will really get exciting.
But Gohan had no more time for words. He snapped into action and in a flash recovered the stolen Senzu beans from Cell. Then, the mighty young Super Saiyan set his sights on the 7 Cell Juniors still on the loose. As Goku Goku watched his son with pride. Gohan taught the pesky Cell Juniors what it was like to take on someone their own size. And in no time at all, Gohan had ground every one of the devilish dwarfs into dust.
Here, pass these around, Trunks.
Sure.
Now that Gohan's friends are out of immediate danger, the valiant young warrior has turned his attention to the source of all this suffering. And as Cell braces himself for the conflict to come, Gohan stands the calm center of the raging storm, a look of deadly determination in his eyes. Don't miss the ultimate showdown today on Dragon Ball Z. With two mighty blows, Gohan has brought the once seemingly invincible Cell to his knees. But as Piccolo says, it's not over until it's over. And while Gohan may be in control of the moment, he has yet to win the day. Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the battle between Cell and Gohan raged on. And Gohan demonstrated that his powers had transcended those of any other Super Saiyan.
Don't get too confident, for I have yet to show you, young warrior, what I'm truly capable of.
Can it?
Confronted with an opponent of overwhelming strength, Cell was forced to reveal the full extent of his power. Until now, the evil android had been holding back, but against Gohan's awesome abilities, he had no choice but to pull out all the stops. Cell expected to see the fresh-faced challenger turn and run, but the gifted young Super Saiyan stood his ground. Cell attacked with a flurry of fisticuffs that flattened Gohan, but the young fighter was unfazed by his fearsome foe's attack. He returned fire with an iron fist that sent Cell reeling. Gohan was unstoppable. With just 2 punches, the heroic youth put Cell's lights out.
He only had 2 punches that made contact.
Gohan just won it all.
Now Gohan has Cell right where he wants him.
Why am I so damaged?
Will Gohan finally put an end to the Cell games? Now that Gohan has freed Android 18 from the belly of the beast, Cell's power is fading fast. Gohan knows that with his Super Saiyan strength, he could finish Cell off easily. But what is he waiting for? Stay tuned for scenes from the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, in a desperate attempt to defeat Gohan, Cell prepared to release a deadly Kamehameha wave aimed directly at the Earth.
Ah, here you go. Let's see you try and stop this.
But Gohan stood his ground. At the last moment, Gohan countered Cell's attack with his own more powerful blast, catching the monster off guard and saving the Earth from certain destruction. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious that Gohan's clever tactic had done the trick. Cell was half the cruel creature that he used to be.
I'm going to let him suffer.
But Cell quickly regenerated his lost limbs and bulked himself up to maximum power in an explosion of insane anger.
Boy, you won't defeat me. A worthless Saiyan like you can't compete with me. I am invincible!
Gohan took Cell's words as a challenge and booted the beast in the belly, giving him a monstrous case of indigestion. It was too much for the dastardly demon to handle. His evil appetite came back to haunt him as he lost his lunch and his complete power when he regurgitated the unconscious Android 18. Cell's strength is fading fast. Will Gohan deliver the final blow and end his reign of terror? Today on Dragon Ball Z. Oh no! Cell has somehow managed to survive the explosion on King Kai's planet. He's come back stronger than ever, and now he's ready for another round of evil. Will Cell have the last laugh after all? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, realizing that there was no way to beat Gohan, Cell decided to go out with a bang.
I'm gonna blow myself up now. And I'm gonna take you with me! So say goodbye to your precious planet!
No, don't!
What? Blow up the Earth?
That's when Goku took matters into his own hands.
Goodbye, my son.
With mere seconds remaining, Goku had to act fast. Using his instant transmission technique, he transported Cell to King Kai's planet, just as the bloated beast popped his top and blew up. Big time. Cell was blown to smithereens, but his detonation also had dire consequences for Goku. King Kai's planet was completely destroyed, along with everything on it. In a bold final move to save the Earth, Goku had made the ultimate sacrifice. But there was little time to mourn the fallen hero.
What was that?
From out of nowhere, a giant storm cloud arose. Could this be some freak act of nature? I don't think so. Forget the forecast. Even I can predict trouble when I see it.
No, it can't be.
What is that?
He's back.
There was no denying the danger. Gohan and the gang could feel it in the air, but there was little warning for what was about to happen next. Somehow, Cell had survived his own detonation. The demented demon has come back from the great beyond. He's already blasted Trunks. Now he has his sights set on the rest of the Z Warriors. Can the good guys get it together before Cell picks them off one by one? Since regenerating into an indestructible force of evil, there seems to be no stopping the maniacal Cell. But Gohan is determined to stand until the end. The young Super Saiyan has faced overwhelming odds before, but never this great. Can he muster the strength to stunt Cell's growth permanently? Or have our young hero's days come to an end? Stay tuned for scenes from the next Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Goku said a few quick goodbyes and then used his instant transmission to zap himself and the exploding Cell away from planet Earth. Teleporting Cell to King Kai's planet before the monster self-destructed, Goku managed to save the Earth from certain doom at the cost of his own life. It was a heartbreaking scene for Gohan, who had to watch his father vanish because of his own missed chance at finishing Cell. But Goku and Gohan were not the only father and son split apart by Cell's rampage. Stealing Trunks' life with a deadly blast, Cell made his horrific re-entrance onto Earth. Somehow, he had survived. And with sparks of pure energy shooting from his body, it was clear that the genetically engineered killer was stronger than ever before. This apparent power-up, however, did nothing to stop the enraged Vegeta from assaulting Cell. Yet, despite his newfound passion to avenge his son, the Saiyan Prince could do little against the enemy, and Cell prepared to add Vegeta to his long list of the slain. Now it was Gohan's turn once again as he threw himself in front of the blast. The noble move saved Vegeta, but left one arm lifeless and his energy severely docked. With Gohan badly injured and Cell turbocharged, is there any way for our heroes to win? The battle's end is drawing near.
I will live forever!
At the last instant, Gohan has decided to fight. He has his father's strength. He even has his attack technique. But has Gohan inherited that most important trait? Has Gohan become a hero? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan felt sure he had failed and that the Earth would soon be lost. But then came a voice.
You've got to be joking. Giving up already? Well, that's nothing like the Gohan I know.
Dad, where are you?
Teleporting Cell to King Kai's planet before the monster self-destructed, Goku managed to save the Earth from certain doom at the cost of his own life.
Trust yourself, Gohan. It may feel like Cell weakened you, but what's really draining all your strength is your own doubt.
Okay, it's all starting to become clear now, Dad. I only have one arm, but that's all I need.
Revitalized by his father's vote of confidence, Gohan buckled down for one last run, powering up to fire Goku's own choice technique, the deadly Kamehameha Wave. The two explosive fighters have taken their stances, with power levels shooting far beyond anything the Earth has ever seen. It's the final shootout between giants, and one thing is for sure, only one will survive the day. At last, the terror known as Cell has been silenced forever. The battle is won, and the world is safe once more. Thank you, Goku, for all that you gave. The Earth will miss you. On the last Dragon Ball Z, Gohan and Cell threw all their remaining power into a titanic showdown. Both fighters struggled, unable to secure the upper hand, but in a most unexpected move, Vegeta jumped to the young warrior's aid, distracting Cell long enough for Gohan to unleash his deepest final power. A power that eradicated every trace of the genetically engineered monster, down to his wicked core. Dr. Giro's hateful creation, after crossing through space and time to torment the planet, has finally been destroyed. But the cost of victory was high. Now, can our heroes clean up the damage Cell has left in his wake? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. So Goku has decided to remain in the other world, but he will stay alive in the hearts of Gohan and of us all. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Dende used the newly remodeled Dragon Balls to summon a new and improved Eternal Dragon. The scaly green Titan now had the power to grant 2 wishes instead of 1. It was a bargain for ball gatherers that couldn't be refused. And while the Earth's special forces were seeking to restore life above, a shameless opportunist was taking all the credit for their victory down below. What a bunch of suckers! And what a turkey!
Who loves me?
Meanwhile, the wish to restore Cell's victims back to life was granted, and the others realized that a special trip to see Purunga could bring Goku back as well. But he had other plans.
Hey, don't I get a say in this? As a Saiyan baby, I was sent to Earth to destroy it. And unfortunately, it's kind of like I've been fulfilling that mission all along. So I'm gonna stay here now. I don't really mind. King Kai says I can get special treatment because I saved Earth and all. I'll be able to keep my body, and from what I hear, there's lots of interesting people to meet. It'll be fun. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I appreciate your feelings towards me. but you'll have to find something else to wish for. This is my home now.
Dad!
You all better take notes of everything that happens in your life, because when they're through, I'll want to hear all about them. Until then, bye.
And so their beloved Goku, who had been both savior and friend, decided to continue his life beyond the mysterious frontier known as death. But those who know Goku know that he will be watching. Always and forever. As Goku and King Kai break ground on their new house, Trunks heads downstream on the mystical River of Time, thinking of the serious task that await him upon his arrival. Join us on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, under the guidance of his master and father, Gohan was able to reach radical new depths and unleash a power that had no rival. Cell could only look on with horror as the tides turned, his evil vision and his body disintegrating right before his very eyes. It was the mother of all energy waves, as beautiful as it was deadly. A good omen that signaled a time of new beginnings on planet Earth. But instead of donning their party hats, the Earth's special forces celebrated by summoning the Eternal Dragon, which, thanks to Dende, could now grant 2 wishes instead of 1. The first wish was easy.
Please revive all those on Earth who were killed by Cell.
So be it.
O death, where is thy victory? O grave, where is thy sting? And when it was time to try to bring Goku back with the second wish, the Super Savior said thanks, but no thanks. It was time for a change, to move on and face new frontiers. A new generation on Earth was arising, and the groundwork had already been laid. His work was complete. Trunks was ready to set sail on his new adventure as well. After finding a group of true friends and the power to set things right in the future, it was time to head for home.
Love you, goodbye!
Bye, Trunks! You're the greatest!
Goodbye, Gohan! Later, man!
Bye, Trunks!
See you guys!
Goku and King Kai have begun their journey to the other world. What is this mysterious place? And what will our adventurers find when they get there? Join us next time on Dragon Ball Z!
Now's your chance!
It was a moment that shook the earth, when a brave young boy stepped into his father's shoes and put an end to the evil creation known as Cell. That was several years ago. Thanks to the sacrifice of a hero named Goku and the great courage of his son, the Earth's future has been redirected, and its people have a new chance at keeping the peace. And in many ways, that chance has not been wasted. These last few years have been calm and prosperous, as the entire world was reminded of how precious peace can be. Of course, it never takes long for that lesson to be forgotten.
Let's do this!
Hey, sweetie.
Elsewhere, a young man is flying towards that same city on a familiar golden cloud. The boy who saved the world has become a teenager. With no more trips across the galaxy or lethal androids to fight, Gohan has at last been free to do his studies like his mother wanted. And since his mountain village was far from any schools, he did his education at home, under Chi-Chi's careful eye.
But now, Gohan has decided to enroll in high school with other students, ready to try his luck at normal life.
Here we go. I guess this is Satan City. Hey, thanks for the lift, Nimbus! I'll catch you after class, okay? Dad, you've got to see this. I know you'd have a good laugh. The whole world thinks Hercule was the one who beat Cell, and now they've even named a city after him. Probably for the best. Goku in Gohan Town would sound kind of silly.
Hurry, Gohan. You'd hate to be late to class. So Gohan's first day of class comes to an end, but it seems the real excitement is just starting up. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the now teenage Gohan set out for his first day of high school. There's been no need for warriors in the last 7 years on Earth, so the former child hero has been hitting his books and training his mind instead. Now he's trying school with other kids in none other than Satan City. But on his way to class, Gohan encountered a gang of ruthless bank robbers. Never missing a chance to help, Gohan charged up to Super Saiyan status and stopped the thieves himself. Amazing! It was a valiant step indeed, but when Gohan made it to school, he found that students were already talking about this mysterious gold fighter. And the girl most likely to discover his secret turned out to be a very famous daughter.
She's the daughter of Mr. Satan.
What? Mr. Satan?
High school may not be as simple as Gohan thought, since hiding his amazing powers is proving to be quite a tricky play. Is it possible for the Half Saiyan to live a normal life?
Now this is strange.
A new masked hero has saved the day, not to mention his high school reputation. Let's just hope Gohan can keep his double life in one piece. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, a group of thugs called the Red Shark Gang tried to muscle their way into town until a concerned citizen challenged them.
We're gonna make an example of you.
Let him have it, Jimbo.
You missed me. Huh? Hey, Videl.
But when Gohan got hammered and the big boss had Videl against the ropes, there was only one hope left.
Hey, you! Back off!
The Great Saiyaman arrived, and it was time to put a halt to the Red Shark Syndicate's actions.
Here, I think this belongs to you.
With the mobsters out of the way, the city was safe once again. But was Saiyaman safe from Videl?
Enough of this nonsense. Tell me who you are.
All right, I guess I can trust you. But please don't ever repeat what you're about to hear. I'm the Great Saiyaman!
Look out, Saiyaman. This is one girl who won't be satisfied until she unmasks you. It looks like Gohan has gotten himself into a pickle once again. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the citizens cleared the streets as the boys in blue unloaded on the swooping giants above.
Don't shoot!
They're just trying to get their baby back!
Come here, little guy.
I found him! Now let him when the greedy circus promoter went berserk, Saiyaman had to knock the giant dinosaur out so he could arrange for a peaceful reunion and the arrest of the trigger-happy promoter.
Your dad, little guy, he'll be just fine. Wait and see.
But just when he thought the trouble was over, Gohan ran straight into an ambush.
My gosh, isn't that funny? Yeah, I saw Saiyaman get scratched in the same spot, and that's exactly who you are, Mr. Saiyaman.
Yikes! Busted! I can't believe it! The secret identity of Saiyaman is public knowledge! Ugh.
That's right, the cat's out of the bag. Gohan is Saiyaman, and now he's at Vidal's mercy.
I wouldn't exactly say that it was public knowledge, only I know. But maybe I should schedule a press conference. What do you think?
Gohan has begun his training for the World Martial Arts Championship, and with Goku joining in and all of the Z Fighters following suit, this tournament promises to be the best one ever. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z...
Gohan!
Dad! Unbelievable!
Hi, son. It's great to hear your voice.
This is great! Father, are you really coming back?
That's right, Gohan. Goku is allowed to come back for a day, and he's going to use his leave to compete in the World Martial Arts Championship.
What? No way! Goku's gonna compete? I don't believe it! This is amazing! Wow!
Goku? Well, what do you know?
Unfortunately, it didn't seem likely that Krillin could escape from his family duties to fight in the tournament. But when the prize money was mentioned, 18 decided that participating in the World Championships would be a family affair. High above the earth, Gohan extended another invitation to a well-known warrior.
Goku, if he's entering, it should be one to remember.
So, what do you say?
Sure, I'll do it. I'll bet Dende would enjoy the tournament.
Hey, thanks, but I'm not much of a fighter.
Lastly, Gohan broke the news of Goku's return to a certain small family residing in the country.
Good news, son! You get to meet your daddy! Isn't that wonderful? Oh!
And so Gohan, choosing his younger brother Goten as his training partner, began his training for the tournament.
All right, nice warm-up now. Let's get started. This is a little trick Dad taught me. Pretty cool, wouldn't you say?
Yeah!
As the battle between Videl and Chi-Chi continues, the real battle approaches. Will Goten be able to enter the tournament? And will Gohan have enough time to get ready? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan trained with his little brother for the World Martial Arts Tournament, which begins in 1 month. And a strong arm proved to be the least of Goten's talents.
Since Mom's not here, is it okay if I be like you? You know, a Super Saiyan?
Those green eyes and gold spikes of hair can only mean one thing. Somehow, Goten has already mastered the switch to Super Saiyan. An amazing jump indeed for the Half Saiyan Half Pint, considering he doesn't even know how to fly.
Funny? Well, you better teach me how to fly because I don't like being laughed at. You hear me?
Whoa, whoa, easy.
And from there, the next step was a shoe-in. Gohan would have to hold some flying lessons.
Wow, you will?
But Goten wasn't the only student enrolling in Gohan's course.
Well, I've got news for you. You're gonna teach me how to fly.
That's fine. I gave you my word, and that's all there is to it.
Flying class begins today on Dragon Ball Z. As fighters across the globe struggle to train, it looks like Gohan has some different kind of lessons to learn. But he better do it fast, because the World Martial Arts Tournament is drawing near. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan trained Videl and Goten in the secret art of flying. After learning to concentrate her energy, Videl worked on using this power to lift into the air. It was a lesson learned with impressive speed, as what she lacked in experience was made up for with strength and determination.
That's incredible, Videl! No one learns how to fly on their first day!
Is that a fact? Ah, birdie, a birdie!
Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks did training of their own in an enhanced gravity room. And Vegeta learned a surprising ability of his son.
So what are you going to do?
Guess I'll go super.
The preparations are in the works, and the tournament day is near.
When was it that the transformation to the legendary warrior of a Saiyan race was reduced to a children's plaything?
After all these years, Goku is back in the land of the living. The Z Fighters reassemble, and the World Martial Arts Tournament is set to begin. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, thousands flocked to the small island where the World Martial Arts Tournament was scheduled to begin. And the guest of honor appeared as promised. Goku is back, permitted to the living world so he can fight in the tournament. It was a time for hugs and laughter as friends were reunited after years of silence.
And I've missed you, Chi-Chi.
And a father met his son for the very first time.
I'm Goten. Daddy!
Whoa, kiddo!
But like many good things, there were strings attached.
Listen up, Goku. Remember that you only have 24 hours. That's all I can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
I'll see you then.
Goku has just one day to spend on Earth. So as the tournament gets underway, how will he make it count? It's safe to say Vegeta and the other Z Fighters have qualified for the tournament. In addition to destroying a punching machine, a dozen cameras, and the speaking ability of a couple hundred fighters. Stay tuned for more mayhem on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, hundreds of would-be fighters gathered to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, dreaming that maybe, just maybe, they could clinch the title of World Champion. But the path has many obstacles. First off, there were 194 adult entries and only 16 spots. And one was already guaranteed to the current holder of the champion belt, Hercule, the world's most famous fake. To decide who would stay and who would go, a punching machine was brought in to measure the 15 strongest. Hercule started the bidding with an impressive 137.
Incredible! He scored 137 points.
At least, it seemed impressive at the time.
Next, please, number 18.
The Z Fighters soon stepped to the plate, trying their hardest to conceal their groundbreaking strength. But that's not always easy.
774?
Then came Vegeta, and as we all know, restraint is not his specialty.
Oh, wow.
Needless to say, the Z Fighters have earned their places in the tournament ring. But it just might be a while before the officials can form enough words to announce it. The junior competition is well underway, and only one real question remains. Who will be the champion? Trunks or Goten? Don't miss the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the World Martial Arts Championship was about to get underway. Careful not to break the punching meter, Goku and the others easily qualified for the tournament. But, as usual, the stubborn Vegeta wasn't pulling any punches. Before the main attraction could begin, the Junior Division Championship was being held, and Trunks found himself facing a boy twice his age.
Trunks! Come on, you little shortcake. Fight!
Don't you worry. You'll feel it soon enough, Big Mouth.
The match marked the rise and fall of a promising young karate fighter, mostly the fall.
Oops. Guess I shouldn't have hit him so hard, but at least he's quiet.
This boy is out cold! Trunks advances!
You sure did beat that boy fast.
The Junior Division Championship continues. Will Goten fare as well as Trunks? The fight between the two strongest boys in the world continues on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, it was time at last for the World Martial Arts Tournament to begin. And who better to lead off the opening ceremonies than the reigning champ himself, Mr. Satan. The big day kicked off with the junior competition. The event started in promising fashion, but all the fans cheering for action were soon struck speechless as these young warriors showcased their rather unconventional techniques. Yes, despite some heavy competition, the tournament was quickly shaping up to be more farce than fight. That is, until Trunks entered the arena.
Come on, fight!
Don't you worry. You'll feel it soon enough, Big Mouth.
The contest took a serious turn as the young Saiyan expertly defeated his opponent with a single kick. Trunks easily set the standard for the competition, but there was one other fighter who could match it. In a brilliant display of skill and determination, Goten rapidly advanced through the ranks of the tournament.
All right, Goten! Woohoo! Yeah! Ah, what a little guy, huh? And handsome, too.
It was a proud moment indeed for Goku, who watched from the stands as his son took center stage.
All right, fighters, are you ready?
Let's do it!
This is it? This isn't any fun.
The competition tried but fell by the wayside until only the final two fighters remained.
Just to let you know, I am going to win. Understood?
Yeah, I'm going for the win too.
On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, two young juniors vied for the title of World Champion. One of them was Trunks, son of Vegeta. The other was Goten, son of Goku. The winner could rightly be called the strongest boy in the world. The action paused for only a moment when the confident Trunks took a timeout to make an interesting proposition.
Huh? Yup, that's right. Now, look, you're cooked. I'm going to win this thing without using one of my arms.
Come on, Trunks, you wouldn't have a chance. You can't beat me with one arm?
No left arm.
No fair!
The two young warriors fought passionately to the end when Goten made a head-on attack that would determine the match.
Here I come!
A victor has emerged. Young Trunks is the new Junior World Champion. And now it's time for him to fight an exhibition match with the reigning World Champion himself, Mr. Satan. Two strangers have appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament. What does their eerie presence portend? Are they really as strong as Goku says they are? On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Trunks was named the new Junior World Champion. As his prize, he was given the chance to fight Mr. Satan. It only took one punch from the new champ to send the old one flying into a world of pain. And as the Z Warriors were preparing for the main event, the World Martial Arts Championship, they encountered two strangers.
Good afternoon. You wouldn't be Goku by any chance, would you? Well, your reputation as a great fighter precedes you. I was hoping for a chance to fight you during the tournament.
Gosh, well, thank
These
you.
mysterious newcomers are overflowing with enormous power, and they're eager to fight Goku. Is this some sign of trouble on the horizon, or are these just two more contestants that will be sent to the floor? Today on Dragon Ball Z. With the lineup prepared and the competitors ready for their shot at glory, the Martial Arts Championship stage is set for battle on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, as Trunks and Mr. Satan fought a friendly exhibition match, the rest of the Z fighters were confronted by a mysterious stranger. Although this curious young man greeted Goku as a friend, his smile seemed to be masking a far more ominous intent. Later, Trunks and Goten did a little masking of their own. And when the time finally came for the 16 finalists of the World Martial Arts Tournament to secure their places on the fighting board, one of the competitors, it seemed, had developed a particularly youthful personality. Bulma and Chi-Chi watched in suspense as the final pairings were posted, but neither could have expected this round one shocker. Vegeta versus Goku.
That figures.
The last of the numbers has been drawn.
Champion is number 10.
Now, with the full board of fighters and 8 exciting matches in the first round, everyone's ready for the action. The fighting starts today.
This is so exciting. I'm gonna totally cut loose.
Now let the World Martial Arts Championship begin!
As Videl prepares to take her place in the center ring, the mysterious Shin has set his sights on Spopovich. But what secrets lie hidden in that penetrating stare? What is the link between Spopovich and Shin? The questions continue to mount, and the answers are sure to follow. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Krillin stepped into the ring to show his stuff in the World Martial Arts Tournament. His opponent had the pounds to throw around, but a well-placed punch knocked the wind out of the overweight warrior. From there, a slap-kick combination assured an easy victory for Krillin. The stage was set for the second bout to begin. But before the fighting could start, Piccolo made a shocking discovery about his mysterious opponent, Shin.
Why would he be here?
I promise you'll know soon. You'll know soon.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Huh?
He's quitting? That's right. To everyone's surprise, Piccolo withdrew from the match and left the ring before a single punch was thrown.
Perhaps he knows more about me than I thought.
Despite this unusual turn of events, the competition continued. To thunderous applause, Gohan's feisty girlfriend Videl and her opponent Spopovich entered the stadium. Even though they differ in size, Videl is heavily favored to win the match. However, this suspicious glance Shin gave Spopovich as they passed seems to suggest that there's more to the bald-headed brute than meets the eye. What is it that Shin knows about Spopovich? And how will it affect the outcome of his battle with Videl? Find out today. Videl has no place left to hide now that Spopovich has taken flight. The bald-headed brute refuses to give up, and he's determined to clip Videl's wings and win the match. What is the secret to his unstoppable power? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, it looked like Videl was going to stomp her opponent, Spopovich.
Spopovich is down!
The battling beauty matched punch for punch with the hard-headed Hulk, and her fancy footwork stopped the big lug dead in his tracks. When she sent Spopovich flying, then landed a high kick to his head, everyone assumed the match was over.
He's down!
But no matter what combination she threw at him, Spopovich kept coming back for more. Even a head-spinning super kick couldn't bring the brute down.
Ah, she didn't! What the?
Videl tried to catch her breath high above the crowd. But when Spopovich came after her, she knew she was in trouble. Now that the bald-headed bully has an unlimited supply of super strength, does that mean it's lights out for Videl? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. Goku has the sensu beans to heal Videl, but he'd better hold on to a handful in case of emergency. As the World Martial Arts competition continues, there is sure to be more casualties along the way. Korin senses trouble on the horizon, and after watching Spopovich turn into a super-powered psycho, Goku has every reason to believe him. What awaits the next competitor who steps into the ring? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Videl continued her desperate bid to beat Spopovich, but the supercharged Psycho was able to counter her every move with his own punishing attacks. Gohan watched in horror as Videl was battered about the ring like a rag doll, and it didn't take long for Spopovich's brutal attack to push the young hero over the edge.
This has gone on way too long! I'm taking him down!
But before Gohan could act, Spopovich's fun was cut short by his mysterious partner, Yamu.
Don't you remember that we have far more important things to do? Finish it immediately.
It's over! She's out of the ring!
Videl fought bravely until the end, but Spopovich's seemingly endless supply of supernatural strength had guaranteed him the victory from the start. And though the fight may be over for Videl, the real battle has just begun. Today on Dragon Ball Z. All eyes are on Gohan. A suspicious group of spectators watches every move from the sidelines. Shin, the Supreme Kai, wants no one to interfere with Gohan's transformation. Meanwhile, Spopovich and Yamu closely monitor the fighters' power levels. But for what purpose? What dark designs lurk beneath the surface of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Shin, Kibito, Spopovich, Yamu. Which of these mysterious fighters are friends, and which are foes? As Gohan begins his powerful transformation, the answers to these and other important questions are sure to come to light. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the great Saiyaman, or rather, Gohan, entered the ring with his opponent Kibito. Gohan's true identity had been revealed, so there was no sense hiding it anymore. But he didn't expect that all his secrets would be revealed.
Gohan, I am curious to see your Super Saiyan powers. Show them to me. We may be able to use them.
To everyone's surprise, Shin stepped forward to reveal that Gohan had become a pawn in a much larger plan.
You do not need to worry about Gohan. He will be fine. But no matter what happens, I want all of you to promise me that you'll stay out of the ring. Do you understand?
What? No way!
What do you want with Gohan?
This mysterious message seemed to spell trouble for Gohan. But when the Z fighters learned that Shin was none other than the Supreme Kai himself, they had no choice but to obey his request. Meanwhile, two pairs of hungry eyes closely monitor Gohan's power. But why? A conspiracy is brewing today on Dragon Ball Z. At last, the source of Spopovich and Yamu's inhuman power has been revealed. The wizard Babidi, who, unless the Z-Fighters can stop him, intends to unleash a monster that will eradicate the Earth. The Supreme Kai has witnessed the destructive force of Majin Buu before. Can he prevent it from being released once again?
Right!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Spopovich and Yamu attacked, armed with a mysterious device that drained Gohan of his energy.
Hey, that was easier than we thought.
Shin, now revealed to be the Supreme Kai himself, flew from the arena in pursuit of Gohan's assailants. The Z-Fighters also took to the skies, where they learned the true nature of the danger they rushed to face.
I'm glad you decided to come, and thank you. Without all of your help, I would not be able to defeat them.
You need us to beat those two?
No, it's not Spopovich and Yamu that concern me. It's the wizard that controls them.
Back on the stadium floor, Kibito used his powers to restore Gohan's energy. Gohan may be back in fighting shape, but will he be ready to meet a powerful new enemy? Today on Dragon Ball Z. At last, the ruthless wizard Babidi has been revealed, and with the combined powers of the villains he's brought under his control, his opportunity to resurrect Majin Buu might just be at hand. Stay tuned for scenes from the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. After stealing Gohan's energy during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Spopovich and Yamu rushed off to deliver the prize to their master. But they were followed.
We did it! Babidi should be pleased.
Not being ones to back down from a challenge, Goku and the rest of the Z-Fighters joined the Supreme Kai in pursuit of the thieves. Although on the lookout for danger, none of them were prepared for the surprise that awaited them at Babidi's compound.
It's Dabura!
What is he doing here?
But the appearance of Dabura, king of the demon world, merely foreshadowed the horror to come.
I have no more use for you.
With an army of ruthless minions aiding him in his quest, Babidi's dreams of releasing Majin Buu upon the Earth may actually be fulfilled. But it seems the wizard has failed to consider the arrival of some unexpected guest, determined to thwart his doomsday plot. Or has he? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. The fight at Stage 1 has begun. Vegeta has the confidence, but does he have the power to survive the battle with Babidi's crony Pui Pui? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
He knows that we're here!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Z Warriors discovered the hiding place of the wizard Babidi's spaceship. Dabura, king of the demon world, welcomed them by blasting the Supreme Kai's sidekick Kibito to smithereens. But he didn't stop there. He had more than a mouthful for anyone that got in his way. Dabura turned Piccolo and Krillin to stone, but there was no time for the good guys to ponder the fate of their concrete comrades. They decided to launch a full-on assault against the wicked wizard and headed into the heart of Babidi's ship. With 3 of the Earth's most powerful fighters falling right into his hands, Babidi is now confident he can resurrect the monster Majin Buu ahead of schedule.
I'd be shocked if any one of them had a brain.
Yeah, strapped so easily.
Majin Buu lies dormant in his shell, waiting to be released so that he could wreak havoc on planet Earth. All he needs is enough power to break the spell that binds him. Babidi knows that if he can drain Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta of their power, it will be more than enough to free Majin Buu. So he's used his magic to manipulate a fierce force of warriors into fighting for him. And now, Vegeta must face the first fighter, the powerful Pui Pui.
Welcome, fellow warriors. You've arrived at Stage 1. Master Babidi is at the bottom level of this ship. We are currently on the top level, also known as Stage 1. And there's no way of getting down to him unless you beat the warrior that appears at each stage.
Babidi has cleverly designed his ship to absorb the power of the fighters. There are 3 stages that the Z Warriors must pass if they want to get to the wizard. But at each level, a new and more powerful foe waits for them. Can the good guys get Babidi before he gets them first? Today on Dragon Ball Z. It looks like Babidi's pet monster, Yakan, is about to have a Super Saiyan for lunch. Goku had better be on his toes. One slip and all his power could be drained and sent straight to Majin Buu. Could this be Goku's most difficult fight yet? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the evil wizard Babidi was busy monitoring the progress of Majin Buu, the malevolent monster he plans to unleash upon the Earth. Once enough energy is collected, the creature will be hatched to destroy the planet. But Babidi didn't count on the Z Warriors dropping in and spoiling his fiendish fun. Goku and Gohan, along with Vegeta and the Supreme Kai, fought their way into Babidi's spacecraft. Now, they must battle their way through the multi-leveled ship to get to the wizard. But on each new level, they must face one of Babidi's fearsome fighters. It's not going to be easy. Babidi is watching their every move and gives his warriors the advantage by casting spells from deep inside his fortress. His dirtiest trick by far was changing level 1 of his ship into the home planet of the warrior Pui Pui. But that didn't stop the awesome power of Vegeta. He easily defeated his hapless opponent with a quick blast of Super Saiyan strength. And with level 2 open, the good guys were ready to face their next challenger.
So, I wonder who's behind that door there. Hope he's tough.
Goku doesn't know what he's in for. He's about to face the vicious Yakan. Can Goku get the gang to the next level, or is he about to become lunch for a monster with an appetite for Super Saiyans? Goku is pumped after putting a stop to the menacing Yakan, but he has no idea of the danger that's about to come through that final door.
So far, so good. I wonder who Bobbity will send next. Hey, you're up, Gohan.
All right. With all of the fun Goku and Gohan are having, it seems the Supreme Kai is the only one who still remembers their true mission. And Dabura, with his ability to turn people to stone, might be more than Gohan can handle by himself. Can Gohan summon the strength to beat the Demon King? Or is he destined to give up his energy to Majin Buu? Don't miss the next Dragon Ball Z. All right, I'm ready. Previously on Dragon Ball Z. Hidden deep underground, the sleeping Majin Buu was closely monitored by Bobbity and the Demon King Dabura. Their goal, to collect enough energy to free the monster from his cocoon and unleash him upon the unsuspecting Earth. Krillin and Piccolo learned the hard way just how dangerous Bobbity could be, but that didn't scare Goku. He led Gohan, Vegeta, and the Supreme Kai boldly into Bobbity's spacecraft, but the evil wizard had stocked his ship with warriors waiting on each level to do them in. Using his Super Saiyan strength, Vegeta made short work of Pui Pui, the fighter guarding Stage 1 of Bobbity's spaceship. But Stage 2 would prove much more difficult. Standing in Goku's way was the monster Yakan, a beast with a sweet tooth for light, who found the energy of the Super Saiyan extra tasty. Yakan planned to make a meal out of Goku, but he bit off more than he could chew, and that caused the gluttonous ghoul to burst at the seams. Once the smoke cleared, Goku and his friends would be free to advance to Stage 3, a proposition which made Bobbity rather nervous.
By them, who will protect me?
For Stage 3, I will be the warrior they must battle. I am Dabura. I am the Demon King. And you will have my word that I will fill Majin Buu with their energy when I destroy every one of them.
The meditation chamber has served Dabura well. Now, with his mind and body focused, his power at its maximum, the Demon King is ready for battle. But so are the Z Fighters. They know that they've got only one more opponent to beat before reaching the heart of Bobbity's ship and the evil wizard himself. And Gohan's itching for a fight. Meanwhile, the Battle Royale rages on. Number 18 and Mighty Mask vie for the top prize. And while they exchange volley after volley high above the earth, Mr. Satan's chances of winning the tournament are crashing to the ground. Faced with not one, but two challengers of incredible strength and speed, it seems the champion will have no choice but to relinquish his title. Which of these fighters will win the day? Stay tuned for scenes from the next Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Bobbity and Dabura took a major step toward reviving the terrible Majin Buu. But when the wizard realized he still had only half the pure energy he needed to awaken his sleeping monster, he sent his henchmen to gather the rest. Unfortunately, this would prove to be a difficult task indeed, something Pui Pui found out the hard way. And when the light-eating monster Yakan tried to rob Goku of his Super Saiyan power, Goku gave the beast a little more than he bargained for.
Dabura, who will protect me?
I will be the warrior they must battle.
With Goku and the gang getting closer, Bobbity's back is to the wall. Fortunately for him, he's still got Dabura on his side. The Demon King has retired to his meditation chamber to increase his fierce fighting spirit.
Good. Soon he'll be ready to go crush the three intruders. I can hardly wait.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, the Battle Royale continues. 5 fighters. No, make that 3. 3 fighters locked in an all-out battle for the tournament title. The last one standing will be named the #1 under the sun. Trunks and Goten, posing as the mysterious Mighty Mask, have their hands and feet busy trying to block the furious fist of Krillin's wife, number 18. It's a ferocious fight, and whoever wins will go on to face Mr. Satan. Will this be the day that Mr. Satan is exposed for the fraud he really is? Stay tuned and find out. Uh-oh, Dabura has come out of his meditation chamber, 100% charged and ready to fight. Gohan's anxious for his challenger to step through the door, but is he ready to face the king of the demon world himself? And back at the Battle Royale, number 18 has her sights set on Mr. Satan's championship title. It's gonna be a showdown of epic proportions. Don't miss the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Goku and the others entered an underground spaceship in a bid to foil the wizard Babidi's plans to revive Majin Buu, an evil being of immeasurable power. After surviving the first 2 stages of the battle, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were awaiting the commencement of Stage 3, while their opponent, Dabura, was making his own preparations for the showdown. Known as the King of the Demon World, no mortal has ever survived a fight with Dabura. And once fully energized, this fearsome champion of darkness was ready to wreak havoc on Goku and the others as their next opponent. Meanwhile, back at the World Martial Arts Tournament, an epic struggle was taking place between number 18 and Mighty Mask as they duked it out in a righteous rumble. The battle was evenly matched until 18 launched an attack that had Mighty Mask coming apart at the seams.
Hey, look! Is that Goten?
Goten and Trunks decided to continue fighting after the split, but the word from the judge's chair was no! And the 2 delinquent members of Mighty Mask were disqualified. Now, only 2 competitors remain. Will 18 become the first female world champion in the history of the tournament? Or will Mr. Satan manage to hold on to his title for another year? Stay tuned to find out. Look out, Dabura. With Gohan turning up the flames, it looks like the battle is about to get serious. Who will prove the victor of Stage 3? Find out next Dragon Ball Z! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Mr. Satan and number 18 went one-on-one to see who would be crowned the new world champion. Mr. Satan was wishing that he had wings until 18 made him a surprising offer. In exchange for 20 million zenny, 18 agreed to take a dive and let Mr. Satan win the title, even though she was clearly the superior fighter.
Sister, and you really think you have what it takes to tame the king of the jungle?
With his victory secured, Mr. Satan was once again at his boastful best.
Coming at you, sweetheart. No more fooling around. Feel my true power!
For 18, Mr. Satan's Megaton Punch was child's play, but her own greed had her on the ground and out of the match. The contest was over.
After 10 years of practicing every day, it finally
The crowd was delighted to again see their hero take home the title. But even as the World Martial Arts Tournament drew to a close, elsewhere, another test of strength was about to begin.
It's Dabura!
Babidi has sent the king of the demon world to face the Z Warriors at Stage 3.
You must face me, which means none of you will progress any further.
There can be no taking a dive in this match. In this contest, money means nothing. Survival is everything, and Gohan is intent on doing just that. Staying alive in a fight against Dabura is something that no mortal has ever managed to do before. Then again, Dabura has never faced a mortal quite like Gohan. It's good versus the King of Evil, today on Dragon Ball Z. What foul plan are the evil Dabura and Babidi concocting? Gohan and the others are ready for anything that comes at them. But is the real enemy lurking within? Can Babidi really bring one of the Z fighters under his control? Find out next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Stage 3 was in full swing as Super Saiyan Gohan matched strength and wits with Dabura, Lord of the Demon World.
What?
It was a brutal contest, fist to fist, blow for blow. Each warrior on a relentless quest for victory. A win for Gohan would mean the end of Babidi's plans to resurrect the evil Majin Buu. But does the young Super Saiyan have the power necessary to defeat the mighty Dabura? Vegeta didn't think so. But Gohan wasn't about to give up, even though the odds seemed decidedly against him. But just as fast as Babidi could say, the fight was over. After perceiving the latent evil in Vegeta's heart, the cunning Dabura immediately formulated a new strategy. To bring Vegeta over to the dark side and let him do the dirty work. After many years, Vegeta is once again challenging Goku to mortal combat on Earth. Can the possessed prince chase out the demons that Babidi has let loose in his head? Or will disaster strike once again? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta was attacked from within by Babidi's dark magic and by the hatred from his past.
Fight it, Vegeta! You must resist!
Discovering the evil thoughts still buried deep in Vegeta's heart, Babidi quickly manipulated them to his own advantage. All the bitterness, hurt, and anger that had ruled Vegeta long ago were brought to the surface. It consumed him and put him under Babidi's control. Once finished, the wizard took no time in putting his new slave to the test, cruelly transporting the Z-Fighters back to the World Tournament Arena, where Vegeta could attack his friends while endangering thousands of innocent lives, and at the same time gather energy for Majin Buu's revival. Vegeta fired a powerful energy blast that not even Goku could deflect. And as the Saiyan hero was thrown to the side, Vegeta's attack made a direct hit on the audience nearby. The Z-Fighters could only watch in horror as nothing but cinders remained. It was difficult to believe that this gruesome human catastrophe had been caused by one of their own.
Shame on you.
But despite Babidi's commands to destroy all the Z-Fighters, Vegeta wants only one thing. It has plagued his mind ever since the days of Frieza. But will his deepest desire at last be realized? The long-awaited fight against Goku? And so it has been decided, against the wishes of the Supreme Kai, against the commands of the Wizard Babidi, Goku and Vegeta have marked off their battlefield. And the last two survivors of the Saiyan race will embark in the ultimate fight. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta was attacked from within by Babidi's dark magic, and by the hatred from his past.
Vegeta, you didn't. How sad.
I didn't figure you were weak enough to be controlled.
All the bitterness, hurt, and anger that had ruled Vegeta long ago were brought to the surface. It consumed him and put him under Babidi's control. In a single devastating instant, it was clear the Dark Prince had returned. The evil that had been suppressed in Vegeta's heart for years was once again brought to life by Babidi's magic. There could be no negotiation. Vegeta was beyond reason, beyond logic. Only action would prevent him from causing any further harm. Realizing this, Goku did the only thing he could.
Babidi! Transport us to a place away from people! If you give me that, then I will fight Vegeta.
Goku was playing right into Babidi's hands, but not even the protest of the Supreme Kai could dissuade him from his course of action. Left with no other option, the Supreme Kai and Gohan descended into Babidi's ship in the hopes of destroying Majin Buu before he could be returned to full power. All of the energy lost by Goku in the coming struggle will be absorbed by the sleeping monster, and there's sure to be plenty of it. Vegeta isn't taking this fight lightly.
You see? This is our fate, our battle!
The Super Saiyan Showdown is about to begin, today on Dragon Ball Z! The battle between Goku and Vegeta rages on with explosive intensity. Nothing less than victory will satisfy these proud Saiyans, but this is one contest that may be impossible to win. For with every blow they land, they send more of their energy to the sleeping Majin Buu. Can Gohan and the Supreme Kai put a stop to Babidi and his evil plans before it's too late? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta made an explosive return to the tournament arena. The hatred in his heart reawakened by Babidi's magic, the Saiyan Prince had become a servant to the forces of evil.
Babidi! Transport us to a place away from these people. If you give me that, then I will fight Vegeta.
Babidi willingly granted Goku's request and zapped the Z-Fighters from the stadium floor. Now, miles from civilization, the two Super Saiyans are free to fight without restraint, which is just what the wizard wants. For every blow they land is a boost for Majin Buu. Unless Gohan and the Supreme Kai act quickly, Buu will soon have the energy he needs to emerge from his cocoon.
I've never sensed anything like this. So cold and empty.
Welcome, friends. I'm glad you could join us.
After centuries of plotting, Babidi's plans are finally coming to fruition. Majin Buu is going to be set free, and the Earth's best hope for stopping the monster has his hands full elsewhere. Hurry, Goku, time is running out. Humankind's darkest hour is at hand. Stay tuned for scenes from the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, energy clashed against energy in the remote fighting ground where Goku and Vegeta continued their duel. A battle that had brewed in the Saiyan Prince for nearly a decade.
Vegeta, I don't understand. You've never allowed anyone to help you before in your life. Why start now? Why Babidi?
And Vegeta revealed he'd intentionally fallen under Babidi's spell. Just to gain more strength.
I was the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless. I lived by my strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotion.
And so the struggle wages forward, with Vegeta's rampage of hate perhaps too strong for even Goku to stop. But the fight between the Saiyans has left unexpected consequences. Absorbing the enormous energy that Goku had lost in his fight, the seal around Buu was finally broken. And unless Gohan can act quickly, the Supreme Kai's careful plan will end in failure.
It's really happening! Majin Buu is at full power!
Because now, the magic creature that nearly destroyed the universe centuries ago is ready for a second try. At long last, despite the heroic efforts of the Z-Fighters, Buu has been unleashed. But does this pudgy, pink, infant-like creature really have the power to put the planet in jeopardy? Don't miss the next episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the efforts of Gohan and the Supreme Kai to destroy the ball encasing Majin Buu proved useless. And the magic creature that had lain dormant since humankind's infancy was unleashed. Both sides were perplexed when nothing appeared from the ball but a barren cloud of smoke. Sighs of relief were short-lived, however, as the spiraling cloud soon took the shape of the bizarre Majin Buu. Make that very, very bizarre. Pudgy, pink, and with a wide grin that seemed incapable of leaving his face, it was easy to doubt Buu's label as the single greatest threat to the universe. But despite doubts from Gohan and the others, the horrified Supreme Kai was certain this was the Buu of the past.
Yes, that's Bibbidi's creation without a doubt. I could never forget that disgusting creature's face.
Long ago, Majin Buu was responsible for the destruction of entire galaxies. But what is the extent of his power now? Could a creature so simple-minded and childish really pose a threat to the battle-hardened Z-Fighters? Gohan stands ready to face this new threat, while Dabura and Babidi, after their long struggle to resurrect a creature they'd never seen, remain speechless at its curious result. Is it possible that Buu's strength has weakened during his centuries in captivity? Has he become outdated in his time away? Or is there still some unknown horror hiding behind that smile? To the Earth's great misfortune, it seems Buu's revival is a complete success. He's put Gohan out of commission with a single blow, leaving the Supreme Kai totally open to attack. The losses are already starting, and the anger-blinded Vegeta is the only Z-Fighter still on his feet. Does the side of good even stand a chance? Previously on Dragon Ball Z.
I'm getting a terrible feeling.
The Supreme Kai's fears were realized when the seal around Majin Buu was broken and the doomsday creature from the past materialized into life from a strange cloud of smoke. To Gohan, Buu seemed harmless with his childlike behavior, but the Supreme Kai knew better, and any doubts about Buu's powers were soon squashed when he attacked the taunting Dabura. The powerful king of demons had insulted Buu, unimpressed by this new arrival. And with the greatest of ease, Buu gave Dabura a one-way ticket into a distant cliff wall.
Did you see the way he bounced?
Rather than be upset about losing his right-hand man, Babidi was ecstatic. To this creature without loyalties, it was merely a changing of the guard. With Majin Buu's terrible strength confirmed, Gohan and the Supreme Kai made a desperate escape, for they had become Buu's next target. The chase began, and Gohan was confident he would buy them time to regroup, but Buu displayed another of his talents, unmatchable speed. And with one mighty hit, Gohan was out. Meanwhile, it seemed Goku had convinced Vegeta to postpone their fight and stop Majin Buu. But the Saiyan Prince preyed once again on Goku's trust. Vowing to destroy Boo without any help, he has knocked Goku unconscious and taken the last Sensu bean. But the immediate concern is this. The Supreme Kai is alone and must face his greatest fear. The situation on Earth is looking increasingly hopeless. The Supreme Kai has his face pressed in the dirt and could be killed in any moment, while Deborah's surprising mutiny has turned up shallow. And Boo plans to somehow swallow him whole. Elsewhere, two of the Saiyans most likely to stop this menace have been knocked unconscious. And what of Vegeta? When will he make his promised move? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Supreme Kai met the Titanic terror Majin Buu, and even a lethal blast of his mental energy couldn't put a dent in the barbaric blob. In the blink of an eye, Majin Buu sent the Supreme Kai sailing. Then he landed on the little guy's back with a boom. Luckily, Gohan jumped in, but his rescue was cut short when he took a full-force hit head-on. The overweight ogre didn't walk away without a scratch, however. Much to the surprise of Babidi, Dabura turned on Majin Buu.
Have you gone insane?
Don't be such a fool. This Majin Buu creature is far too powerful to be kept under your control for long. What?
Now, new plan! Now I eat you!
Babidi's pet monster has a real appetite for evil, and he's just put Dabura at the top of the menu. Can the Demon King survive a tangle with the voracious villain Majin Buu? Vegeta has only just begun to unleash his rage on Majin Buu. While Trunks cheers his father on, Babidi watches in horror as his precious pet is pummeled. The stakes are high for this battle, and there's no turning back now. Vegeta's the only one left that has a chance of taking down Majin Buu and saving the planet. Will he succeed? Find out on the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the tables were turned on the Demon King Dabura. With the monster Majin Buu at his bidding, Babidi no longer had need for his former right-hand man, and the evil wizard was most eager to see his new pet cause some delicious destruction. Quick to recognize Boo's awesome potential, Dabura was determined to put a stop to the seemingly simple-minded creature before he became too powerful for Babidi to control. But even his mightiest efforts proved to be in vain. A flick of Majin Buu's pink antenna revealed one of the monster's most uncanny abilities. In an electrifying display of power, Dabura was reduced to a harmless foodstuff. And Buu made good on his promise to devour the king of the demon world. Once again, Majin Buu enjoyed the taste of victory. But his delight would not last long. In a fiery blast that sent Babidi reeling, another fighter arrived on the battlefield, ready to challenge the bloated beast. When the smoke cleared, the wizard was shocked to find his spaceship in ruins, and the man responsible, Vegeta. Yes. For what this terrifying creature has done to Gohan and the others, Vegeta has sworn revenge. And with Babidi's magic augmenting his already incredible Super Saiyan strength, it seems nothing will stop him from having it. To Babidi's great amusement, Vegeta is getting the beating of his life from Majin Buu. The Saiyan Prince is strong, but unable to defend himself. How much of this pounding can he withstand? Can the two young Super Saiyans, Trunks and Goten, save Vegeta before it's too late? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta unleashed the full force of his Super Saiyan powers on the monster Majin Buu. He scored a hole-in-one by sending a searing blast of energy right through the belly of the bloated beast. But Majin Buu wasn't down for long. He was eager to fill that empty spot with a Super Saiyan sandwich. And once this monster's little mind is made up, there's no stopping him.
Big power.
Majin Buu's amazing demonstration of power put a canyon-sized crater in the earth. It was then Vegeta realized that a tangle with this half-witted horror would not only be dangerous, it could be lethal.
How can I beat him if he's able to regenerate himself after every attack? Darn it!
You no fun! You go bye-bye! 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 Bye-bye!
With Vegeta on the run, Majin Buu used his own body to trap the Super Saiyan, and then dropped from the sky like a 10-ton brick. As his father took the beating of his life, Trunks could barely contain his anger as he watched from the sidelines.
There you are, Trunks. We don't want to lose you too. There's nothing you can do now.
Vegeta's only chance of survival lies in Trunks' hands. Can Trunks save Vegeta, or will Majin Buu turn the two Super Saiyans into his very own father-son picnic? And so, one of the Earth's greatest warriors has vanished in a blinding flash of light, having made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of his loved ones. His name was Vegeta, a proud Saiyan prince. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta let down his defenses during his life and death struggle with Majin Buu and displayed his affection for his son. The cold exterior had been melted away by the love within.
You've made me proud, my son.
What did you do to him? Why'd you do that?
But it didn't take long for Vegeta to show the more practical side of his love for Trunks and Goten. With an adversary like Majin Buu on the horizon, Vegeta didn't need any distractions. He was planning on going all the way, and he didn't want to take the well-meaning youngsters with him. Vegeta knew that this fight was to the death.
You are a fool! I'm going to crush you and throw you into the wind!
Huh?
Trunks, Bulma, I do this for you.
In an attempt to blow Buu to smithereens, Vegeta unleashed a horrible attack of unfathomable magnitude. But can the mighty prince survive the blast himself? As Supreme Kai continues his desperate search for Gohan, the rejuvenated Babidi and Majin Buu are terrorizing the inhabitants of Earth. Vegeta has already given his life trying to stop the evil Buu, and Gohan is at death's door, hanging on by a mere thread. On the next Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta made a devastating attack that blew the seemingly invincible Majin Buu to smithereens. It was an attack that left the Saiyan Prince without any life force of his own. The once cold-hearted Vegeta had made the ultimate sacrifice, extinguishing his own life in an attempt to rid the Earth of the evil Majin Buu once and for all. The solitary warrior fell to a stony death, leaving nothing behind except the hope that Buu was finished, that the creature would trouble his family and friends no more. But when Piccolo arrived at the scene, he found that the elastic remnants of Majin Buu were far from dead. The Namek could only look on in horror at the amazing resurrection of the unstoppable Buu. In a bubblegum-like frenzy, the terrifying nemesis reformed into his original shape, fully rejuvenated. Not faring so well was the wicked Babidi, who angrily commanded Buu to use his powers to restore him back to full health. And the duo of darkness was back in action, ready to wreak havoc on the inhabitants of Earth once again.
Put a hand in this. There'll be no quick in for those scoundrels.
Elsewhere, deep in the forest, Gohan barely clings to life. But can anything prevent the young warrior from crossing through death's door? As the weights of pain and fatigue are lifted from Goku's shoulders, his mission becomes more and more clear. With fire in his eyes, the Super Saiyan has only one thing on his mind: ridding the Earth of the evil Majin Buu. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the fearsome duo of Babidi and Majin Buu took off, seeking revenge for Piccolo's failed attempt to end the Dark Wizard's life. Buu's penchant for annihilation caught even his master off guard. Yet the reckless destruction left in their wake is merely a sample of what the evil twosome has in store for the Z-Fighters, whose defenses have been severely thinned. With Vegeta dead and Gohan missing in action, it seemed the world's only hope for survival would be Piccolo and Krillin, at least until Goten and Trunks recover. But then Goku, after being knocked out by Vegeta, finally arose, along with the Z-Fighters' chances for victory. Unaware of recent events, Goku attempted to intuit the status of his teammates.
I can still sense Buu, but I can't sense Vegeta or Gohan either. This isn't good. How long was I out for? Too long. Something's happened. Something terrible. It feels like Piccolo and Krillin are back in action. They probably know what's going on. Gohan, I'm sorry I wasn't here for you.
Goku returned to the lookout in search of answers, much to the surprise of Piccolo and Krillin, who had all but given up hope of ever seeing their friend again. Reunited, they must now find some way to overpower the evil forces of Babidi and Majin Buu.
Hi!
He's real! He talks in everything!
Dark skies loom ahead for the people of the world as long as the evil Babidi and Majin Buu float among them. Can anyone put a stop to their mission of terror? Right now, the Earth's best chances for survival lie resting in bed. When they awaken, will they be up to the challenge before them? Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, a repentant Vegeta courageously gambled his own life to avenge the fallen Gohan. Unfortunately, even this bold, selfless act wasn't enough to put an end to the horrible Majin Buu. Vegeta crumbled, and the Z-Fighters' hopes of victory were scattered to the wind. If a sacrifice of this magnitude ultimately proved futile, what chance could they have of defeating Babidi and his monster? What would our heroes try next?
Doesn't make much of a difference.
Is Babidi right to be so cocky? Is this odd creature under his control truly invincible? It wouldn't seem so, judging from his face. But Majin Buu has already shown the deceit of that innocent smile. Up at the lookout, even Goku doubted his ability to overcome the monstrous Buu. As evenly matched as they were in their last fight, if Vegeta couldn't stop Buu, how could he? But as the others soon learned, Goku mourned the loss of his fellow Saiyans for another reason.
We could have done a fusion!
Fusion? You mean a merger?
It's an ancient merger art that can be performed between two people of similar size and physical ability.
You want to try that again?
And as Goku explained this new method of fusion he learned in Otherworld, the Z-Fighters came up with a most unusual idea. Making a fusion requires two warriors of equal size and strength, and the young Goten and Trunks seem to be a perfect match. A new strategy begins.
We can't ever give up hope, you guys.
Will our heroes risk their own lives to save the innocent people in Babidi's way? Do they have any choice? Not as long as the always hungry Majin Buu threatens to eat everyone in sight until the trio of Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten reveal themselves. Will the wizard keep his word and stop at nothing to lure them out? Don't miss the next episode of Dragon Ball Z as the entire world is held hostage by Babidi and Majin Buu. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Babidi set into motion another one of his sinister schemes. The wizard's plan? To draw Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten out of hiding and feed him to the monster Majin Buu. But to draw them out, he would first need some bait. Babidi's command, Majin Buu used his power to turn the unsuspecting citizens of an entire city into candy. Then, like a vile vacuum cleaner, he devoured the population in a single gruesome gulp. How much more of this horror can our heroes bear to witness before they are forced out of hiding? And how many more victims will Buu have to devour before he satisfies his evil appetite? You'll have to watch to find out.
Please be courteous and remember that silence is golden, okay?
The news that Gohan and Vegeta were victims of Majin Buu hit Trunks and Goten hard. Now, they must swallow their pain and channel all of their energies into learning the fusion technique. Little do they know, Gohan is in the other world preparing for a challenge of his own. He's got to free the legendary Z-Sword from its resting place, a feat no one before him has ever accomplished. Time is running out. In 5 days, Majin Buu will destroy the planet. Can these three warriors save the day? Find out on the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. After a lengthy rest, Goten and Trunks awoke to some strange new surroundings, unaware that Piccolo had carried them to the lookout for safekeeping.
This place is huge.
Meanwhile, the loss of Gohan and Vegeta weighed heavily on the remaining Z-Fighters' minds. Little could they know, far away on the Supreme Kai's planet, a glimmer of hope still remained.
Kibito, revive Gohan with your power.
Whoa, what the?
Gohan has been revived. The injuries he sustained from Majin Buu have been healed. But for what purpose has he been transported to the world of the Kais?
I brought Gohan here to get the Z-Sword. It's the only way that Majin Buu can be defeated now.
Sheathed in stone, atop a pillar of rock, the Z-Sword has lain dormant for untold centuries, waiting for the arrival of a warrior strong enough to harness its hidden power. Many have tried, but so far none have succeeded in pulling it free.
Now try to pull it out.
Is Gohan strong enough to remove the Z-Sword from its resting place? And if he is, will this legendary weapon really give him the edge he needs to beat Majin Buu? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned for Dragon Ball Z! Having witnessed Babidi's horrific spectacle of mass destruction, Goten and Trunks are ready to do whatever it takes to stop the wizard once and for all. And if Goku is right, these young Super Saiyans may be the only ones who can do it. Can they master the fusion technique before Majin Buu claims any more innocent lives? Stay tuned for scenes from the next Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gohan summoned all of his strength to remove the legendary Z-Sword from its sacred resting place. If what Kibito and the Supreme Kai say is true, this mythical weapon may give Gohan the power he needs to defeat Majin Buu. Meanwhile, the pudgy pink monster prepared himself a feast of unsuspecting victims. Chocolate! In an instant, another city's population was transformed into thousands of tasty treats. And this is still only the beginning. Buu will have to devour far more before his hunger for destruction is satisfied. The entire globe is in danger of being gobbled up, but all hope is not lost.
So the two of you should start practicing fusion.
Goten and Trunks are ready to begin learning the fusion technique. And with Gohan in training worlds away, a hero may soon emerge to defeat Majin Buu. Can Goku really push his powers as far as he says he can? And if so, will he be able to stall Majin Buu and Babidi long enough for Trunks to find the Dragon Radar? Only one thing is certain. If he can't, West City, along with the rest of the world, will be doomed. Stay tuned for scenes from the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z! Last time on Dragon Ball Z, ready to do their part to stop Majin Buu, Trunks and Goten charged up their Super Saiyan powers for their first lesson in the fusion technique.
Good. Now raise it to your maximums.
Elsewhere, the wizard Babidi managed to uncover some valuable information and paused his spree of destruction just long enough to make a very important announcement.
Attention, Earthlings, attention! So sorry to bother you once again. Trunks, I am very eager to meet you, and I suppose that if I can't get you to come to me, then I'll just have to come to where you live. It's a place called Capsule Corporation, and it's located in West City. I hope that you're there to greet me when I arrive, because if you're not, then your family and friends will have to pay the price.
Goku, if we let Majin Buu get to West City and destroy it, then he'll destroy the Dragon Radar.
In light of this new crisis, Goku sent Trunks on a mission to find the Dragon Radar. Meanwhile, he would try to slow down Babidi and Buu by himself.
Yeah, but you let me worry about them. I'll be all right. Hi.
Majin Buu was more than pleased by Goku's arrival, eager to face a new and interesting challenge. And that's exactly what Goku was prepared to give him. Unless Goku can buy Trunks enough time to retrieve the Dragon Radar, all hope of repairing Majin Buu's damage to the Earth will be lost. But in order to keep this bizarre monster occupied, Goku may need to use some unconventional tactics.
I'm guessing an Ascended Saiyan isn't much of a challenge for you, so how about I take it up to the next level?
Once again, Goku has defied the impossible by transforming himself into a Super Saiyan 3. But how long can these awesome new powers keep Majin Buu at bay?
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Can Goku win Trunks the time he needs to find the Dragon Radar and escape from West City? Or will he somehow find a way to do what can't be done and finish off Majin Buu by himself? Stay tuned for scenes from the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Babidi and Majin Buu set their wicked sights on West City and forced Goku to put his plans for fusion training on hold.
Listen, if we let Majin Buu get to the West City and destroy it, then he'll destroy the Dragon Radar, Goku.
Yeah, that does pose a problem. Trunks, listen up. I need you to go to Capsule Corp and bring back the radar. While you do that, I'll get in front of Babidi and Majin Buu and try to slow them down.
Are you sure about that? Those guys are pretty tough, you know. They're going to want to fight back.
Yeah, but you let me worry about them. I'll be okay. Now, hurry up before they get ahead of you.
With not a moment to spare, Trunks raced toward Capsule Corp at Super Saiyan speed, while Goku put the brakes on his adversary's advance.
Hi.
Goku didn't waste any time.
Here we go!
The mighty warrior quickly gathered his strength to give Majin Buu and Babidi a lesson in power they would not soon forget.
And this is what is known as a Super Saiyan that has ascended beyond a Super Saiyan.
But the demonstration didn't end there.
This.
With a deafening roar, Goku concentrated his energy for the transformation of his life, tapping into hidden depths of his Saiyan powers that had long lain dormant. The end result of this spectacular transformation, Goku had ascended once again, achieving an unprecedented new level of power, Super Saiyan 3. With his newly energized strength and speed, Goku launched a dizzying attack that reduced Majin Buu to a pudgy pink punching bag. But after every blow the Saiyan delivered, Buu bounced back for more. How much longer can Goku hold off this seemingly unstoppable monster? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. Now that Babidi is permanently out of the picture, Majin Buu is free to do his own bidding. But will he continue down the destructive path that Babidi has set for him? And if he does, is there anyone left who can stop him? Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Goku transformed himself into a Super Saiyan 3, stunning his opponents, the evil wizard Babidi and his forceful henchman Majin Buu, with his uncanny strength and ability. It seemed as though the monster had finally met his match in the form of the Super Saiyan 3. But even at this intense power level, Goku could not topple Majin Buu. Although, for the time being, absolute victory was not Goku's goal.
What's taking Trunks so long? I can't go on fighting like this forever. My energy's draining fast, and Majin Buu just keeps coming back for more.
The Saiyan just needed to stall Majin Buu while Trunks searched for his mother's Dragon Radar.
Hey, here it is! I found it!
Well, that's just wonderful, Trunks. Now we all have time for a relaxing lunch.
What is it with you and food? Gotta go, love ya!
There he is. Good. He's on his way back to the lookout. He must have finally found the Dragon Radar. I guess it's time to wrap up my business here so I can head back too.
With Goku's task complete, he powered down to his normal state and bid adieu to Babidi and Majin Buu.
See ya!
Don't just stand there floating. Get your doughy pink body moving and find him right now!
But Majin Buu had had enough of being bossed around and abused by Babidi. The time had come for a mutiny.
You teach me lots of good things. But Boo think it's time Babidi go. Bye, bye, bye.
Now there's a new master of evil on the loose, and he's angry. Can Goten and Trunks really master the complex art of fusion before Goku has to return to Otherworld? They'll have to, if there's any hope of defeating Majin Buu. But they'd better hurry. Goku's time is running out, and so is the planet's. Don't miss the next exciting installment of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu realized that he no longer needed any guidance from his master Babidi, and decided, much to Babidi's dismay, that the evil wizard was expendable. Suddenly free, with no one to put a damper on his fun, Majin Buu celebrated his newfound independence the only way he knew how, with massive destruction. Back at the lookout, Goku learned that because he had used the energy-draining Super Saiyan 3 to stall Majin Buu, he had even less time remaining on Earth than he thought.
30 minutes? Ah! Is that all the time I've got?
Determined to make the most of every last second, Goku started training Goten and Trunks in the art of fusion. Only by mastering this technique can the boys hope to defeat Majin Buu once Goku has returned to the other world.
With outstretched arms. Jean!
These complex moves will take time to perfect. Unfortunately, time is the one thing the Z Fighters absolutely don't have.
Very important.
This might be a bit tough.
Majin Buu continues to ravage the Earth. But elsewhere, on the world of the Kais, deep in the heart of the universe, plans are being made to stop him. Gohan continues his training with the mighty Z Sword. Will it be enough to crush Majin Buu once and for all? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the townfolk were going nowhere fast as they tried in vain to escape the evil clutches of Majin Buu.
Who put you people to use?
It was a bad day for the helpless citizens who were transformed into giant lumps of clay. And what did the diabolical Buu intend to do with his great ball of humanity? Why, construct a dwelling, of course. The proud new neighbor was moving in. Meanwhile, in the safety of the lookout, Goku was teaching Trunks and Goten the fusion technique.
That's it. Oh, but Goten, your left arm is a little bit low.
A mastery of the fusion technique would allow Goten and Trunks to unite and become one super being. But before Goku could complete their training, it was time for him to depart and return to the other world.
Hey, there's nothing to be ashamed of, son. Goten, gonna take care of Mom for me?
Goku, you can't put it off any longer.
Gotcha.
And so Goku's magical day on Earth came to an end. It was a time of both joy and sorrow for his family and friends.
I'll see you all sooner or later!
As Majin Buu continues his wanton destruction of the Earth, Trunks and Goten further their quest to perfect the fusion technique. But will the boys be able to master the technique in time? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu continued his random destruction of the cities of the Earth. With no greater motive than his own childish amusement, Buu had already annihilated 2/3 of the planet's population, and still counting. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Goku arrived at the check-in station.
Goku, I'm surprised that you're not going to cut in line, are you?
I sure am, but don't tell.
You cracked me up.
So long!
Inside, a grumpy King Yemma confirmed that Gohan had not checked in. He was alive.
Really? Woohoo! Yeah, he's not dead! Awesome! Woohoo!
Using instant transmission, Goku was able to find a special sanctuary where Supreme Kai was overseeing Gohan's training with the Z-Sword. It was a hair-raising arrival for Goku, but now that father and son have reunited, let the training begin.
Yeah, sure enough.
It seems that Trunks and Goten are getting closer to reaching their goal. But what about Gohan? Does the mysterious old Kai really have the power to bring him to higher heights? Gohan seems skeptical. As Supreme Kai marvels at his ancient ancestor, Goku drifts off into a dreamy sleep, worlds away from any cares or concerns. He'll need his rest for the next action-packed episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Gohan mastered the Z-Sword, and it was time to put the legendary blade to the test.
Here it comes!
And who better than Goku to deliver a solid block of Kachin ore, the hardest known metal in the universe? But tragedy struck, and the Z-Sword wasn't able to bear the strain of being handled by the mighty father-son duo. Impossible, but true. The greatest sword ever made was in pieces. But mystically emanating from the sword after being trapped inside of it for untold centuries was Old Kai, an ancient ancestor of Supreme Kai, who claimed to have the ability to awaken a person's sleeping powers.
Right.
And with gusto, he set out to do just that for Gohan. But will it really work? Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten had finally mastered the form for the fusion technique, and they were ready to turn the concept into reality. The old Kai is a movin' and a groovin', but will his efforts pay off? Can the wizened sage really awaken Gohan's latent powers? The question really is, can Gohan wait another 30 hours to find out? And after being beaten roundly by Majin Buu, can Gotenks rebound and conquer as a fused Super Saiyan? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Trunks and Goten completed their fusion training.
Jun, ha!
Yes, you're doing it! Stay with it!
Whoa, it worked! With their powers successfully combined, the fused warrior Gotenks was born. And against better judgment, he hastily set out to do battle with Majin Buu. Even with all of Gotenks' strength, the monster proved much too resilient for the young fighter to handle. And he was forced to return to his friends at the lookout.
Did you beat Majin Buu?
Defeated.
Not exactly. He's, a little tougher than I thought.
Gotenks wasn't the only one surprised by Majin Buu's power. The world's remaining military forces assembled in a desperate bid to bring the monster down, but to no avail. Armed with their mightiest weapons, their efforts served only to irritate the pudgy pink terror.
No! Run! He's going to attack!
With every passing hour, humanity's hopes for survival are growing fainter and fainter. Is there no one left who can stand up to the destructive force of Majin Buu? Find out today on Dragon Ball Z. Now that Gohan has entered the final stages of the training ceremony, his power will soon be increased enough to combat Majin Buu. But back on Earth, how long will Mr. Satan be able to hold Buu's temper at bay?
No, allow me to wash your back. Oh, it's my pleasure. Yeah, you just enjoy your bath, Tubby. I got you right where I want you. I hope.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, with the wizard Babidi no longer acting as his puppeteer, the hideous Majin Buu set forth to destroy the world, and he came dangerously close. But somewhere beneath the surface of the Earth, the last hope of a savior was waiting. The world champion Mr. Satan emerged from his training facility, determined to put an end to Majin Buu's violent rampage. But his method of attack was quite different from any the Z fighters had thought to try. And, unfortunately, it was also less productive.
Who really liked when the video game goes boom?
Wow, that's the part most people would hate. Yeah, you just enjoy your bath, Tubby. I got you right where I want you. I hope.
For the first time ever, Majin Buu had known the joys of friendship. Now, for the first time, he has experienced the pain of loss. Will the actions of this crazed madman send Buu on a vengeful spree of destruction? Or can Mr. Satan find a way to keep him from blowing his top? On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Mr. Satan was plotting to blow up Majin Buu and become the savior of the world.
Not quite finished cooking your dinner yet, sir.
But when his target returned with a newly found friend in distress, Mr. Satan discovered a compassionate side of Buu and decided to make an appeal.
Why do you fly around, killing people and destroying all our cities?
Who wants to?
Watch football? Anything as long as it doesn't involve destruction. I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want to the world, just don't hurt me.
Is to kill people a bad thing?
Yes, it is a bad thing.
Yeah, no more.
You're not gonna kill people anymore? And won't destroy any more cities? I did it. I got this guy to change his ways, and I didn't have to throw a punch or blow him up. Oh, Mr. Satan, you are truly the greatest.
But just as soon as Buu's heart began to be softened by the love of his new friend, tragedy struck when a deranged madman ended the puppy's life in a senseless act of hatred. It was the end of a new beginning for Majin Buu. What strange personage is this that has been expelled from the inner workings of Majin Buu? Is this really the evil that was within him, manifested in physical form? And if so, how will this new threat affect the fate of the Earth? It seems the two Buus have a bone to pick. Stay tuned for confrontation on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, a new friend was helping Majin Buu discover happiness on Earth. But tragedy struck when a deranged gunman shot the innocent puppy. His next target was Mr. Satan, Buu's only other friend in the world. Devastated by the loss, the childlike Majin Buu made a desperate attempt to restore Mr. Satan to health. Miraculously, Buu succeeded, but a horrible conflict started raging within him. The good had taken root, and the evil had to be expelled. And in a giant puff of steam, Majin Buu rid himself of the wicked tendencies that had once plagued him. It seemed as if Boo had won the war, but when his nefarious vapors started assuming physical form, it became clear that the true battle with his dark side had only just begun. In a blazing flash, the evil Majin Buu was born. His first business of the day was to pay tribute to the murderous gunman by giving him a taste of his own medicine. Then it was time to face his goodly counterpart. There can be only one. Which of them will survive the Battle of the Boos? The ability to sense energy levels has led the new Majin Buu straight to the nerve center of the Earth's defenses. Aware of his friend's plight, Gohan struggles to remain patient, while Goku looks on helplessly at the bleak predicament facing his family and friends. What demented plans does the new Majin Buu have for the Earth's special forces? And, if given the opportunity to fuse, would Trunks and Goten have a chance against this new incarnation of wickedness? Stay tuned for more of the phenomenon on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, it was the war between the Boos, as Majin Buu had to battle his evil counterpart, whom he had expelled from his very being.
Boo make you chocolate!
Lacking the brute force needed to win, Buu tried an unconventional attack, only to have it backfire on him. Buu had turned good, but now he was good to eat. And in the end, he became a tasty treat. But this was no ordinary candy bar. After eating it, the bad Buu had a violent change to undergo. To Mr. Satan's dismay, the friend that he had come to know was gone, and a new Majin Buu was born.
I don't believe it. Look at him. He's even meaner looking than the last one.
With the newfound ability to sense energy signals, Majin Buu headed directly for the lookout.
He's here! Look, don't attack unless he attacks one of us first. Got it? Huh?
Look out, everyone. Majin Buu is crashing the party. And with Goten and Trunks sound asleep, and Gohan tied up in the power-raising ceremony, it looks like the new Buu is going to have his way with the people of the Earth. What demented plans does he have in mind? Stay tuned. After experiencing a sample of his awakened powers, Gohan has new faith in Old Kai's abilities. But with less than an hour to go before Majin Buu attacks Gotenks and the few remaining survivors on Earth, will the power raising be completed in time? And will it be enough to defeat this radically powerful enemy? Stay tuned for more excitement on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, a strong new version of Majin Buu, now dominated by hatred, arrived atop the lookout. And when Piccolo could not produce the challenger who had been promised, Majin Buu unleashed a horrific power, the Human Extinction Attack. Out of the entire population of Earth, less than 20 humans now remain. It was a blow that would lay heavily on Piccolo's conscience.
Human extinction attack. How do you like it? Now where's the strong one?
I see. Yes, we just need a short time to prepare him. He can be ready in 1 hour if that's okay. Please, Boo.
What's an hour? How long is it?
Realizing Goten and Trunks were not strong enough to fight this altered form, Piccolo has managed to buy 1 hour's time. Time that will be stretched to its maximum as the two young fighters enter the hyperbolic time chamber for final desperate training. Will Piccolo's daring plan succeed? It looks like Majin Buu is even stronger than the boys had predicted. But Gotenks has several more tricks up his sleeve. The only question is, will they be enough?
This could be a problem.
Previously on Dragon Ball Z, after destroying most of the Earth's population, Majin Buu was led to the hyperbolic time chamber earlier than expected, demanding that he face his long-promised challenger.
Those kids.
That's right.
But with minutes bought by Piccolo's bold distractions, the boys had enough time to perfect their fusion training.
This is the end for you, Majin Buu.
Let's begin.
And in a blinding flash of light, Majin Buu's challenger was created. Gotenks had returned. The war for planet Earth's few survivors has begun, with Gotenks at the helm. But still, Majin Buu stands unscathed.
So much for the plan. After that kind of attack, he's not even bruised. I'll just have to show him a few of my secrets.
The battle continues today. As strange as it sounds, Gotenks has burped out what appears to be a ghost of himself. Is this part of the brand new technique he's been bragging about? And if it is, what exactly does it do? Stay tuned for more excitement on Dragon Ball Z.
You're dead.
Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the malicious new form of Majin Buu unleashed his human extinction attack, bringing the Earth's dwindling population only a handful away from zero. Tired of the effortless plunder, Majin Buu desired only one thing, a fight with his promised challenger. And in the hyperbolic time chamber, that's exactly what he got. So the battle began. Majin Buu versus Gotenks, the cocky fusion of Goten and Trunks. Drawing from the borrowed week of training inside the time chamber, Gotenks deployed an onslaught of never-before-seen and somewhat juvenile techniques.
Hold on!
None of them worked, and Gotenks was forced to fight more seriously. After revealing he could power up to Super Saiyan levels while already in a fused state, Gotenks prepared for his favorite new trick.
It's new, so sorry if it's a little sloppy. A super ghost kamikaze attack!
The fate of the empty planet hinges on the strength of a child, and with the imagination only a child could possess, Gotenks has delivered, producing what is perhaps the most bizarre technique in Z-Fighter history.
What is that?
Now, as the battle within this altered time dimension rages on, two important questions must be asked.
Ready, Boo?
Who will claim victory in this fight between Gotenks and Majin Buu? And secondly, what in the world is going on?
You're dead.
what has Piccolo done? Fooled by Gotenks' childish showmanship, he has trapped Majin Buu, Gotenks, and himself in this strange dimension forever. Could Gotenks' final technique truly have saved the day? Will there ever be a chance to find out?
Super!
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Gotenks took aim at Majin Buu with his peculiar new technique.
Now for the big finish. I'll be legendary.
Strangely, the fused warrior spat out 11 ghost-like copies of himself, all of which created a lethal explosion on impact. Initially, Majin Buu evaded the kamikaze attacks, but in a clever move playing on his appetite, the monster was had. However, Majin Buu survived, and that's when Gotenks made a grave mistake. Wanting to prolong the fight in the belief it would be more impressive, Gotenks fooled Piccolo into thinking he had run out of energy. Deliberately, Gotenks did not reveal his most powerful new technique, hoping to increase the suspense. And just before Gotenks could unveil the surprise attack, Piccolo made a rash decision. He has destroyed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, trapping them inside forever. Majin Buu's lethal cravings have pushed Gotenks over the edge. With friends and family resting in the monster's belly, the young fighter has only one thought on his mind: revenge. Is Majin Buu about to meet his match in a child Super Saiyan 3? Find out when Dragon Ball Z continues. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, in a rash attempt to save the Earth, Piccolo destroyed the doorway to the hyperbolic time chamber, trapping himself, Gotenks, and Majin Buu inside another dimension. But in a screaming rage, Majin Buu accidentally ripped a hole in the fabric of space itself, using the powerful vibration of his voice.
I knew I could have my candy.
Fueled by his monstrous appetite, Majin Buu went to great lengths to escape, leaving Gotenks and Piccolo as the victims of the Namek's own trap. And the friends and family atop the lookout were left without any protection.
What do we do now?
With nothing left for the Z-Fighters to do but watch in terror, Majin Buu laid waste to them in the exact way he had done the entire world.
Very dark.
Then, Gotenks revealed a surprise ability he had foolishly hidden during the fight: Super Saiyan 3! And ripping a dimensional hole of his own, Gotenks and Piccolo returned to the ruined lookout.
Where is everyone? What have you done to them?
They're in me.
Boom! You'll pay for each one.
With only Gotenks and Piccolo left, has Majin Buu cleared the way for victory? Find out now. With a devastating display of power, Majin Buu has again emerged from the rubble to continue his destruction of the planet Earth. Although Gotenks continues to prove his worth as a warrior, his strength is matched by Buu's endurance. Will Majin Buu be able to hold on until Gotenks is no longer fused? Stay tuned for more of the excitement on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu made a terrifying escape from the hyperbolic time chamber and set his sights on the unprotected friends atop the lookout.
No more talk. I've heard too much of that. Now let's just eat.
With the same horrific method he used to wipe out the people of planet Earth, Boo transformed the remaining crew into chocolate and devoured them. Meanwhile, trapped inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gotenks ascended to Super Saiyan 3, and using his newfound powers, he forged his own amazing escape back to the Lookout.
Boo! You'll pay for each one!
And it's there that the battle raged on. Piccolo could only watch in shock as the hallowed Lookout was smashed into pieces.
Hold on to your socks, Majin Buu!
And Gotenks, using the incredible powers of Super Saiyan 3, was able to subdue the monster with another peculiar technique. But a giant blast of energy now shows that the true struggle is only beginning. Can the two best fighters left on Earth prevail? It looks like Gotenks' powerful fusion technique has come to an untimely end. Now separated, Goten and Trunks are no match for the fury of Majin Buu. Their only hope, and the only hope for all of planet Earth, lies in the newfound abilities of Gohan. After raising his powers to unheard-of levels, he returns to his home planet as its hero once again. But will he arrive in time to save Goten and Trunks from the impending wrath of Majin Buu? Find out when Dragon Ball Z continues. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Gotenks, the super being formed by the fusion of Goten and Trunks, had achieved the level of Super Saiyan 3 and was giving Majin Buu the fight of his life. The seemingly invincible Buu had finally met his match. But when the fusion began to wear off and Gotenks had to power down, the situation went from bad to worse.
Let's not be too hasty!
Until finally, to their dismay, the duo came unraveled.
Hey, wait! You're there! The fusion must be over!
But when it seemed that all was lost, Gohan completed his power raising under the dubious guidance of the Elder Kai and unleashed a sample of his newfound ability.
This is the last time I'll get to see you, until you make your journey over to this world. You ready? Show him what a Saiyan's made of.
Yeah.
And just as his father had so many times before, Gohan arrived on Earth in the nick of time. After supplying him with a new uniform identical to Goku's, Kibito left the new savior alone to contemplate his mission. Look out, Majin Buu. Here he comes.
This is it.
After having his way with the citizens of Earth, it looks like Majin Buu is getting his own taste of justice. With a steely resolve never seen in him before, Gohan is ruling the day. But is the fight really over? Stay tuned for more of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, an incredible force descended from the sky. Piccolo and the boys thought it was Goku, but it was none other than his son, Gohan. And with the confidence of his father, Gohan arrived at the scene to fight Majin Buu, the seemingly invincible enemy who had annihilated the entire population of the Earth.
So, Hotshot, you want to fight Majin Buu?
Fight you? No, I want to kill you. And without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan took control of the battlefield in commanding fashion.
Hi, nice day.
Yes, it was a nice day to subdue the subduer, to destroy the destroyer. Majin Buu's evil deeds had finally come back to haunt him. But is the battle really over? Ignoring the obvious rematch with Gohan, Majin Buu has challenged Goten and Trunks to do battle. What tricks does the insidious Buu have up his sleeve? Or rather, under his back? Stay tuned for more of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu became furious when his every attempt to defeat the powered-up Gohan proved useless. Gohan was clearly the superior fighter, and it seemed Buu's destructive spree would at last come to an end. But the crazed Buu put an abrupt stop to the fight by turning himself into a living bomb, apparently trying to take Gohan with him. Gohan survived, and in the following calm, lost friends were reunited.
You're alive. I don't know how you did it.
But a dark cloud on the horizon put a damper on the reunion as Majin Buu returned from hiding only 1 hour later. And delivered a puzzling request.
Come on then, little worms. I want to fight you now.
That is not gonna happen. You're fighting me, Buu. You got it?
What happened, boys? Don't tell me you're scared to fight Buu. You were raring to go before.
What sinister trick does Majin Buu have hiding behind his back? Find out now on Dragon Ball Z. After absorbing both Piccolo and Gotenks, Buu's physical and mental abilities have reached a new pinnacle. Will Gohan's training hold up in the face of this newly formed Super Buu? Buu! Stay tuned for scenes from the next Dragon Ball Z. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Using a strange sneak attack, Majin Buu ensnared both Piccolo and the freshly fused Gotenks. And absorbed them into his body. Knowing he could not match Gohan's newly acquired powers in his present state, Majin Buu opted for a transformation, incorporating the powers of Gotenks at Super Saiyan 3 and the combat wisdom of Piccolo. A new Super Buu was created. And because it merged Gohan's childhood teacher, as well as his little brother, it was a Buu who knew Gohan all too well.
What do you think of it? New clothes and a few new abilities.
If you're using Piccolo's brains, you know you've got 30 minutes until this newfound strength of yours diffuses.
I assure you it will be over before then, and I didn't absorb you because I needed a punching bag. I kept you around because I'm stronger than ever, and I have to try it on someone.
Sounds fine. I'm all yours. Let's do this.
And so the battle with the newest incarnation of Buu began. And where Gohan had previously been in total control of the action, he was now struggling with all of his might just to stay alive.
Remember, not so long ago, I was the one hiding. I needed time to stall. Is that what you're doing now, Gohan? Your beloved Piccolo is a part of me, and I can sense that you're alive down there, kid.
Will Gohan have to fight this battle for Earth totally alone? Find out now on Dragon Ball Z. As Gohan bravely tries to hold his own on planet Earth, Goku has taken a new life and readied himself to come to his son's aid. Will the secret of the Elder Kai's fusion earrings be enough to finish Majin Buu once and for all? Stay tuned for more excitement on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo into his body, transforming himself into a new Super Buu.
You can't hit me.
Possessing the strength of Gotenks and the wisdom of Piccolo, it was a form that not even Gohan's awakened powers could stop. With both physical and psychological attacks, Majin Buu chipped away at Gohan's Achilles heel, his confidence. But Gohan knew the weight of Earth's survival had been placed on his shoulders, and like a true Saiyan, he refused to give up.
Still alive. Well, I guess I'll have to make sport out of smacking you around.
But Gohan could not hold out for long. And elsewhere, desperate new strategies were made. On the Supreme Kai's world, the Elder Kai gave up his own life so that Goku might live and fight.
Huh?
And that's not all he gave him.
Now simply have Gohan snap this one onto his right ear. Immediately, your bodies will be bound together and much stronger. My type of fusion.
What is the secret to this new fusion? Could it really be the answer the Z fighters need? With the absorption of Gohan, Majin Buu is stronger than ever, and Goku's plan of fusing with his Super Saiyan son has been ruined. The earring given to him by the Elder Kai could be the only way of defeating Buu, but where is a suitable partner? Is Goku so desperate that he will join bodies with the bumbling Hercule? Choices must be made on the next Dragon Ball Z.
What are you doing?
Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the Elder Kai gave Goku an empowered set of earrings, allowing him to perform an instant, effortless fusion. But there was a catch. Whoever wore the matching earring would fuse with him forever. Back on Earth, the supercharged Majin Buu tried to destroy the remaining survivors with one terrifying blast. But thanks to a timely arrival by the revitalized Goku, Buu's attempts were cut short. Down but far from out, Majin Buu quickly incapacitated Tien, who had returned from seclusion to play his small part.
He was off guard!
And pulling himself together, Majin Buu ready to battle Goku head-to-head with powers that not even the Great Saiyan hero could stop.
Here, catch!
Aware of the desperate odds, Goku threw the Kai's earring to Gohan, deciding to save the Earth by merging permanently with his son. But Gotenks' fusion wore off inside Buu's body, causing a sharp drop in the monster's power. Goku chose at the last minute not to go through with the fusion, and that's when Buu made his move.
Gohan!
Just as he had done with Piccolo and Gotenks, Majin Buu absorbed Gohan into his body and gained his incredible power. Now, Goku must convince someone else to fuse with him, a task that may prove very, very difficult. Unbelievable! Goku and Vegeta have put aside their differences and fused into one warrior. A new page in Z Fighter history has been turned. But how will they fare in the fight against Buu? Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu reached an all-new level of maliciousness. He had already absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo, taking their power and wisdom and transforming into a mighty villain. But when he sucked up Gohan as well, it gave him a virtually unstoppable edge. Goku planned to fuse with Gohan using the Kai's earrings, and so had to watch his best chance at victory be taken too. And then came another.
Vegeta! All right! It's you! I knew it!
Thanks to King Yema's intervention, Vegeta was back from the other world. Immediately, Goku tried persuading him to join in a permanent fusion, but Vegeta bore just as much resentment toward his old Saiyan rival as ever, and firmly refused.
Everyone is gone!
But in a passionate speech, Goku asked Vegeta to lay down their troubled Saiyan history and look towards a future on Earth. And a bold decision was made.
Here, give it to me.
You bet!
To the end of the Earth! All right, it's on!
Great. Thanks, Vegeta.
And so, the last living Saiyans, whose bitter rivalry has stretched over a decade, have dropped their swords and fused permanently into a new warrior. The great battle begins. Could this be the beginning of the end for Majin Buu? The combined powers of Goku and Vegeta have proven to be nearly unlimited. But now, as a fused Super Saiyan, will they be able to deliver the final blow? Last time on Dragon Ball Z, in a dramatic move using the fusion earrings, Goku and Vegeta joined bodies to battle Majin Buu. Permanently united as one, they became the warrior Vegito, and they focused all of their strength on Earth's ultimate threat. A monster once thought unstoppable, Majin Buu at last began to weaken under the Saiyan combo's attack.
But if that's the way you want to play this, then fine!
Anxious to test the limits of his new opponent's power, Majin Buu created a giant energy ball. Made with energy fragments from every planet the monster had destroyed, it was a blast capable of splitting the Earth in two. But for the confident warrior Vegito, it was just another sporting challenge to overcome. Now, having warmed up his new body and tested the fighting abilities of Majin Buu, Vegito has decided to turn the battle up a notch. Calling on the greater powers of Goku and Vegeta, the incredible fused warrior has gone Super Saiyan.
Call me Super Vegito.
The clash between two great powers has taken a darker turn. Vegito seems fully capable of defeating Buu, and yet he declines. What secret is the fused Saiyan after? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the mutating monster, Majin Buu, found himself totally outclassed by Super Saiyan Vegito, the radical warrior formed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta.
Still hungry, Boo? Curse you! Eat this!
It was a hard pill to swallow for Buu, who had dominated every opponent thus far and decimated the entire population of the Earth. But to Vegito, an amalgam of the two greatest Saiyans that ever lived, the universal giant of evil was a mere plaything in his hands. The simmering anger at his own inferiority worked itself up to a boil, and Majin Buu flew into a rage that shook the very foundations of the universe. As the temporal boundaries between dimensions began to be compromised, Vegito had to either stop Buu's radical power surge or bear witness to the destruction of the entire physical cosmos. But in true Saiyan style, Vegito pierced Majin Buu's defenses and prevented the horrible cataclysm from taking place.
Well, if you ask me, that was a little too close for comfort. But have the decency to learn your lesson. There's no way you can ever beat me, unless you'd like to try that technique you've been saving.
Through his evil stratagems, Majin Buu has managed to turn the tides once again. Is there any hope for the Earth now that Vegito has been turned into a coffee-flavored Super Saiyan sucker? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu continued his all-out assault on Vegito. But whenever Vegito found himself in a tight squeeze, he always seemed to have the answer.
Hey, don't get so down in the dumps. You've won every fight you've been in. Everyone meets their betters sooner or later.
No, I won't lose. You'll see.
When it became clear that brute strength would not work against Vegito, the desperate Buu gave up the ghost and resorted to a more unorthodox method.
Fool! Mock me while you can! Super Kamikaze Ghost Attack!
With ghostly Kamehameha waves on one side and the Gallic gun on the other, it looked like curtains for Vegito.
So it's a silly kid's game, huh? Well, bug off!
Too bad it's not permanent. It's a nice improvement. You're using your eyes instead of feeling where I am. You don't like to lose, do you?
It was a hurting time for Majin Buu, who couldn't even land a blow on the mighty Vegito.
It's up to you. Do you want to continue or not?
But was the fight really over?
I like your style. You're going to make great candy.
In a flash, the devious Majin Buu played his trump card, and Vegito, the seemingly invincible Super Saiyan tandem, was reduced to a coffee-flavored sucker. Buu had managed to turn the tides once again. Down, down, down. Deep into the bowels of Buu they go. Goku and Vegeta, the two most powerful warriors in the universe, have been toppled by the infamous Majin Buu and sealed in the wretched slime of their living tomb. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu restored Vegito to his humanoid form after a painful bout with the calamitous candy.
Oh, it's me again.
But big or small, the pain remains the same when dealing with the synthesis of Super Saiyan legends.
Is this how you want it to end, huh? So much for the tough warrior.
When his last desperate attempt failed, it was time for the final countdown. Vegito had had
Take
enough.
10. I'm going to count to 10, Boo.
But rising like dough in a hot oven was a perfect recipe for disaster. Silently, it stalked its prey and struck, consuming Vegito in one swallow. Had Majin Buu done the impossible and against all odds toppled the greatest fighter in the universe? As Goku struggles to get free, the jaws of death are about to close on him. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta and Goku were searching Majin Buu's head for Gohan and the others.
Okay, use your instincts, Kakarot. Right or left?
I'd have to say left.
Good. Then I'm going right.
That's not very nice.
You follow your instincts, Kakarot. I'll follow mine.
Fine, have it your way.
At last, good fortune seemed to be smiling, but Gohan wasn't. Had Goku really found his long-lost son? No, it was an imposter.
I can tell by looking into your eyes that you're not my son!
Vegeta was battling equally dangerous thought creations. One had assumed the form of Piccolo in this funhouse of evil.
Fool!
The other had taken on the familiar form of Gotenks to carry out Buu's twisted purpose.
Fighting both of those idiots at once is pretty tough. Where is that idiot clown when you need him?
But even with Goku's help, the duo had no chance against an enemy that couldn't be destroyed. But lo and behold, when Buu's concentration shifted to sweets, so did his thought forms. And precious time was gained to resume the search for their sons and Piccolo.
Now, where could they have gone?
Over here. Take a look.
Could it be? Did Goku and Vegeta find their boys at last?
Hey!
As Vegeta is encompassed by the gushy, slithering tissue, it seems certain that he will soon be a part of the madman, Majin Buu.
No!
Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, deep in Majin Buu's head, Goku and Vegeta found the pods that house the captured Z fighters, and they made another startling discovery as well.
You don't like that idea, do you?
Huh? Majin Buu in his original form.
Yes, I see that. But what does it mean?
Who knows? How could he absorb himself? Doesn't make sense. Wow, this is deep. 2 Buus. Strange. Maybe there were 2 Buus at one time, and this one lost.
Unlikely? Yes, but true. There had been more than one Majin Buu. And as Goku and Vegeta unraveled the mystery, the merciless pink monster decided to make a special guest appearance inside his own mind.
Who are you calling ugly, you ridiculous fool?
It was an all-or-nothing battle, but coupled together, it looked like Saiyan might had prevailed. And the 2 warriors astutely disposed of the last remains of the Buu within Buu. It was a job well done, to be sure. But was Majin Buu really gone for good?
Knock, knock. Who's there? Boo! Boo-hoo!
Oh, don't cry. Everyone has to die sometime.
It was a rude awakening, but the Super Saiyan duo was realizing the hard way that the worst place to fight Majin Buu is inside of his head, where his slightest whim can become reality. Is the Saiyan Prince bound to become just another hero in a pod, like the other tenants in Buu's Hall of Living Collectibles?
No!
Stay tuned. A dark cloud has appeared in the sky. But if Goku and Vegeta aren't worried, then why is Kibito Kai? What does he know about this little Buu that they don't? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Huh?
Previously on Dragon Ball Z.
Like what will happen if I yank this thing down?
Please let go. If you tear those attachments, I won't be me anymore.
That sounds interesting. Let's give it a try, shall we?
And so the cord was cut, linking old Majin Buu to new. And with another transformation mounting, it was now or never for Goku and Vegeta. They had to get out of Buu's mutating body, and fast.
Let's go!
At last, the microscopic battle was over. Goku and Vegeta had completed their mission and safely delivered Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten from their fleshy prison. But the duo's handiwork had spurred on another transformation. Buu was on the boil and in the throes of a maddening mutation.
Watch. He's about to change.
Into a better dancer, I hope.
Things were looking grim as Majin Buu seemed to be growing in size and strength. But when the dust finally settled, Buu had assumed a much smaller form than before.
You weren't worried, huh? You had white knuckles and you know it.
But was the threat really over? Kibito Kai doesn't seem to think so. What does the appearance of this new Buu portend? As Goku wrestles with his decision and contemplates the loss of his sons and the beautiful Mother Earth, something begins to stir amongst the rubble where the majestic blue planet once adorned the sky. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, with Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks in hand, Goku and Vegeta made a daring escape from inside of Majin Buu's head. It was a moment of triumph for the super duo. Never before had anyone managed to escape after being absorbed by Majin Buu. At last, the weary captives were liberated and laid down in a safe place to rest. But was anywhere safe? The new Buu was about to unleash an attack that would destroy the entire planet.
Hey, Buu!
The fusion earrings could help, but was it too late? Yes, it was time to abandon ship.
Vegeta, we'll grab the boys and use instant transmission.
Yes!
When Goku saw Dende and Mr. Satan in distress, he made a detour to save them as well. But what had he done? Now there was no time left to recover Gohan and the others. It was over.
On the wings of instant transmission, they fled, just as the Earth breathed her last breath. Stay tuned. Majin Buu has been summoned by Goku and Vegeta to the sacred land of the Kais. But without the fusion earrings, does the super duo stand a chance against this radical pink menace? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu was on a manhunt for Goku and Vegeta. And when his search led him to the Great Kai planet, life in Otherworld took a turn for the worse. Vegeta wanted to lure Buu away from the planet before he destroyed it, but Goku wasn't sure how.
Oh, use your brain, Kakarot. All we have to do is raise our power levels and he'll come running.
Of course! Right.
Buu squash you like bugs.
Hearing their call, Buu didn't waste a moment, but went directly to the sacred land of the Supreme Kai, where the battle is about to begin. The battle that will decide the fate of the universe is about to begin in earnest. Can Super Saiyan 3 Goku topple the infamous Majin Buu? Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu touched down on the sacred world of the Kais, and the battle began. Goku was the first to enter the fray. Rather than attack Buu as a single fused warrior, he and Vegeta had decided to fight one at a time. It would be a one-on-one fight to the finish. The ultimate test for the ultimate Saiyan warrior.
Darn you! Where's your weak point? You're twice as strong as you were before. Your speed, your power, your recovery.
As Goku soon realized, if he was to win this fight, he could hold nothing back. Majin Buu seemed pleased by this new development, but does he really know what it means to do battle with a Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta has given Goku his vote of confidence, but can the mighty Saiyan sustain his monumental effort? The fight that will decide the fate of the universe continues on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, the battle to decide the fate of the universe continued as Super Saiyan 3 Goku went head-to-head with the elastic Majin Buu. Goku fought valiantly, but the more brilliant the attack, the more demoralizing the result against the seemingly invincible Buu. It was an impossible situation of nightmarish proportions, one made to order for the unshakable Saiyan. And after Vegeta had tried and failed to measure up to the same test, the proud Saiyan Prince finally realized that Goku was truly in a league of his own.
You're better than me, Kakarot. You are the best.
The battle rages on today. As Goku struggles to amass the power he needs, Vegeta is being throttled by the long arm of Majin Buu, and the villain is finding a sadistic pleasure in squeezing the life from the Saiyan Prince. How long can Vegeta withstand the deadly assault? And how long can Goku stand to watch? Stay tuned to find out. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, it was Majin versus Saiyan as the battle that would decide the fate of the universe raged on. It was a trial of pain for Goku, but the darker it got, the brighter his light shined. And in classic style, he countered Boo's every attack. But as the battle wore on, Goku felt the power needed to destroy Boo slipping away.
I should have done it! Darn it! Now I'm weak. I'll need time.
I have got it covered, Kakarot. 60 seconds. Get what you need and finish him off.
1 minute. That's how long Vegeta had to keep Boo occupied so Goku could gather the energy needed to destroy him. But in this fight, 1 minute can seem an eternity. Has the Saiyan Prince reached the end of his rope? Stay tuned to find out. It's high noon on the sacred world of the Kais as the showdown between the Boos is about to begin. But how long can the goodly Boo manage to stave off his evil counterpart? And with Goku losing power instead of gaining, is there any real hope for success? Stay tuned. It looked to be lights out for Vegeta on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, until the World Martial Arts Champion himself stepped in to challenge Majin Buu. The champ was cruising for a bruising, but when Buu tried to attack, he became crippled with agony. Until he hawked up the source of his pain, that is, and spit it out for good. It was the gentle Boo. And now that his kind influence has been expectorated, the evil Boo was going to make Hercule dead. But wait! And so the battle between the good and evil Boos began. Meanwhile, Goku attempted to gather enough energy to join the action.
I need to relax. Let go. I'm way too tense.
It was a horrifying sight to see the great Super Saiyan 3 completely sapped of his power. Can there be any hope of victory now? As the good Majin Buu takes his last stand against his evil counterpart, Vegeta prepares to implement the final phase of his plan. But can a spirit bomb really save the day?
A spirit bomb? Yeah, right.
Goku's not so sure. Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, Goku was having an energy crisis, but fortunately, the good Majin Buu was able to take up the fight when the mighty Super Saiyan lost his shine. But the kind Buu wouldn't last long. Something had to be done, and fast.
Hey, I know you've got a plan.
Yes, and?
Well, I hate to pry, but, what is it exactly?
Kakarot, how many times have you saved the world up until now?
What? How many? I'm not sure.
Then perhaps it's time to let the world fend for itself for once.
Oh.
Now, listen carefully, Dende. This is very important.
And so Vegeta's plan was put into action, and Muri summoned the dragon of the new planet Namek. With the first wish, the planet Earth was brought back to its original state. And with the second, all of its inhabitants were restored to life. But staying alive was the problem. What did Vegeta have in mind?
Let's do it. Now, it's time.
It's time? Time for what?
The spirit bomb.
That's your big idea. A spirit bomb?
Vegeta's plea has fallen on deaf ears as Goku holds the spirit bomb up in the sky like a symbol of hope. The Saiyan Prince agonizes over how to break down the dam of doubt that is holding back the vast reservoir of human energy. Can he get through in time? Stay tuned for scenes from the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu was on the rampage, but getting rid of his better half wasn't as easy as he thought. Meanwhile, Vegeta made a plea to the people of Earth for help.
Raise your hands up to the sky and offer a portion of your energy. We could use it to defeat Majin Buu once and for all. Yeah!
But aside from family and friends, no one would comply with his request.
Raise your hands up? Nah, let's go see a movie or something.
That was so weird. No kidding.
Are they mad? When are you going to grow up? Can't you Earthlings do anything for yourselves?
With the good Buu being crushed underfoot, the opportunity to form the spirit bomb was rapidly slipping away. Vegeta had no choice but to try again.
Hey, people of the Earth! Raise your hands up right now, or you're all going to die!
As humanity turns its back on Vegeta's plea, Goku's spirit bomb wastes away. Can the Saiyans get through to them in time? At last, thanks to Mr. Satan, the long-awaited energy has finally arrived from Earth.
Here it comes, Vegeta! Now! Move away!
With the spirit bomb complete, Goku is ready to aim and fire. Stay tuned! On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta decided to stick to the fighting and let Goku do the talking.
We need your energy now! Raise your hands up! I beg of you!
Many old friends offered up their energy when they heard Goku's plea, but the mass of humanity didn't join in until their beloved champion, Mr. Satan, asked them to lend a hand. At last, the wall of skepticism was knocked down, and mankind was freely offering their collective energy to help beat the Buu. Out it poured from the earth, arriving like a flood in Goku's hands. The spirit bomb swelled to massive proportions.
Wait. Here we go!
It was almost too good to be believed. Goku finally had what he needed to defeat Majin Buu. Just when time was about to run out, the mighty Saiyan was ready to aim and fire.
Here it comes, Vegeta! Now! Move away!
Two Saiyan rivals, now friends, have prevailed against all odds. Majin Buu is gone. But true victory could not have been won without the help from every being on Earth. It was bombs away on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z as Goku launched the spirit bomb with the full force of his being.
Maybe you'll come back someday as a better person, I hope. I'd like that. Perhaps we'll have a little one-on-one.
It was time to say goodbye and send Buu packing.
Adios. I'll be waiting for you, Majin Buu.
Goku! Kakarot! Father! Goku!
There was nothing left to do except to beat the Buu.
And with a resounding flourish of power, Goku wrote the final words in the chapter and closed the book on his old nemesis once and for all. At last, the war was over. Nothing remained of Majin Buu except the battle scars that he left behind. The universe was safe once again.
Get back here!
At last, peace has returned, and everyone was having a good time. Well, almost.
What are you looking at?
Previously on Dragon Ball Z, the wicked wizard Babidi resurrected the radically powerful Majin Buu. Though the misguided Buu eventually saw the light, his evil counterpart destroyed the Earth and had no intention of stopping there. With the entire universe in danger of extinction, the Dragon of Namek was summoned to bring the Earth and its inhabitants back to life. And in a desperate bid to stop Buu, humanity offered up its collective energy to Goku, who used it to form a massive spirit bomb. The future of the universe was now in his hands. At last, the nightmare was over. Once again, Goku had found a way. The curse was lifted, and now the story continues, 10 years since that fateful day. The starting gun for the tournament is about to be fired. Who is the mysterious fighter whom Goku was speaking of? And which competitor will be named the new #1 under the sun? Stay tuned. On the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, much to the dismay of Bulma, the training continued and took precedence over all. A new World Championship tournament was about to begin, and the contenders were coming to the fore.
Grandpa, I just flew around the world again. Good, huh?
Yeah, I think that was your fastest time yet, Pan.
Think I'll be ready for tomorrow then?
Were the tough teenagers being upstaged by the tenacious toddler? And who was the mystery fighter that Goku had gotten wind of? Someone so powerful that even he was looking forward to the challenge.
Really?
No, I think this guy's really shrewd. We may have ourselves a challenge.
Young Oob has finally snapped. The dormant power of the reborn Majin is erupting in a fury. The second round, which Goku promised Buu 10 years ago, is about to get underway. Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Hey, Boo, I'd like you to do me a little favor. It's not like you to break the rules, Kakarot.
I know, but I really want to fight this guy in the first round. That way, we'll both be at 100%, and it'll be a totally fair match.
With a little help from Buu, Goku had his desire fulfilled, and he was matched up with a mystery fighter in the first round of the finals. According to Goku, the simple village boy named Oob was, in fact, a benevolent incarnation of the evil Majin Buu. But the boy wasn't aware of his true powers, and Goku wasn't beyond using insult or injury to coax them out.
My mom isn't fat! My family's not ugly! And my father's not a bad boy!
And so the battle begins. Young Oob has been taken in by the greatest martial arts master in the universe, Goku, the orphan who fell from the stars to become the savior of mankind. As the two set off on a new adventure, One thing is for certain. As long as Goku lives, peace and prosperity shall reign.